Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 251 to 270. Zhu Junyang obviously didn't expect that the little girl would try to drive him away. Who gave her the courage to do so? However, it didn't seem necessary for him to sit here anymore. His lady mother was still waiting for him to invite someone back. Zhu Junyang put down the teacup and said, "Actually, my visit this time was an order by my lady mother. There seems to be a problem with the camellia you gave her, so she wants you to go take a look." The camellias that she gave Princess Consort Jing. They were all nourished by the mystic stone water, so their vitality should be even stronger than weeds. Why would there be a problem? Let's go then. Yu Xiaoxiao put the teacup on the table, stood up, and walked out. Zhu Junyang was slightly surprised to see her dressed so casually. He coughed a couple times and said, You don't need to change your clothes. Usually, when Yu Xiaoxiao went to the princess consort's residence, she would either be helping to cook medicinal meals or tending the flowers and plants that were ruined by Princess Consort Jing. Thus, she dressed very casually. Princess Consort Jing treated her like she was a junior member of her family, so she had never felt that there was anything wrong with visiting her in casual clothes. Hearing Zhu Junyang's words, she looked down at her clothes, which was fairly proper. She didn't think that she needed to change, so she immediately replied, "Aren't I going to help with the flowers and plants? At that time, there will be mud and soil, so even if I change clothes, they will get dirty anyways." "This is fine." Zhu Junyang took a closer look at her casual attire. She wore a pink pomegranate skirt, light yellow jacket embroidered with butterflies and flowers, and several strands of tea rose-colored ribbons on her waist. Her glossy black hair was combed into cute twin buns and adorned with pink pearl hair ornaments. There was a faint smile on her tender face, and her eyes were as clear as a stream under ice, untainted by the worldly dust. Although it was a very common casual attire, it appeared more charming worn on a young girl who hadn't grown up. The little lass was born in a peasant's family, but she was more elegant and graceful than those so-called noble young ladies in the capital. It seemed like she wasn't just wearing a homely outfit, but instead she appeared calm and magnanimous as if she had carefully dressed up. Zhu Junyang was born in the imperial family, so how could he avoid attending banquets? Those noble young ladies in the capital viewed all of the banquets as a stage to show themselves. They wished that they could wear the most gorgeous clothes and the most expensive accessories. The scent of their makeup could almost cause a person to faint. They didn't care whether it was suitable for them, and as long as it was popular, they would paint it onto their faces. Their originally delicate and pretty faces became as stunning as a ghost's. Weren't they afraid of scaring people? In contrast, this young girl in front of him wore no makeup and appeared clean and refreshing. Such a real and pure appearance was more comfortable to look at. "Young royal prince, are we going? I need to rush back in the evening to make postnatal meals for my godmother." Seeing that Zhu Junyang was still standing there and not moving, Yu Xiaoxiao urged him. Moreover, the little girl wasn't frightened by his cold and indifferent appearance. She was quite brave. When he visited people, no one had ever dared to tell him to leave after serving him tea. There also wasn't anyone who dared to rush him with an impatient expression. He was being treated like this by her, yet he didn't feel annoyed at all. Was he the masochist that the emperor mentioned? Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao turning around and glaring at him with impatience, Zhu Junyang touched his nose and obediently followed her. To pick up the guest, he had come out with the prince household's horse carriage. His lady mother had come out in a low-key manner this time, so their carriage was just slightly more lavish than other families. But, in Xiaoxiao's eyes, it was quite flashy. Stepping on the small stool placed by the servants of Prince Jing's estate, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly climbed on the carriage. As soon as she was seated, the carriage slowly moved forward. To move so steadily, it really was worthy of being Prince Jing Estate's horse carriage. Also, the cushioned seat inside the carriage was padded with a thick brocade quilt and soft pillows on the back. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help sighing, "It's better to be rich." The estate that Princess Consort Jing stayed in wasn't very far from the Fang estate. After a while, the carriage stopped in front of the estate. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't wait for the servant to set the stool and jumped down, scaring the servants around her. Miss Yu was an esteemed guest of Princess Consort Jing, so if she got injured, they wouldn't be able to take the responsibility. Ah. Xiao Xiao jumped off the carriage like a nimble little monkey. Had it been one of those noble young ladies in the capital, Zhu Junyang would definitely think that she was boorish and lacked discipline. However, when it was this 10-year-old little girl, he felt that she was quite lively and cute. Yu Xiaoxiao walked to the back garden with familiarity, and saw Princess Consort Jing squatting on the ground and poking at a camellia with a shovel, as if she was trying to loosen the soil around it. However, the shovel in her hands was too close to the camellia. It must have hurt many of its roots. Xiaoxiao sighed heavily in her heart. For these camellias to be able to survive until now, their vitality was really quite strong. Without saying anything, Yu Xiaoxiao walked to Princess Consort Jing and squatted next to her. She took the shovel in her hands and said as she demonstrated, "Your Highness, when loosening the soil, be careful not to touch the roots of flowers and plants. In general, precious flowers and plants are more delicate. Once their roots are injured, they will likely wither and die." Princess Consort Jing raised her worried and distressed face, frowned, and asked weakly, "Xiaoxiao, can these camellias be saved?" While Xiaoxiao loosened the soil for the camellias, she saw obvious tea stains on the roots of each camellia. She gently pushed away the soil. Sure enough, she found that obvious damage to the roots of the camellias. When facing Princess Consort Jing, who loved flowers but didn't know how to raise them and stubbornly wanted to tend them herself, Yu Xiaoxiao was really reluctant to make harsh comments. After all, Princess Consort Jing was also a fervent lover of flowers. She sighed and politely said, "Your Highness, it's best that you don't use tea to water the flowers in the future. Even if you really need to water the flowers with tea, please don't use hot tea, all right?" After being seen through, Princess Consort Jing's face, which looked much younger than her actual age, blushed. She looked at her youngest son, who looked at her in surprise, and mumbled an explanation, "I forgot to water the flowers that day, so I took the teapot on the table and watered them with it. I really didn't notice that the tea was hot." Princess Consort Jing was apparently a noblewoman, who had been spoiled rotten by her husband and 3 sons. She was nearly 40, yet she still appeared like a young maiden from time to time. Yu Xiaoxiao sighed again. Princess Consort Jing must have accumulated great virtue in her previous life for her to be so fortunate and happy in this life. Seeing his lady mother's flushed face and helpless expression, Zhu Junyang instinctively helped her out. "Lady Mother, we know that you didn't do it on purpose. Just be more careful in the future. Miss Yu, do you think that these camellias can be saved?" As he spoke, he signaled Yu Xiaoxiao with his eyes, telling her to lie to his lady mother that the camellias could be saved. If they couldn't be saved, weren't the camellias found in the mountains by Xiaoxiao? He could find some time tomorrow and go to the mountains with her to see if he could find them. Since she could find them, there wasn't any reason that he wouldn't be able to. Looking at the usually expressionless royal prince lifting his eyebrows and winking at her with his devilishly gorgeous face, if she didn't know better, she would have thought that he was trying to seduce her. When a good-looking person made an ugly face, there would also be people who admired it. Yu Xiaoxiao said to Princess Consort Jing with a serious expression, "Your Highness, rest assured. Fortunately, you didn't water them with hot tea. Otherwise, even the flower deity wouldn't be able to save them. A portion of the roots of these camellias have been damaged, but with meticulous care, there shouldn't be any major problems." When Princess Consort Jing heard this, her heart finally felt relieved. Although Yu Xiaoxiao's words were unpleasant to the ears, she had intentionally caused these damages, after all. She was feeling guilty, ashamed, and regretful in her heart, so she naturally didn't notice the disrespect in her words. Zhu Junyang, on the other hand, inwardly raised his eyebrows. It seemed like the little lass was born bold. She even dared to secretly mock Princess Consort Jing. Was she really an ignorant peasant girl born from a poor, humble family? Who gave her the courage? Yu Xiaoxiao didn't notice the inquisitive eyes behind her. After loosening the soil, she took the water bucket from the maidservant who was waiting beside them. While no one was looking, she dripped 2 drops of mystic stone water inside. She scooped half a ladle of water and poured it moderately on the damaged roots of the camellias. Zhu Junyang didn't know whether it was his illusion, or he had seen wrongly, but he suddenly felt that the camellias had become more spirited. The curled leaves of the most seriously damaged one seemed to have stretched out a little. Zhu Junyang touched his chin with a curious expression. This isn't logical awe. How come these flowers and plants are so obviously different as soon as Yu Xiaoxiao deals with them? Is this little girl the flower deity? PFF'd. Zhu Junyang was amused by his strange idea. Shouldn't the flower deity be gorgeous and covered with fragrance? How could it be such a thin and short little girl? Yu Xiaoxiao also conveniently watered the flowers nearby. After that, she took the handkerchief that Mei Xiang handed her and gently wiped the water on her hands. She hesitated to speak as she looked at Princess Consort Jing. Zhu Junyang saw that his lady mother was focused on the camellias and didn't notice Xiaoxiao's action and expression, so he quickly said on behalf of his lady mother, "Miss Yu, please feel free to speak." Princess Consort Jing also looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and asked, "For these camellias, is there anything that I need to pay attention to in the future?" "Your Highness, please forgive this commoner for being blunt. You should just leave the work of tending the flowers and plants to the gardeners." Yu Xiaoxiao decided to speak honestly for those pitiful flowers. The entire Prince Jing's estate was too lenient on the princess consort, so she would have to be the person to tell her the sincere advice that may be grating to the ear. Princess Consort Jing's eyes, like Lin Daiyu's one, were filled with a hazy mist, which made people feel pity upon looking at them. Yu Xiaoxiao was inwardly relieved that the princess consort was really a delicate person and not one of those annoying white lotus flowers too. "Xiaoxiao, you also think that I'm not suitable for raising flowers?" Princess Consort Jing frowned slightly, and her face was shrouded by light sorrow, which made people reluctant to tell her the truth. Yu Xiaoxiao sighed heavily and said, "Love isn't just giving, but to give what is most suitable. Your Highness, as long as you stand in the flower room beautifully every day and appreciate the flowers, that will be the most sincere appreciation for flowers." Princess Consort Jing didn't expect an ordinary young girl from the countryside to be able to speak better and more sentimentally than those refined young ladies. Unconsciously, she was actually attracted to the beauty of her description. Perhaps it was the beauty of Yu Xiaoxiao's description that moved the princess consort, or maybe the princess consort had finally given up on the idea of personally raising the flowers. The next time Imperial Prince Jing came to Tanggu town, he was accompanied by two of the best gardeners in Prince Jing's estate. After being moistened by mystic stone water, the camellias finally survived. When the two gardeners arrived, they saw that the princess consort had casually planted the rare camellias, which would stun the world, in a corner of the garden. To properly grow camellias, there must be suitable soil, proper temperature, proper amount of watering, adequate fertilizing, and regular pruning. But one shall take a look at the camellias personally raised by the princess consort. There wasn't enough fertilizer in the soil. At this time, the temperature was rather chilly in the morning and at night. It was better to grow the camellias in a flower pot and move them indoors in the morning and evening. Who watered the flowers today? Did they want to soak the roots until they rot? Looking at the messy branches, it seemed like they hadn't trimmed them since transplanting them. However, these abused camellias bloomed in such a gorgeous and unrestrained way. There was a sense of unbridled wildness in their beauty. Although illogical, it seemed like Princess Consort Jing's nickname of Flower Killer should be removed. After the two gardeners came, if the camellia plants had expressions, they would surely breathe a big sigh of relief. There's finally an end to the endless torture. With the careful care of the gardeners, the camellias could finally display their beauty in their entirety to everyone. Princess Consort Jing lingered in the garden every day. She often stayed in the flower room for the entire morning, forgetting to eat and rest. This degree of obsessiveness caused Prince Jing, who finally had a break and came over, to be very jealous. He kept secretly grumbling to his two sons, "Find a chance and secretly destroy those flowers. They take up too much of my beloved wife's attention." In order to send Minister Lu, who came from the capital, back as soon as possible, the day after Xiaoxiao tended Princess Consort Jing's flowers, she returned to Dongshan village. Little Shido also followed her back. So, with Yu Xiaoxiao dictating, Little Shido writing, and Yu Hai supplementing additional information, they swiftly summed up the methods of cultivation for corn and potatoes. That day, Minister Lu, who couldn't wait any longer, didn't notify the young royal prince and arrived at Dongshan village with the county magistrate. Just after the cultivation method was bound into a thin booklet, Yu Xiaoxiao's family had to go receive the high-ranking official from the capital, second-ranked official, Minister Liu. Fortunately, Minister Liu had no official authority. He was just an ordinary old man dressed in plain clothes. Led by Yu Hai's family, he inspected the growing environment of the corn. He seriously couldn't believe that the corn, which had grown so well, was actually grown in such barren sand land. In the capital, he had used the best fertile farmland, the most adequate fertilizer, and meticulous care, yet that still wasn't as good as their piece of sandy land. Seeing the questions in Minister Liu's eyes, Yu Xiaoxiao said in a soft voice, "After the trial planting, it is proven that the crop corn isn't very picky with the type of land it is grown on, and it also doesn't need meticulous care. As long as you make sure that it's not dehydrated and do a good job with weeding and fertilizing, it should grow very well." Minister Liu looked at the big gaps between the seedlings and couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you sow more densely? Wouldn't there be a higher yield that way?" He set his eyes on Yu Hai, who was the head of the household, while Yu Hai looked at his younger daughter. Minister Liu quickly shifted his gaze over. Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it, and then said, "Lord, look at this corn plant, it's similar to the coarse grain sorghum that we eat. It should be able to grow very tall. If planted too densely, then they will affect each other. If it's not exposed to enough sunlight, then it probably won't grow very well." Seeing that Minister was like a curious child who wanted to say something, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly interrupted him. "Lord, it's our first time seeing and growing corn, so we're also still experimenting. It's just that we have more farming experience. We're mostly just using our previous experiences, so we can't really explain the logics. Like these potatoes, they look somewhat similar to sweet potatoes, and there's also some dirt on them. Thus, we tried to make it germinate, and then divided the sprouted potatoes into pieces and buried them in the soil. We also tried to grow them with the cultivation method of sweet potato seedlings, but we failed." Minister Liu was interrupted by her, but he wasn't angry and nodded repeatedly after listening to her. They also used cultivation method of sweet potatoes to grow the potatoes, but the seedlings died very quickly. So it turned out that they needed to cut the potato into pieces and bury them in the soil. Young lady, can you tell me in detail about how the corn and potatoes are grown?" Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiao had a clear train of thought, spoke articulately, and didn't show any sense of timidity in front of all these officials, Minister Liu looked at her with even more respect. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao took out the prepared booklet, which had strategies for trial planting of corn and potatoes written on the first page. Minister Liu glanced at it, immediately took the booklet in his hand, and began carefully reading it. In order to save trouble, Yu Xiaoxiao wrote out almost every detail of planting corn and potatoes. It originally wasn't hard to grow corn and potatoes, so as long as they weren't too stupid, they should be able to grow them. Seeing that Minister Liu focused all his attention on the booklet, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help adding, "The spring crops have just been sown, so it shouldn't be too late to plant the corn and potatoes now." Before she finished speaking, Minister Liu immediately rolled up the booklet and carefully put it away, and then said, "The Yu family, this old man will return to the capital now so as not to delay the farming. If corn and potatoes can really be grown and there's a high yield like the emperor said, your family has done a great deed for the world. Rest assured, this old man will definitely put in a good word for you in front of the emperor at that time." After he said that, he said to County Magistrate Zhao, who came with him, "County Magistrate Zhao, let me borrow your horse carriage and bailiff. This old man isn't going back to Tanggu town. Please help me bid my farewells to Royal Prince Yong." As he spoke, he got into the carriage that he had come in and urged the bailiff to drive directly to the capital. County Magistrate Zhao, who had been left in Dongshan village, was completely dumbfounded. In order to increase his chances of interacting with the Minister of Revenue, he had only brought along one horse carriage, and now that horse carriage had been taken by Minister Liu. Dongshan village was over a dozen kilometers away from Tanggu town. How was he supposed to return to town? Official Zhao, if you don't mind, you can ride this commoner's carriage back." Seeing Official Zhao's predicament, the kind Yu Hai offered to give him a ride. Due to his tact, County Magistrate Zhao's impression of the Yu family improved. He looked at Yu Xiaoxiao with admiration and asked, "How did you guys know that Minister Liu will come over to ask about the methods of cultivation, and make the preparations for it?" Yu Xiaoxiao said with a smile, "Yesterday, when I went to Princess Consort Jing's residence, I saw the young royal prince." He spoke briefly with this commoner and mentioned the reason of Minister Lu's visit to Tanggu town. County Magistrate Zhao's originally slightly relaxed expression became solemn. She was able to freely go in and out of Princess Consort Jing's residence and speak with Royal Prince Yang, who cherished his words like gold and looked at people with an icy expression. It seemed like this little girl wasn't just simply official Fang's goddaughter. It seemed like this Yu family shouldn't be underestimated. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't expect that her casual comment would cause the parental official of Tanggu town to view her family in a new light. It was considered an unexpected gain. While her father sent County Magistrate Zhao back, Yu Xiaoxiao quietly returned to her room and dug out her newly made sharkskin diving suit from the bottom of her wardrobe. After thinking about it, she wrapped it in a piece of cloth, held it in her arms and walked outside. Madame Lu, who was tending the garden in the adjacent courtyard, called her from afar, "Cower. You're not going back to town today. How many days can you stay at home?" Hearing the anticipation within Madame Lu's voice, Yu Xiaoxiao's nose was slightly sour. She loudly answered, "Mother, I will stay at home for a few days this time. I will stay at home to spend some quality time with you and father." Hearing that, Madame Lu felt elated in her heart. However, she also had to think for her daughter. "Cower, we're your parents, so there's no need to especially spend time with us. There needs to be people around your godmother, so I reckon that you should go back earlier." Yu Xiaoxiao stood at the moon-shaped door connecting the two courtyards. Hiding the cloth bag that held the diving suit behind her back, she looked at Madame Lu, who was working hard in the vegetable field, with a grin and said, "Mother, don't worry. I have already prepped the medicinal meals. Lanxiang 1 has almost mastered how to cook the medicinal cuisine. It was godmother who told me to stay at home for a few more days. All right, if it won't delay matters, then stay at home for a few more days. Shanhu asked me many times when you will come back. If you're free, go next door and play with her. That girl Linglong too will get married in winter. In the future, it won't be so easy to see each other." Time had passed by very quickly. It had been a year and a half since they separated from the main family. The wedding date for Linglong, who had been engaged for a long time, was quickly approaching. These days, the wife of the Zhou family showed a reluctant expression from time to time. A daughter who one had raised for over a decade was going to be someone else's soon, so it was inevitable that the mother would feel unwilling to part. Fortunately, her daughters were still young. There were still several years before they had to look for a husband. But, now that she thought about it, there were only 5 to 6 years left. If her two daughters got married at the same time, that would be asking for her old life off. How could grown daughters not get married? Wouldn't people talk behind their backs? If she could choose, she would rather only have sons and not daughters. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't understand Madame Lu's feelings at all. She spoke briefly with Madame Lu, and then made an excuse to go out. She chose a path with few people and arrived at the area that was best for gathering seafood, which only the Yu family knew about. It was also the reef where they saved the young royal prince. She found a concealed place and changed into the sharkskin diving suit. She put all her hair inside something that was made of sharkskin and was similar to a swimming cap. The waterproofing of the diving suit made of sharkskin was quite good, and it had a certain degree of warmth retention. However, it was still April after all. The sea water was still somewhat cool even in the afternoon. After Yu Xiaoxiao changed into a diving suit on the reef, she carefully put her feet into the sea, and then took it out instantly. The sea water was really cold. What should she do? The multicolored stone on her wrist exuded a soft, golden light, and gradually became a golden kitten with a proud appearance. It scorned, "If you're afraid of the cold, then look for the almighty divine stone. This divine stone can help you isolate the sea water. Aren't you going to hurry up and thank me?" When Yu Xiaoxiao heard this, she felt elated. She didn't need to suffer. Almighty little glutinous dumpling. Long live little glutinous dumpling. The little divine stone was connected with her heart. Hearing her heartfelt cheers, it was extremely pleased. It immediately emitted a faint golden smoke from the multicolored stone and enclosed Yu Xiaoxiao inside it. Fortunately, other people couldn't see this, or they would think that they saw a huge golden silkworm cocoon. Yu Xiaoxiao tried to put her feet into the water again. Oh, as expected, she couldn't feel the slightest sense of coldness. When she took her feet out, there wasn't a single drop of water on it. Feeling delighted, Yu Xiaoxiao praised the little divine stone endlessly in her heart. The golden kitten, which the little divine stone transformed into, had an even more haughty expression and its head was nearly lifted up to the sky. Xiaobu, Xiaobu, Yu Xiaoxiao called for her marine friend. This little dolphin seemed to have recognized her as its friend. As soon as she came to the sea, the little fellow would quickly swim over from the deep sea, shake its head, and wag its tail to greet her. At times, it would even perform, jumping in the water, and singing, for her. Sure enough, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have to wait long for the cute little fellow. She hadn't seen it for the entire winter, and the little dolphin was a lot bigger than last year. If it was about the same size of a big dog last year, it was now about the size of a half-grown calf. The little dolphin seemed to be very enthusiastic to see an old friend. It swam happily to the reef and left a kiss mark on Yu Xiaoxiao's face with its long snout. Yu Xiaoxiao fed it the present that she brought for it, fish and shrimp raised with mystic stone water. The little dolphin ate it with relish. This friend is really good. She brings delicious food for me every time. The fish and shrimp she brings are more delicious than everything in the ocean. After eating to its heart's content, the little dolphin quickly swam to the bottom of the sea with Xiaoxiao, who had jumped on its back. There's someone diving and gathering seafood this early. In the distance, Zhuang Xiaomo, who was diving in the sea, saw a figure in the sea and muttered to himself. He watched from afar and found that the person, who dived into the sea, didn't come up for a long time. He couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows. Did something go wrong? Zhuang Xiaomo hastily dropped his harvest and agilely jumped into the cold water. In the nearby villages, there were only a few people who were better swimmers than him. But it was somewhat hard for him to endure swimming in the cold water. When he reached the area where he saw the person, Zhuang Xiaomo plunged into the water and searched around. After coming up several times to breathe, he still didn't find anyone. Did he see incorrectly, or did that person get caught in the deep sea? Zhuang Xiaomo didn't give up. He searched for a long time until his body couldn't bear it any longer and had to give up. He went back to the shore, picked up his tools and harvests from the sea, and jogged home to change his clothes. On the way, he encountered his fellow villagers, and they all thought that the child had gone crazy for money. To go diving without a diving suit during this time of the year, that was almost the same as looking for death. Zhuang Xiaomo lived in Nanyuan village, and was raised by his paternal grandfather. When he was 9, his grandfather passed away and he became an orphan. Fortunately, he was a skilled swimmer, and could support himself by gathering seafood at the beach and fishing. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had dived into the deep sea with the help of the little dolphin, had no idea that someone had dived into the sea to search for her in concern. At this time, she had arrived at a cluster of coral reefs, where many abalones were perched on. Yu Xiaoxiao got off the dolphin, quietly swam closer to the coral reef, and measured them with her hands. She wasn't satisfied with the size of the abalones and shook her head in disappointment. Just when she was about to leave and look for other reefs, she suddenly saw, from the corner of her eye, an abalone about the size of her palm, which was over 20 centimeters long. In comparison, weren't those one-head abalones and two-head abalones too inferior? Author's notes. One-headed abalones are abalones that weigh 1 catty, and two-headed abalones refers to 2 abalones per catty. Both are rare, high-quality abalones. It was the best of the best. With the tool for prying abalones, a blunt shovel, Yu Xiaoxiao carefully pried the abalone from the reef. She put it into the bamboo basket on her waist, and then carefully tied the mouth of the bamboo basket. After that, she searched thoroughly again and found a one-headed abalone. Leaving that cluster of reefs, Yu Xiaoxiao swam slowly at the bottom of the sea, and from time to time, she picked up a sluggishly squirming sea cucumber. It was also the bigger the better for sea cucumbers. Dried sea cucumbers within 30 heads would be rated excellent, which meant that the weight of 30-something dried sea cucumbers was 1 catty. The ancient fishing techniques were backwards. The seabed was like an undeveloped virgin land, with abundant marine life everywhere. Yu Xiaoxiao felt as if she had arrived at a huge seafood market. She had a wide range of products to choose from, and they were free. At the bottom of the sea, Yu Xiaoxiao chose the seafood that she wanted, and the bamboo basket around her waist soon became full. She somewhat regretted that she didn't bring a big sack to hold the abalones and sea cucumbers. Suddenly, the little dolphin swimming happily beside Xiaoxiao made a warning sound that is filled with unease and fear. What's wrong? Is there danger? Yu Xiaoxiao swam vigorously towards the little dolphin. She believed the instinct of animals. Not really. It's just a big shark coming over. The little divine stone's lazy voice emerged in Xiaoxiao's mind. From the corner of her eyes, Yu Xiaoxiao saw a golden figure. After getting a closer look, she didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. She had seen dogs swimming, but she had never seen a cat diving. Little divine stone, what are you doing? The great white sharks were quite fierce among the marine creatures, but since the little divine stone didn't have any sense of urgency, she didn't really need to worry about anything. However, that wasn't what the little dolphin thought. It quickly swam towards Xiaoxiao. At this time, the great white shark's huge figure has appeared, and 2 rows of sharp teeth were exposed in its wide-opened mouth. The little dolphin screamed with fear and anxiety, but instead of leaving his good friend, Xiaoxiao, it swam even faster towards her. The shark had already noticed its prey, and swam towards them in a threatening manner, as if it was a school bully. The little dolphin had already arrived next to Xiaoxiao. With its back pushing her, it worked hard to sway its tail and desperately swam towards the distance. The great white shark swam very fast and the little dolphin had to take a person with it, so how could it outswim the shark? Seeing that the shark was going to catch up to it, the little dolphin made a desperate cry, but didn't give up on saving Xiaoxiao. One must admit that the loyalty of animals was sometimes much higher than that of people. At this critical moment, a fist-sized golden kitten blocked the shark's path. With its haughty expression and gorgeous hair, it was obviously the little divine stone. It seemed like the great white shark had never met such a creature in the ocean. At first, it was stunned and swam around the little golden kitten for a moment. Staring at the tiny golden kitten with its fierce eyes, it seemed as if it wanted to figure out what kind of creature was in front of it and whether it was edible. In the end, it gave up on the inquiry, opened its large, fierce-looking mouth, and swallowed the little golden kitten. A flash of disdain appeared within its eyes. The prey is so small that it's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Seeing the little golden kitten being swallowed by the shark, Yu Xiaoxiao pacified the little dolphin by patting it. Don't worry, we're safe now. The shark was quite pitiful. After a while, a big hole was ripped in its belly and a bloody kitten strutted out of it. It walked to Yu Xiaoxiao on its 4 paws and requested her to wash the blood on its hair. Looking at the shark, who had flipped over and was completely dead, Yu Xiaoxiao felt she couldn't just let it go to waste. So, she cut off all the fins with a knife. The shark was very big, like a submarine. If all the fins were cut off, there would be at least 10 or so caddies of shark fin. By the time Yu Xiaoxiao got on shore, it was already the evening. After the ebb tide period, the people who were gathering seafood beside the sea had already gone home. Therefore, no one saw Yu Xiaoxiao when she came on shore. She went back to the concealed area on the reef and changed her clothes. Today's harvest was quite good. She got at least 5 caddies of abalones, and even more of sea cucumbers. After making them into dried seafood, that should be enough for the Zhou family to pay tribute to the imperial court next month. Shark fin and fish maw were things that only experienced fishermen could catch, so Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't responsible for providing them. With one hand holding the shark fins and the basket of abalones and sea cucumbers in the other hand, Yu Xiaoxiao sneaked into the yard. In her heart, she thought about how she should explain to her parents. "Cower, your mother said that you've been out for the entire afternoon. What were you doing?" Yu Hai had already returned from the town and was helping his wife cook in the kitchen. He, who loved his wife dearly, didn't care about the fallacy of men should stay away from the kitchen at all. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes darted around, and then she immediately showed Yu Hai her harvest with a smile. She had an expression that said, "Guess where I got these from?" Yu Hai helped his daughter pour the abalones and sea cucumbers in the bamboo basket into a basin. He was shocked when he saw the marine goods in the basin. Yu Hai was a famous fishing expert in the nearby villages, so he was naturally also a good diver. However, He didn't think that he would be capable of catching so many top-notch seafood at once. Where exactly did this little lass get these from? Cower. Stop trying to create suspense. Tell me, where did these come from? Yu Hai couldn't help asking. Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes and had a smile on her face as she lied skillfully. I met third young Master Zhou's subordinates at the village entrance. They told me to bring them back and ask father to help make them into dried seafood. The matter of the Zhou family becoming imperial merchants who supplied the imperial court with dried seafood had been widely spread throughout Tanggu town. Yu Hai was one of the best at making dried seafood in Dongshan village. Thinking that the Zhou family had collected seafood nearby and conveniently brought it over to ask for his help to make dried seafood, he didn't inquire any further. However, Yu Hai was very curious in his heart, who was so capable as to catch so many premium quality sea cucumbers and abalones. Why didn't I hear anything about there being such an expert nearby? Yu Xiaoxiao, who had handed the job of processing the abalones, sea cucumbers, and shark fins to her father, occupied her mother with Shaolian at night. Yu Hai could only aggrievedly sleep on the same Kong bed with his eldest son, Yu Hang. When his youngest daughter wasn't at home, he missed her. But, when she was at home, she would steal his wife away from him. Yu Hai felt so conflicted. The next day, Yu Xiaoxiao, who finally had time to rest at home for a couple days, couldn't stay idle. She followed her father early in the morning and went to help in the melon fields. For the Yu family's first batch of watermelons, there wasn't really a lot of ripe watermelons. There were about 3,000 to 5,000 caddies every day. Since Wang Ergo often came to help and did his best to take care of the watermelons, he and her two maternal uncles naturally got priority for the watermelons. Wang Ergo earned quite a lot of money from selling watermelons last year, so he bought an ox cart this year. Why did he buy an ox cart and not a horse carriage? It was more economical. Think about it, he could only sell watermelons for a little over a month every year. If he bought an ox cart, he could normally pull people to town, and when he was busy with farming, he could lease the ox cart to earn money. Now, due to the Zhou family's factories, the villages around Dongshan village had become much richer than before. The people who needed to go to the town market didn't mind spending a few copper coins for a ride. The neighboring village's old Ma's cart was full every day. He could earn money faster than working at the docks. No one in the village had bought an ox cart except for the village head. The villagers of Dongshan village, who began to open up their money pouches, all lined up to rent the village chief's ox when it was time to plow. For 10 copper coins per mu, if it kept plowing for a day, then it could plow 10 or so mu of land. He would be able to earn more than 100 copper coins. One must say that when Wang Ergu's mind was used in the right way, he was quite clever in trivial matters. When they reached the melon fields, Yu Xiaoxiao's oldest aunt's family had already begun working. Lu Hu, an oldest aunt's eldest son, was already very skilled with the task of picking out the mature melons. The father and son were in charge of plucking the ripe watermelons, while Xiaoxiao's oldest aunt and her daughter were responsible for taking the watermelons to the edge of the fields. Little Fangping obediently sat by the watermelons and looked after them. Wang Ergo had already brought his ox cart to the fields and started working in the fields early in the morning. Seeing Yu Hai, he greeted him with a face full of smiles. Brother Dahai, thanks to you, I'm going to make a lot of money. It might be because he had a son now, so he had a prospect in his life. Ergozi had gotten much fatter than last year, and his previously protruding mouth and monkey-like chin had changed. He looked much better with his round face. Yu Hai smiled and said, "You worked hard to earn the money, so how is that thanks to me? Work hard and earn more money for your son and wife." Wang Ergo smiled so much that his eyes had disappeared. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Brother Dahai is right. I plan on building a house with the money I made from selling watermelons this year. Build a 5-room house with a large yard." Yu Hai patted his shoulders and said, "Not bad, not bad. I have confidence in you." At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao's two maternal uncles each drove a horse carriage over. They cooperated with a famous fruit store in the prefectural city. Every few days, they had to deliver 2 carts of watermelons over. In this way, they earned quite a lot of money from the price differences. Yu Hai and Xiaoxiao also went down the field to look for mature watermelons. Due to the tight time and heavy task, Xiao Xiao asked the little divine stone to transform into a kitten and help. The little divine stone could clearly perceive the internal structure of each watermelon. Its power hadn't recovered enough yet, otherwise, it could share everything it sees and hears with Xiao Xiao. In other words, it could see the inside of the watermelon, so if they could share perception, Xiao Xiao would also have the perspective ability. The little divine stone, who was just a step away from this state, had no choice but to move its poor little legs and shuttle through the cluster of melons, while Yu Xiao Xiao followed behind it. When it found a ripe watermelon, the little golden kitten would jump on top and meow. Xiao Xiao bent down, pretended to pat on the melon, and plucked it. The one-man one-cat cooperation became more and more tacit, and soon Xiao Xiao left her father far behind. In order to avoid repeating the work when picking watermelon, they were each divided a piece of land to work on. Yu Xiao Xiao swiftly found all the mature watermelon in the mu of land that she was assigned to, and then she went to work on another piece of land. Seeing his younger daughter's fast speed, Yu Hai was afraid that she had picked the raw melons. He went over worriedly and carefully examined the watermelons that she plucked. He was surprised to find that his younger daughter was not only more efficient than him, but none of the watermelons that she plucked were unripe. Thus, he was completely relieved now. With the little golden kitten as a cheat, Yu Xiao Xiao finished picking melons in 3 mu of land alone, and successfully completed the task. Lu Junping was also afraid that she would have missed something due to her fast speed, so he followed behind her and carefully examined the melons again. He realized that there wasn't a single ripe watermelon in the areas that his youngest female cousin had walked by. The admiration and doubts in his heart were forgotten due to the heavy work of loading the carts. After filling up Wang Ergu's and the Lu brothers' carts, there were still many watermelons left. Lu Hu suggested that he and his eldest son drive the carriage to town to sell the watermelons. Yu Hai wanted to sell the watermelons to him according to the wholesale price, and let his older brother-in-law keep the money that he earned. However, Lu Hu refused. In his opinion, his family was living and eating at the Yu family's, and he also owed them a lot of money for his medical treatments. If he took advantage of the Yu family again and earned money with the Yu family's carriage and watermelon, he would be worse than pigs or dogs. Lu Hu intended to help the Yu family sell the watermelons and give all the money that he earned to the Yu family. Yu Hai knew that his older sister and brother-in-law were going through hard times, so how could he take advantage of his older brother-in-law? When neither could convince the other, Yu Xiao Xiao finally spoke up, "Father, oldest uncle. If you guys continue to argue, the melons will rot in the ground." Yu Kaifeng glared at Yu Hai with a long face and said angrily, "Xiao Hai. You're treating older sister like a stranger. Older sister knows that you want to help me. However, as your older sister and older brother-in-law, if we take advantage of you when we can't even help you, how would we still have the face to stay in Dongshan village in the future? If you continue to be like this, we'll move." Seeing the unhappy expression on his sister's face, Yu Hai quickly explained, "Older sister, that's not what I meant. Father, oldest aunt, I have a suggestion, so why don't you hear me out?" Yu Xiao Xiao saw that both sides were very persistent and didn't have the intention to take a step back, so she came up with an idea. Yu Hai knew that his younger daughter had always been a clever child, and she must be able to think of a way to make the best of both ways. So, he nodded, repeated and said, "Cower, what's your suggestion?" "Let's hear it." "Father, oldest aunt, one thinks that oldest aunt's family has helped out a lot and felt sorry for letting her do free labor. The other felt that my father has helped you guys a lot, so you feel more at ease by doing some work." Yu Xiao Xiao first analyzed the mentality of both sides. Upon hearing that, Yu Hai and the Yu Kaifeng couple nodded in agreement. "Oldest aunt, oldest uncle, what are your plans for the future?" Yu Xiao Xiao suddenly asked. Lu Hu seriously thought about it for a moment and said, "I have discussed with your aunt. After the busy period for your family have passed, we will apply for a piece of land with the village chief, build a shack, and move out. Dahai, listen to me. I'm also an upright and dauntless man, so I won't rely on my younger brother-in-law to survive. If I did, wouldn't people criticize me behind my back?" Without waiting for Yu Hai to dissuade him, he continued, "Don't worry, as a man, would I not be able to support my wife and children? When I was in the northeast, I often went up the mountains to hunt for game to improve our lives. As long as I don't go too deep into the West Mountain, there are still many preys. With my body, I'm not worried about not being able to find a job at the docks. Your older brother-in-law isn't as capable as you, but I won't starve your older sister and the kids. After several days of rest, Luhu's body had already completely recovered. He was a typical man from the northeast, who had a tall and sturdy build and was very strong. Yu Hai, who was also a head of a household, put himself in his older brother-in-law's shoes and thought that he was right. As a man, one couldn't rely on others all the time. Oldest aunt, oldest uncle, I can understand that you guys don't want to burden my father, but we can't let you guys work for nothing. Look, the people who come to help pick the vegetables every day can make 20 copper coins daily. You guys helped plant corn and look after the melon fields, busily working the entire day. If we don't do anything, we're afraid that the villagers will say that we're taking you guys as free laborers and working you to death. Yu Xiaosao expressed her father's concerns. On the one hand, Yu Hai wanted to help his sister and her husband. On the other hand, he was afraid that people would gossip behind their backs. Yu Xiaosao stopped briefly, and then said, as the saying goes, even blood brothers need to settle accounts without ambiguity. Oldest aunt, oldest uncle, how about this? In the past, we sold watermelons per unit. The big ones cost 5 taels, while the smaller ones were 4 taels. At the end, we sold the remaining ones for 2 or 3 taels. You can pull the carriage to the side of Junsho restaurant and tell the manager that it belongs to our family and that you want to set up a stall there. He definitely won't stop you. Since you're helping us sell the watermelons, we can't let you do it for free. For every watermelon you sell, we'll give you a commission of 20 copper coins. What do you think? Yu Xiaosao didn't want to take advantage of her relatives, but she knew that if the commission was too high, her aunt and uncle wouldn't definitely disagree. A watermelon for 20 copper coins, and there would be at least 30 to 40 watermelons on a cart. If they pulled 2 carts to town daily, her oldest aunt's family could earn an income of at least a little more than 1 tael. With the yield of her family's watermelons, there was enough to be sold for at least a month. At that time, her oldest aunt's family could use the money earned from selling watermelons to build a decent house. Oldest aunt had already decided to settle down in Dongshan village, so it necessary for her to have a house of her own. Oldest uncle wanted to build a shack, which would be fine in the summer and fall. However, with the winter temperature in the north, they would freeze to death. Yu Kaifeng wanted to say something else, but her eldest son stopped her by pulling on the edge of her clothes. Lu Junping whispered in his mother's ears, "Mother, let's just do as younger cousin said. We don't have the ability right now. We will have a long time to repay their kindness in the future. Even if we continue to argue until the evening, there still won't be any results." Yu Kaifeng felt conflicted for a moment. She knew that once her younger brother made a decision, even 8 horses wouldn't be able to pull him back. Xiaosao's suggestion should be her younger brother's biggest compromise. As her eldest son said, they still had a lot of time ahead of them. If her younger brother's family needs help, she could help them do more work. During the farming seasons, the whole family could go help out. They could slowly repay their kindness. In the end, both sides took a step back and accepted the plan proposed by Xiaosao. It was getting late, so Luhu and his son swiftly loaded a carriage and headed to Tanggu town. The father and son initially thought that they wouldn't be able to sell many 5 taels watermelons. Who would have thought as soon as they entered the town with a cart full of watermelons that they would be constantly asked if the watermelons were for sale? Were the watermelons from the Dongshan village's Yu family? Where were they selling them? The horse carriage soon arrived near Junsho restaurant. Luhu went in and told the head manager what Xiaosao had taught him. The head manager not only agreed, but he also sent a worker to help set up the stall. After that, he gallantly ordered 10 watermelons as today's free fruit trays. The stall wasn't even set up yet, but 1/3 of the watermelons on the cart had been sold. Luhu held 5 ingots, which were worth 10 taels each, and felt as if he was in a dream. In fact, he didn't even have time to stay in a daze. When last year's customers heard the news, they hurriedly sent their servants over to buy the watermelons, for fear that they would be too late and return empty-handed. In front of the stand that Luhu and his son had just set up, they were suddenly surrounded by over 10 people. There was someone shouting for 2, and another person who wanted to buy 5. The scene was chaotic. Lu Hu and his son protected the watermelon on the stand, for fear that they would be smashed by someone. At the same time, they shouted at the top of their lungs, "Don't push! Don't push! Everyone, stop pushing!" The head manager of Junsho restaurant couldn't stand it anymore and quickly came to help, saying, "Please line up to buy watermelons. There is enough for everyone. If this cart is sold out, you can make a reservation first. Another cart will be sent over in the afternoon." When Lu Hu and his son heard that, they said in agreement, "Yes. That's right. Line up. Please line up. We won't sell them to those who aren't lined up." Most of the people who came to buy watermelons were servants of respected people in town, and some of them knew each other. Hearing Junsho restaurant's head manager say that there was enough for everyone, and at the latest, they would be able to buy them in the afternoon, they stopped frantically rushing forward like earlier. Soon, a crooked line was formed in front of a simple stall. The street was regarded as street that sold luxury products in Tanggu town, which was visited more often by the rich. Moreover, all the shops were furnished in a rather fancy manner. People were usually dismissive of stalls that were set up with several pieces of boards, like Lu Hu and his sons. Pedestrian on the street looked over with curious gazes. Suddenly, a girl's excited scream resounded through the skies, "Wow! Watermelon! Watermelon! Older sister of the Zhuang family, I told you that it's about time for the Yu family to start selling their watermelons. Today is indeed a worthwhile trip." Eldest young Miss Zhuang moved to the side with her maidservant, for fear that others would know that she was with this idiot. Wasn't it just watermelon? It wasn't like they had never eaten it before, so was it necessary for her to be so excited? Eldest young Miss Zhuang would never admit that the watermelons that her eldest brother brought back from the capital couldn't compare with the Yu family's. They didn't taste good and there wasn't enough edible flesh inside. They were so small, and the price was too expensive. "Shower, go ask if the watermelons are from the Yu family. What's the price this year?" Although eldest young Miss Zhuang disliked the unpresentable watermelon stand, she missed the taste of the Yu family's watermelons. So, of course, she was reluctant to leave. The maidservant in a green dress beside eldest young Miss Zhuang quickly agreed and ran to the stall to inquire. Next to her, it was the second steward of the Yao estates. "Turn to choose watermelons." He glared at her and said, "If you want to buy watermelons, go line up in the back. They won't sell it to you if you're not in line." Choer ignored him and asked the questions that her young miss told her to ask. She looked at the few watermelons left on the carriage and returned to her young miss with a worried face. She said, "Young miss, the watermelons sold at the stall are indeed from the Yu family, but we might not be able to get any today." Miss Wang held her bulging purse and stared at the decreasing number of watermelons. In order to be able to eat to her heart's content this year, she had saved up money for more than half a year. These days, in order to check whether the Yu family's watermelons were up on the market, she found reasons to wander on this street every day. Even the soles of her shoes were about to be worn out. "The Yu family's watermelons are finally here, but I can't buy them. What a pity. Oh, that's right. Didn't the Yu family accept reservations for their watermelons last year? If I order 2 today, I will be able to eat the juicy and delicious watermelon by tomorrow at the latest. I need to quickly line up now." Miss Wang didn't personally line up with a group of servants. She handed the money to her little maid and told her to quickly get in the queue. Seeing that the queue was getting longer and longer, the head manager suggested that Lu Hu and his son put forth a purchase restriction. Each person could only buy 2 watermelons at most. Even so, the 40-some watermelons on the carriage were quickly sold out. Moreover, they didn't have time to categorize them by size. As soon as the watermelons were placed on the stand, they would immediately have a buyer. The customers acted very swiftly as if they were afraid that the watermelons would be taken by the people in the back if they moved too slowly. Lu Hu only needed to collect the money. Those who didn't get to make a purchase continued to wait in line to make a reservation. Lu Hu and his son didn't know how to write, so the head manager got a staff of the restaurant to help them record the orders. During the registration process, Lu Hu told his son to wait there while he hurriedly drove the horse carriage back to Dongshan village. There were still at least 2 carts of the watermelons picked in the morning. Yu Kaifeng, who was weeding in the nearby cornfield, saw that her husband had returned after only half a day and curiously asked about it. When she found out the blazing popularity of the Five Tails watermelons in town, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The townsfolks are indeed rich. In Dongshan village, even if the whole family worked hard for a month, they still might not have enough money to buy a watermelon. They would be reluctant to even eat fine rice and wheat flour, let alone those expensive things. Under Lu Hu's urge, Yu Kaifeng didn't have time to be in a daze and quickly helped load the cart. There was a total of over 50 watermelons on the cart. By the time the second cart of watermelons arrived in town, it was already afternoon. Many of the servants, who made reservations at the stall, were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get their products in the afternoon, so they just waited there without eating. Lu Hu's second cart of watermelons was just enough for the orders made in the morning. Those who got the news later could only make reservations for tomorrow. When the second cart was also sold out, the sun was high above their heads. Following Yu Xiaoxiao's instructions, the father and son carried the heavy silver to the Zhou family's bank and exchanged them for banknotes. After that, they drove the carriage back home. The father and son were extremely thrilled. They had never seen so much shiny silver. 2 carts of watermelons were sold for a total of 485 taels. Fortunately, the bank wasn't very far away. Otherwise, they would be extremely exhausted just by carrying the money over. Father, we sold 97 watermelons today. Younger cousin said they will give us 20 copper coins for each one. Doesn't that mean that we can get about 2 taels? Lu Junping clenched his fist with slight excitement. Lu Hu was silent for a long time before he sighed and said, Junping, you must firmly remember your uncle's kindness to us. In the future, pay more attention to their family's affairs. We owe them a big favor. In Lu Hu's opinion, an adult laborer, who worked hard for an entire day, would only be able to earn 35 copper coins. The father-son pair had merely traveled to town twice and didn't do much heavy labor, yet they were able to make nearly 2 taels of silver. This was his younger brother-in-law's family helping them all. When they got home, Lu Hu and his son placed 4 100 taels banknotes, 1 50 taels banknote, and 35 taels of silver in front of Yu Hai's family. When Yu Hai gave them the share that they deserved, Lu Hu didn't refuse anymore. His family engraved this kindness deeply into their hearts. Once the other party needed them, his whole family would do whatever they could to repay them. With the help of oldest aunt's family, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have to be like last year when she was so busy that her heels barely touched the floor. When the watermelons were finally up on the market, the merchants and villagers, who they previously made a deal with, all began to buy wholesale watermelons from the Yu family. Prince Jing's estate sent watermelons as gifts, and helped some people find a business opportunity. They inquired about the origin of the watermelons and traveled all the way to Dongshan village in search of the Yu family. They wanted to use their status to suppress the Yu family so that they would only supply watermelons to their own family. This merchant was closely connected with an idle prince of the imperial family. With the assumption that his status was far superior than them, wouldn't it be very easy to take control of a little peasant family? This merchant was quite unlucky. When he went to threaten the Yu family, Royal Prince Yang had just happened to come to Dongshan village for an inspection and caught him in the act. Royal Prince Yang knew that the member of the imperial family that this merchant was close with was his imperial uncle, who didn't care about anything and was obsessed with cultivation of Taoism. He had a good relationship with the Prince Jing estate. This merchant was the younger brother of one of his concubines. He always used the prince's name to dominate the market, and specially picked businessmen with no special background or support to suppress. Unexpectedly, he was actually trying to bully his people today. Zhu Junyang didn't notice that he had automatically taken the Yu family under his wings. In his opinion, the Yu family was currently working for him and contributing to the imperial court. The merchant was merely the younger brother of a concubine. Who gave him the courage to act atrociously here? With Zhu Junyang's violent temper, he immediately ordered his imperial bodyguards to arrest the tactless guy, escort him to his imperial uncle, and explain the situation. Imperial Prince Cheng had long been dissatisfied with this idiot. He always used his status as his younger brother-in-law to cause trouble outside, bringing dishonor to his face. He immediately ordered him to be beaten with a wooden plank, and then he kicked him and his older sister out of the estate. Zhu Junyang saw that the Yu family had picked more than enough watermelons every day and heard from Xiaoxiao that watermelons could be kept for at least half a month, so he had his subordinates transport several carts back and sell them in a fruit store under his lady mother's name. Not to mention that it wasn't the season for watermelons to be on the market. Even if it was the time for watermelons to be sold, the price in the capital would be multiple folds higher than that of Tanggu town. To hoard a rare commodity and sell it at a high price. The capital didn't lack wealthy royalties, high-ranking officials, and noble lords. It was often said that one might be able to randomly throw a rod and hit several fifth-rank officials on the street in the capital, let alone rich merchants. The business of Princess Consort Jing's fruits and candied fruits store suddenly boomed. This store's shopkeeper was also an excellent businessman. The quantity of watermelons delivered was limited. Thus, he unknowingly used the hunger marketing strategy of later generations and adopted the measure of limited sales. Only 20 watermelons were sold each day, and each person could only purchase 1 watermelon per day. There were people lining up in front of the fruit shop every day. It was not my turn today, nor tomorrow, but it would be my turn the day after tomorrow, right? For a while, it was hard to get a melon in the capital. Those who had a good relationship with Prince Jing's estate tried everything possible to buy a watermelon. Fortunately, Princess Consort Jing wasn't in the capital, or there would have been more for her to be troubled by. She was hiding in Tanggu to avoid the disturbance, but it was bitter for Prince Jing. Imagine always being blocked at the entrance of the court hall after getting off court every day. Even those incidental acquaintances all came up to try to exploit their connection with him by acting friendly. Also, they could buy some stupid watermelon. When did so many of his colleagues turn into foodies? Your Highness Imperial Prince Jing, please stay. Prince Jing, who was rejoicing that there was no one waiting for him in front of the court, had decided to leave before the people behind him came out. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice stopped him. Looking back, it turned out to be the iron-faced Prime Minister, Yuan Mufan I. The two of them had no connection in the past. Due to a radical and steady difference in their political opinions, they often competed in court until their faces and ears were red. When meeting out of court, they kept up appearances of incidental acquaintances. Prime Minister Yuan wasn't usually someone who paid attention to the desires of food, so why was he stopping him? Yuan Mufan's face was slightly red from Prince Jing's confused gaze. He coughed to cover up his embarrassment. If possible, he didn't want to ask others for help, moreover, it was for such an unspeakable reason. But, he had no other choice since filial piety was greater than the heavens. In order to get his father stay in the capital for a few more days, and let him, as a son, show filial piety, he was willing to risk being embarrassed. Let's talk somewhere quieter. Prime Minister Yuan took Imperial Prince Jing to a nearby tea house. He asked for a private room and ordered a pot of quality tea. Prince Jing took a sip of tea and dismissed the server making the tea. Seeing that Prime Minister Yuan wouldn't speak, he asked directly, "What is the problem, Prime Minister Yuan? If there is anything I can help you with, I definitely will." Imperial Prince Jing inherited the retired emperor's frank personality and hated the garrulous traits of the scholars. Prime Minister Yuan gritted his teeth and said what he wanted in one breath. It turned out that the Prime Minister's father, the great scholar Yuan Xinian, was finally back in the capital. After living in his son's house for a short while, he insisted on returning to Tanggu town, upon hearing that there wasn't a place selling watermelons in the capital. He kept saying, "That last Xiaoxiao's watermelons should be ripe now. I haven't had that girl's braised pig's head meat in so long. I wonder what kind of specialty she created for her brother this week." The only thing he thought about was food. The Prime Minister's youngest son, Yuan Yunshi, came back to the capital to prepare for the autumn examination. Our headmaster Yuan originally agreed that he would wait until his grandson finished his exams before going back to Tanggu town. Even so, he couldn't sit still as soon as he heard about watermelon. He had already sent people to Tanggu town to buy some, but the time it took to make the trip and come back was at least 5 or 6 days. However, his father was becoming more and more impatient. It was no wonder that people said one's temper would become more like a child's as one got older. "Your Highness, can you, please give me 2 watermelons from your fruit shop?" His face was red with shame. It had never occurred to Prime Minister Yuan that he would have to go ask someone for watermelons one day. For the sake of his beloved wife's fruit shop, Prince Jing had been utterly exhausted recently. In his opinion, if he quickly sold all those troublesome watermelons, then he wouldn't have to think about it and he wouldn't be offending anyone. Prime Minister Yuan's character had always been very upright and his filial piety for his father couldn't be more commendable. Imperial Prince Jing couldn't refuse him, so he readily agreed. With 2 watermelons, the iron-faced Prime Minister would owe him a favor. It was a good deal. Go to the Princess Consort's fruit shop and take 2 watermelons to the Prime Minister's estate. Remember, don't go in through the front and get it from the back of the store. Just say that it's this prince's order. He immediately ordered his bodyguard. Prime Minister Yuan cupped his hands and bowed gratefully at him. Prince Jing lowered his head and took a sip of tea. Putting down his cup, he said, "Brother Yuan, if there isn't anything else." "Thank you very much, Your Highness. I will prepare some good wine one day, please come then, Prince Jing." Prime Minister Yuan also was in a hurry to get back to his estate to see if his father throwing a tantrum about wanting to go back to Tanggu Town again. After Imperial Prince Jing left, Prime Minister Yuan didn't stay for long before hurrying back to his estate. As expected, our headmaster Yuan, who had a small baggage in his hand, was impatiently letting someone prepare a carriage to take him back to Tanggu Town, regardless of how others tried to stop him. Seeing that his grandfather's stubborn temper was acting up again, Yuan Yunshi didn't dare to try too hard to stop him. He just said, "Grandfather, I have already sent people to line up to buy watermelons. If you leave today, you won't be able to eat the watermelons. Once I get to Tanggu Town and tell the last Xiaosao, I can eat as much watermelons as I want. Why do I wait in line for 2 days for 1 watermelon? It's not even my turn to." Yuan Xinian heard that a batch of watermelons were shipped to the capital from Tanggu Town 2 days ago, so he happily sent people to go buy them. In the end, since the shop was backed by Imperial Prince Jing, they didn't have to show respect to Prime Minister's estate. After waiting for 2 days and not even getting a watermelon peel, Yuan Xinian was extremely angry. Once he was back in Tanggu Town, he would buy a lot of watermelons, 1 to eat, 1 to throw away, and 1 to use as a ball to kick. "Grandfather, it's our turn to eat in the private room of Junsho restaurant. If you leave, you won't be able to eat the food there." Yuan Yunshi, who grew up beside his grandfather, naturally understood his foodie nature. If he wanted him to stay, he had to use food as the offensive. Yuan Xinian became even angrier at the mention of the capital's Junsho restaurant. His beard was blowing as he said, "The kid from the Zhou family isn't very loyal. To go so far as to not leave me a personal private room, and I have to wait in line to eat in the private room. In Tanggu Town, as long as the lassie Xiaosao says something, I can go eat whenever I want. What need is there for me to line up?" Yu Xiaosao's position in Tanggu's Junsho restaurant was equivalent to that of half a boss. Thus, she had her own private room. She didn't need to wait in line to eat or to entertain guests. However, there were very few opportunities for her to go eat, and she didn't have many friends who could make her treat them at Junsho restaurant, so the room was usually left unused. When Yu Xiaosao went to deliver food to her younger brother, she would always give his benefactor, Headmaster Yuan, a share. Once, she heard the cute old foodie complain that he couldn't get a place to eat in the Junsho restaurant, so she generously lent her private room to him. In other words, Headmaster Yuan could freely use Xiaosao's private room in Junsho restaurant whenever she wasn't using it, which was the same as Headmaster Yuan having an appointment-free private room in Junsho restaurant. This allowed the little old man to show off in front of his friends for a while. At Junsho restaurant, besides the Zhou family, only Xiaosao had an exclusive private room. How enviable was it to be able to eat at Junsho restaurant without having to wait in line and without reservation. Headmaster Yuan felt smug for a while due to the envious gazes of his friends. After arriving in the capital, all the preferential treatment disappeared. Headmaster Yuan felt disappointed. Just when Yuan Xinian was persistent on leaving, Prime Minister Yuan arrived with the man who was delivering the watermelons. "Father, the watermelons have been bought. I must try the watermelons that father has been praising. How would it taste?" With a gentle smile on his face, Prime Minister Yuan didn't seem to see the small baggage in his father's hand and had someone carry the watermelons into the reception hall of outer courtyard. Yuan Sinian recognized that the watermelons in the servant's hands were planted by the Yu family with a glance. The watermelons in the capital were small and unpalatable. For watermelons, he still had to eat those of Tengu's Yu families. Upon seeing the watermelons, he seemed to have forgotten he was going back to Tengu. His feet were automatically and spontaneously attracted to the watermelons. When Yuan Sinian heard his son's words, he hummed and said, "When you eat it, you will understand. At that time, you can't steal mine." Prime Minister Yuan's mind was at a loss whether to cry or laugh. "Do you think I'm the same as you?" In the capital, watermelons were cut from the middle and eaten with a spoon. Yuan Sinian was instructing the servants in high spirits on how to cut the watermelons into triangular pieces. Unable to hold himself back, he took a piece and bit into it. Yes, that's the taste. Sweet to the heart. From the corner of his eye, he saw his son's surprised expression. He said nonchalantly, "Unfortunately, the watermelon isn't as fresh. If it was just picked from the ground, it's crisper and sweeter." After finishing one piece, he saw that his son was taking another piece and hurriedly stopped him. "Didn't you say you wouldn't steal mine? Trying one piece is enough. How can you be addicted already?" Prime Minister Yuan looked at the watermelon that weighed at least 15 or 16 catties and replied in a helpless manner, "Father, you can't eat such a big watermelon alone. If you eat watermelon that has been left out for a long time after being cut, you will get a stomachache." Yuan Sinian glares at him and said to Yuan Yunshi, "Yunshi, send half to your mother and sisters-in-law in the back courtyard and let them taste it. Watermelons are cooled in nature, so tell your sisters-in-law to be careful and don't let the children eat too much." Yuan Yunshi was the youngest son in the family. He had just turned 17 years old this year. He had 2 older brothers and 2 older sisters. Both of his brothers were married and had children, and both sisters had also gotten married. His eldest brother's child had just turned 3, and was especially cute at this time. Headmaster Yuan, being a great-grandfather, would think about the little guy whenever he had some delicious food. Yuan Yunshi's brothers had jokingly said that only this little guy, whose hair hadn't even grown in yet, could snatch food from the lion's mouth. Because of these 2 watermelons, the Prime Minister's household managed to keep the old urchin, who had been crying to go back to Tengu Town, from leaving. However, Royal Prince Yong, who was in Tengu Town, didn't realize the trouble he had caused his father just because he wanted to make some convenient pocket money. Later, Prince Jing wrote a letter to Princess Consort Jing and ruthlessly complained about his youngest son. Royal Prince Yong, at this moment, was sitting in a garden full of vegetables, drinking tea and enjoying the sight of new greenery. In contrast to his leisure, poor Yu Xiaosao was working hard in the kitchen due to the great Buddha in the yard. "Yu Xiaosao, this prince wants to eat tomatoes." At the end of spring, there weren't many fruits to eat. The Yu family's tomatoes were sour, sweet and juicy, which tasted better than many of the fruits that Zhu Junyang had eaten. These days, Zhu Junyang used the excuse of official business to come to the Yu's house to eat every day. This guy's mouth was very picky. If Yu Xiaosao didn't personally cook, then he would always find something wrong with the food. The village head, who wished he could put up offerings for this guy, repeatedly asked her to treat the royal prince well. Yu Xiaosao, who was making honey abalone, angrily shouted at him, "If you want to eat it, then go and pick it yourself, all right." Today, when Royal Prince Yong saw the abalones that were drying out in their yard, he casually ordered the dish, honey abalone. Yu Xiaosao finally had a chance to go into the sea to help third young master Zhou prepare the portions needed for the palace next month. All that hard work was ruined by his one word. It looked like she would have to go into the sea again these few days. Madame Lu, who was acting as an assistant, glanced at her and whispered, "The other person is a royal prince, a member of the imperial family. Just because he has a good temper, it doesn't mean you can take advantage of it. Regardless of his identity, the visitor is a guest. If the guest has any requests, the host should try to satisfy them. That is hospitality." After scolding her daughter a few times, Madame Lu put a piece of firewood in the stove and stood up. She walked over to the kitchen door and said, "Our family's cow has a childish temper, please don't take offense. I'll go help you pick." Zhu Junyang was also curious about the vegetable plots in the backyard. He put down his cup, slowly stood up, and said to Madame Lu, "No need. I'm currently idle and have nothing to do. I'll go to the backyard and take a look." "Go ahead and continue your work." Zhu Junyang left the capital on the orders of the emperor this time. He could stay until the corn and potatoes were ripe. Therefore, head steward Lu, who closely served him, also came. What did it mean to closely serve? Naturally, it meant that he will be wherever the master went. "Master, let this old servant go pick it." Although the royal prince still only had one expression on his face, that is to say, there was no expression, head steward Lu could hear his master's politeness toward Madame Lu from his tone. His master never said false words to people. There were no exceptions, even for the so-called noble-ranked women of the capital. Why did the prince make an exception for this Madame Lu, who was just a countrywoman? For the past few days, head steward Lu observed that it was not only Madame Lu that his master treated differently. What did the Yu family have for the prince to regard them specially? Could it be the matter of Yu Hai saving the master's life? That didn't seem right. Before the prince went out to sea, he had already met the Yu family at the pier. At that time, he still had a cold and cool attitude and didn't pay them any attention. Was it possibly because the Yu family had helped the prince with his problems, and could grow corn and potatoes? The men under the master were much more capable and had made outstanding contributions, yet the master never praised them for doing a good job. Just what magic potion did the Yu family give his master? Head steward Lu was just in the middle of puzzling, and his master had already passed through the round doors into the backyard, coming to a more open vegetable field. Unlike the leafy green vegetables planted in the front yard, the vegetables in the backyard were more abundant. On the surrounding walls, there were many sponge gourds with yellow flowers on them. On rows of bamboo racks, there are long fresh green beans, jade green cucumbers, fresh and tender calabashes, and golden pumpkins. In the well-planned vegetable field, the purple eggplants had a mysterious luster in the sunlight, the red and green pointy peppers covered the branches, and the tomatoes were like little lanterns sticking out of the leaves. The entire backyard was filled with the joys of harvest. Seeing that his master's cold personality was gradually warming up, head steward Lu was rather relieved. It seemed that the master had an affinity for the rural scenery. Maybe after staying here for a while, the master will gradually turn back into the carefree little boy from when he was a child. While head steward Lu was moved to the point that his nose tingled, Zhu Junyang had picked a tender cucumber from the cucumber rack and chewed it up in his mouth. As soon as head steward Lu saw it, he hurried forward. "Master, let this servant wash it for you before you eat it." "No need, I saw Yu Xiaosao eat it like this last time." Zhu Junyang took another bite. The crispy and tender cucumber was full of juice, refreshing and thirst-quenching. That little girl is used to living in the countryside. If she eats unclean food, it's all right. "Master, you are delicate and pampered. If you get a stomachache, what will we do?" Head steward Lu said in his mind. At this time, Zhu Junyang came to the tomato field. Searching carefully, he finally found a red and colorful tomato under a cluster of thick leaves. The Yu family didn't have to worry about selling their vegetables. There were many carriages that came to buy them every day. Tomatoes can be eaten raw or cooked. Naturally, they were one of the more popular vegetables for the rich people in town. To be able to find one or two out of the vegetable fields that didn't get sold was considered lucky already. Zhu Junyang could care less about his new shoes that were dirtied by the newly watered soil. With a sense of achievement, he found 5 ripe tomatoes in the tomato field. He returned from the backyard content, with a tomato in his mouth and the rest in his pocket. He looked very casual and at ease. He stomped the dirt off his feet and stomped toward the kitchen instead of sitting at the stone table. He rushed inside and hurriedly said to the busy Yu Xiaosao, "Yu Xiaosao, I want to eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Yu Xiaosao, who was struggling with the honey abalone, didn't seem to hear him as she was trying to mix the sauce over and over again. Yu Xiaosao didn't know how to make everything. In her previous life, she had made a lot of homemade dishes and she had some talent at cooking, so naturally, the taste of the food was quite good. However, abalone was very precious and her home wasn't near the sea in her previous life, so she hadn't seen much abalone, let alone cooked with it. Thankfully, the current head chef of Junshou Restaurant, Yang Feng, who was also the apprentice of the previous head chef Wang, once made honey abalone in front of her. It didn't look hard when she saw him make it, so why was it so hard now that she was making it? Yu Xiaosao, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or mute? Ever since he had further contact with the Yu family, Zhu Junyang had also become more and more impolite with Yu Xiaosao. He used to politely call her, Miss Yu. Now, he not only called her directly by her given name, but he also ordered her like she was his servant. He always commanded her to do either this or that. Yu Xiaosao was almost annoyed to death by him. Neither deaf nor mute, the cook can't be distracted while cooking, otherwise, the food that comes out won't be edible. Young royal prince, go stay where you are supposed to stay. Yu Xiaosao had also found out the truth about the young royal prince's temper. He looked ruthless, but he wasn't actually that aloof and didn't seem that bad-tempered. At least, after being in contact with him so much, she had never seen him really lose his temper. Yu Xiaosao, who didn't have the consciousness of someone from the lower class, was speaking more impolitely to him the more tired she became. Madame Lu and the rest of the family broke out in cold sweat from her antics from time to time. The royal prince looked young, but he wasn't easy to get along with. If she infuriated the royal prince, getting hit with wooden planks would be the lightest punishment she would receive, while losing her life could be the harshest punishment. Wasn't this how the plays always turned out? Their little daughter was really brave to challenge the royal prince's bottom line over and over again. I think the kitchen is a pretty good place. Staying here wouldn't be bad. Zhu Junyang didn't get angry and even made a rare joke. Head steward Lu was so surprised that his chin could have dropped to the ground and hit his foot. Was this the cold-faced prince who scared children into crying and the one who wouldn't allow strangers close to him? When did he change his personality? Yu Xiaosao was speechless for a moment. All right. If you're not afraid of breathing in oily smoke, then you can stay all you like. Zhu Junyang watched as she poured the sauce for the third time and couldn't help but say, there are dishes that you can't make. Actually, I'm not actually that picky. When I was on the boat, I even ate raw fish. Don't be nervous, just cook it until it's not raw anymore. I won't think what you made is bad. In truth, he only said that because he didn't want her to keep attempting only to face failure again and again. Yet, the words that came out of his mouth still made her want to beat him up. Yu Xiaosao ignored him, and finally blended the flavor that she wanted. Only then did she peel the abalones, wash, and scored them with cross-shaped lines on top. Next, she put them in a bowl and added egg whites and starch before evenly mixing it together. She then steamed the abalones for a few minutes in the pot. The abalones she caught was on the larger side, so they needed to be steamed longer before they were cooked all the way through. She cleaned the fresh mushrooms that she found from the coral, cut them into small pieces, and quickly blanched them in boiling water before taking them out. Then, she sautéed them in oil with ginger, scallion, and garlic. Afterwards, she added the seasoning she had just mixed using savory broth, salt, pepper, MSG, and sesame oil, and simmered the whole mixture into a thick sauce. After the abalone was steamed, she poured the sauce on top. The sweet-smelling honey abalone was finally done. It smells authentic. I wonder how it will taste. Zhu Junyang gently sniffed the fragrance floating in the air and praised. Yu Xiaosao walked over to him and took the tomato from his hand. She rolled her eyes and said, this is my first time making it, so I can't guarantee if the taste is good or bad. Make do with it and eat it. Young royal prince, our family is just an ordinary family. In the future, can you please not order dishes with abalones or sea cucumbers? Oh, are you complaining to me? Your family is just ordinary farmers, yet 10 carts of vegetables and 7 to 8 carts of watermelons are sold every day. Even if a business in town is booming, their monthly income can't match the money your family is making in a day. I just ate some of your abalones and your heart is already hurting. Stingy. In front of Yu Xiaosao, Zhu Junyang was no longer the cold-faced prince with few words. One wrong move and he could become a chatterbox. Head steward Lu had a frightened expression. He couldn't have followed a fake prince, right? Yu Xiaosao had a glib tongue, so of course, she wouldn't lose to him. Young royal prince, we are only making money these past few days. Watermelon is only in season for at most 1 more month. With just vegetables, how much money can we earn? We, the common people, depend on the weather for food. When we have money, we have to think about the days when we won't have any money. Unlike you, your salary isn't going down while you are walking around and freeloading meals off of people. You have a royal occupation, so how can you know the sufferings of the common people? Zhu Junyang knew about the Yu family's situation. When they hadn't separated from the main family, they didn't have enough to eat or wear and had to work and be scolded. Thinking of this last being on the verge of dying several times due to serious illnesses, a tender and protective feeling rose from his heart. Zhu Junyang softly said, "Don't worry. As long as the corn and potatoes grow well, the imperial court definitely won't treat you badly. With your family's talent in farming, I can help put in some good words with the emperor. Maybe he'll approve you to be an agricultural official. At that time, you guys can also eat public meals and receive an imperial salary." "No, please don't." Yu Xiaoxiao's face was so frightened as if he were a monster. Stepping to the side a bit, she continued, "Young royal prince, I know that you are trying to be kind, but us, common people, have no roots or foundations in the imperial court. Even if we become a small official, in the ranks of the court, we are still cannon fodder. Let's not do this, all right? Who said you guys had no roots? I will be your backer. Who would dare to touch my people?" With a cold face, Zhu Junyang started emitting cold air. However, he was interested in the words, cannon fodder. He wanted to ask what they meant, but he was afraid the little lass would say that he was ignorant, so he stayed silent. "Yes, yes, yes. You are powerful. No matter how powerful you are, you still have to eat right. Here, scrambled eggs with tomatoes." While talking, Yu Zhuoxiao had quickly cooked up the last dish. Just as she was about to bring it over to the stone table in the courtyard, Zhu Junyang, that door god, blocked the way, so she slipped the vegetables into his hands. Zhu Junyang looked down at the bright red and golden, scrambled eggs with tomato, and then looked at Xiaoxiao, who had turned around to scoop out the rice. What does she mean? Is she telling me to take the dishes out for her? This lass's courage is growing bigger and bigger. She even dares to order this prince around. When head steward Lu saw this, his expression changed and he hurriedly rushed over to take the dish out of his master's hands. Head steward Lu's heart shuddered and he thought, "My little ancestor, how can you order the royal prince to take the dishes? Isn't this just asking a venerable old man to go hang himself, to go seek death?" Unexpectedly, his master didn't appreciate his actions and dodged his hands. He carried the plate in one hand, held his other hand elegantly behind his back and walked out of the kitchen. "Get out of the way. Here comes the rice." Yu Xiaoxiao's voice rang out just as Zhu Junyang set the dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes down on the table. When he turned around, he saw that the lass, as if she was doing acrobatic, holding a big bowl of rice in one hand and had a teetering plate on top of two adjacent bowls in the other hand. Without thinking, Zhu Junyang reached out and took the plate of stir-fried spoon worms with chives on top. As if he had seen something extraordinary, head steward Lu's eyes almost fell out of his eye socket. They could say the dish just now was given by Miss Yu, so his master just brought it out. However, his master actually took the initiative to help Miss Yu with the dishes. This, should they check to see if the master had been substituted by someone. When Yu Xiaoxiao passed by head steward Lu, he grabbed her and quietly whispered, "Miss Yu, if you have any work, feel free to tell me. Don't be embarrassed about it." Yu Xiaoxiao saw that most of the dishes were already brought out, so she waved her hand and said with a smile, "There's nothing for you to do. You can just sit and wait to eat the meal." How could the servant just sit and wait to eat, while the master serves the food? Did he still want to live? "Young royal prince, do you want to have steamed bun or rice?" Head steward Lu wanted to say something else, but he was interrupted by the clear and melodious voice of Yu Xiaoxiao. Seeing that his master had looked over, and even glared at him, head steward Lu tactfully closed his mouth. Not only was Zhu Junyang not angry at Xiaoxiao for letting him bring out the dishes, but he also thought it was a new experience. When eating at home, there were usually people serving them, so it looked comfortable and relaxed. But, in fact, there was a lack of ambiance. Unlike his family, even Yu Hai, who came back from the fields, helped distribute the bowls and chopsticks. The feeling of the whole family working together gave off an overflowing sense of warmth. After helping bring out the two dishes, Zhu Junyang suddenly felt he was no longer a high-ranking prince nor the enviable third son of Prince Jing, but instead he had integrated into the warm family and became a part of them. You guys, there's no need for a separate table. Just eat with this prince. Zhu Junyang expressed an, "It's a great honor for you to eat dinner with me," attitude. In actuality, he had longed for the atmosphere of smiling and talking while eating, like the Yu family. Yu Hai was going to decline, but Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't going to act courteous with him. She merged the two tables of dishes into one, and quickly set up the stools. Zhu Junyang looked Yu Hai and blocked his words of refusal with a simple, "Sit down." Head steward Lu was numb already. Ever since coming to Dongshan village, the master had become less and less like himself. Looking at the little master, who he had watched grow up, he felt that, with the Yu family, the master felt more and more human. This didn't seem to be a bad thing. "You don't need to wait on me here, go eat." Zhu Junyang saw head steward Lu standing behind him, holding chopsticks and ready to try the dishes for poison, so he sent him away. Head steward Lu's eyes became tearful, he could finally eat a hot meal. The Yu family's meals were all cooked in one pot, there was a portion set aside for him from every dish. Head steward Lu usually insisted on serving the master himself, so by the time it was his turn to eat, the food had already gotten cold. Head steward Lu was old and his stomach wasn't as good as when he was young. After a cold meal, he would always have a dull pain in his stomach. When he was in the estate, it wasn't as bad. As the head steward, his disciples and followers, who had a good eye for things, would help him heat the food. However, when he got to the Dongshan village, the master didn't even want to bring him along, much less other people. Head steward Lu could only bear it. He looked worried at the young master, who was eating and sitting among the Yu family, and discovered that the master was able to do as they were doing, happily eating. Head steward Lu finally felt relieved and sat down at the wooden table on the side and slowly ate. "Father, didn't third young master Zhou take over the supply of dried seafood for the imperial palace? He wants to make a contract with us. All the high-grade abalone and sea cucumber we catch in the future will be sold to the Zhou family. They'll buy it at a high price." The Yu family didn't have rules where they couldn't talk while eating. They were usually busy with their own matters, so they could only get together when they eat. Due to this, they always talked about their matters at the dinner table. Yu Hai glanced at the royal prince, who was seriously eating his meal, and cautiously said, "Even if we don't make a contract with the Zhou family, with their care for us, we can still sell the high-grade seafood to his family." In Yu Hai's opinion, the Zhou family really did treat them well. When they hadn't separated their families yet, the Zhou family paid high prices for their quarry. When opening the factories and hiring workers, they trusted them to help. Also, the business of collecting spoonworms and oysters allowed them to earn them quite a bit of money in 1 year. In his honest opinion, if they took care of his family like this, then if he had something good, he naturally would think of them as well. It's just that the high-grade abalones and sea cucumbers aren't easy to come across. The Zhou family can just rely on our family. Yu Hai thought his swimming skill was pretty good, but he still wasn't sure about being able to catch abalones and sea cucumbers. "Don't worry, they definitely won't just rely on us. Let's just try our best. Father, my swimming skills is pretty good now, I can go to help you." "You, no way. How many times have you been in the sea? The deep sea has many dangers. Not only do your swimming skills have to be good, but you also need to have good physical strength. If you run out of energy in the middle of a dive, no one will help you, it's too dangerous." Yu Hai adamantly refused. Zhu Junyang glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao and couldn't help saying, "The sea isn't for horsing around. In the future, don't go into the sea so often." Yu Xiaoxiao glared at him. With bad intentions, she gave him a chopstick full of chives. She smiled and innocently said, "Young royal prince, try the stir-fried spoonworms with chives. It's delicious." During these past few days, Yu Xiaoxiao had noticed that the cold young royal prince's mouth was very picky. He didn't touch vegetables like chives, onions, and garlic that had a strong taste at all. Seeing that the young royal prince was gradually furrowing his brows as he looked at the chives in his bowl, Xiaoxiao felt very proud of herself. "Humph, we are talking about family matters, what are you cutting in for?" "Ha, serves you right. Zhu Junyang stared at the chives in the bowl as if he was going to war with it. After looking for a long time, he finally moved. He stuffed all the chives into his mouth, drank a big mouthful of soup, and directly swallowed without chewing. Humph! This lass must have done it on purpose. Zhu Junyang glared at Yu Xiaoxiao. Returning her kindness, he picked up some shredded ginger and put them in Yu Xiaoxiao's bowl. Zhu Junyang had long noticed that every time that lass eats a meal, she always picked out the ginger and put them on the table. Seeing that the little girl was up to her old tricks of picking out the shredded ginger, Zhu Junyang said with great dignity, "It's this prince's first time picking up food and giving it to another person. This is a great honor to you, so you must eat it and not throw it away. Otherwise, humph, don't blame me for punishing you. Humph, seeking revenge for such a small grievance." Yu Xiaoxiao's thoughts were full of complaints toward him. She mixed the shredded ginger with the rice and ate it with a bitter face. Zhu Junyang and Yu Xiaoxiao were even now. Yu Heng looked at his younger sister's dissatisfied expression, which looked like she wanted to continue provoking him. Thus, he hurriedly touched her with his feet under the table. His youngest sister's courage was really too big. Who was the person sitting across the table? The great Ming dynasty's royal Prince Yang, a member of the royal family. We, ordinary people, couldn't wait to put up offerings for him or hide from him, yet why was she constantly looking for trouble? Receiving her older brother's warning, Yu Xiaoxiao pouted and picked at her rice. Her little mouth was like a bloated frog trying to hold itself up. Zhu Junyang gazed at the little girl with a hint of a smile. In this way, Royal Prince Yang came to inspect Dongshan village every 3 or 5 days, saying it was to record the growth data of corn and potatoes. In reality, his ulterior motive was the food and warm atmosphere of the Yu family. Princess Consort Jing was also aware of the changes in her youngest son. Her youngest son used to be indifferent to everything except her, his mother. It was like he was isolating himself in a circle and choosing endless loneliness as his company. Princess Consort Jing always felt that if it continued like this, she would eventually lose her son. These days, her son seemed to be busy, diligently running to Dongshan village. Every day, he would head out early in the morning and come back at night. Where did he eat lunch? Did she even need to ask? Her youngest son had been a picky eater since he was a child. He would never eat anything that didn't suit his taste. Besides that little girl of the Yu family, who else would have that talent? After a few days, her son's thin cheeks were filling out more and more every day. Although he still seemed cold and indifferent, that uncomfortable deathly aura of his was slowly dissipating, making him look more human. She wasn't saying that her son wasn't human, but like a 10,000-year-old cold iron, her youngest son used to be a big block of ice, making it hard for people to get close. Now, he was becoming more affectionate and talkative. He talked more and more frequently about the little girl of the Yu family. The days went by, one after another, and spring slowly walked to its end. The start of summer was imminent. The Yu family's cornfields all had stalks of corn standing up straight like soldiers. Each leaf from the stalks of corn looked like a finely crafted sharp sword made from the finest green jasper, also perfect that it looked like it was from the heavens. At the apex of the stalks, there was a tassel of male flowers, and they bunched around, looking like messy hair on the bodyguards. For the past month, because Royal Prince Yang was particularly diligent and came by often, Xiaoxiao lessened the amount of mystic stone water she used to avoid rousing his suspicions. Corn had always been a drought-resistant crop that feared floods. Even though there was less spring rain this year, it didn't influence the growth of the corn at all. Zhu Junyang looked at the corn plants that were as tall as a man and had head steward Lu, one who accompanied him, record what the male flowers looked like and the time period that they had appeared during the growth cycle. The Yu family's watermelons had been on the market for almost a month, so there wasn't a lot left in the 6 mu of fields. The leftover watermelons weren't very large, but their taste was not compromised. Zhu Junyang strolled into the watermelon fields and stooped down to pick one out of the remaining melons. He had steward Lu hold onto it as they headed back to enjoy it. Behind them, Yu Xiaoxiao, who acted as their little assistant, curled her lips. This young royal prince truly didn't consider himself to be an outsider anymore. He picked the watermelons as if they were his own things. "Xiaoxiao, Can the male flowers that grow at the top of the corn plants also produce fruit? Zhu Junyang remembered the news he had gotten from the capital. The Ministry of Revenue had followed the methods that the Yu family had come up with to grow corn. It had been about a month and they were only now jointing. He had looked at the specimens sent over. Although they looked quite good, they still were quite inferior to the ones grown by the Yu family. Could it really be true that the Yu family had more talent at cultivating crops than other people? Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and rudely replied, "Those who are ignorant are seriously too scary. People are split into men and women, flowers are the same. Since these are male flowers, how could they possibly bear fruit? Ah." Thwap. Zhu Junyang lightly used the palm of his hand to slap the back of the little lass's head. The tone of his voice didn't have a hint of intimidation as he stated, "You're quite a bold little thing. Who are you accusing of being ignorant now? Looks like this prince normally indulges you too much. You are truly too cheeky now. You're lucky that I'm a magnanimous person. If it was anyone else, you would have lost your little life already." Steward Lu, who was standing at the side with a notebook in his hand and the watermelon in the other, looked at the faint smile on his young master's face. He felt immensely comforted inside. The heavens have eyes. They allowed my master to meet the only person who dares to joke with him, the harmonious and sweet Miss Yu. Throughout this past month, he had observed the two and discovered that his master could only wholeheartedly relax when he was with Miss Yu. This was the only time that his master would occasionally show the appearance and mannerisms of a 17-year-old youth. Yu Xiaoxiao held her head as she angrily stared at him. She raged, "You hit my head again. If you end up causing me to become stupid and an idiot from this, I'm going to make you take responsibility. You absolutely need to take care of me for the rest of my life. Be responsible for the rest of this little lass's life." A hint of laughter appeared in the depths of Zhu Junyang's eyes. He gave her an already peeled chestnut and guffawed, "Stop trying to falsely accuse this prince. You've always been a stupid idiot, how can you blame me for this? You want to make me take responsibility. This prince is not a stingy person. With your tiny stature, someone who eats as much as a kitten, this prince can afford to raise dozens of you. Do you think you're raising pigs? Ah, you even want dozens." Yu Xiaoxiao accidentally insulted herself and she only realized it when the words came out of her mouth. Iya, how did this happen? Did she really become stupid after getting hit by this guy? The smile on Zhu Junyang's face widened and he looked at her from top to bottom. He revealed an expression full of disdain. "Pigs. Your figure is so slight and small, with no meat on it. If you were a pig, you'd be a skinny piglet. I'm pretty sure no one would want to take such a skinny piglet home to raise. This prince will be merciful and tackle such a difficult job of raising such a skinny piglet. Once you become more plump, I can slaughter you for meat." Yu Xiaoxiao hopped up and down in rage as she snarled, "Eat, eat, eat. You eat until you burst open. And you still want to eat meat. Be careful that you don't eat so much that you become a big, fat pig and you can't even walk anymore. This prince exercises every day, so it doesn't matter how much meat I eat, I won't get fat. No need to worry." The more he looked at Yu Xiaoxiao hopping up and down with a lively spirit, the better his mood became. This private argument seemed to be going nowhere. Yu Xiaoxiao decided that a good woman never fought with a man. She walked into the melon fields to find a ripe watermelon. Suddenly, a dark shadow scuttled by her feet. It scared her that she let out a cry in surprise and jumped a few feet to the side. "What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened?" Zhu Junyang took giant steps forward and quickly arrived by her side. Because he was in such a rush, he had accidentally smashed a couple small watermelons that weren't yet ripe under his feet. It looked like a badger. The badger that Yu Xiaoxiao talked about was very similar to the badger-like creature that was ridden by Lu Xuan too. It was good at digging and lived in a cave in the mountains and fields. It liked to eat plants and vines but also ate insects and some other small animals. Zhu Junyang searched through the melon field and spotted the nimble little creature not long after. His hand flashed quickly and the badger that was scurrying away quickly let out a short scream before it fell onto the ground, unmoving. Wow, what sort of nifty concealed weapon did he have? Yu Xiaoxiao picked up her skirts and gracefully stepped over every melon before she arrived at the dead as doornail badger. The badger didn't have any signs of a large wound on its body. Instead, It only had a mark of being hit on its head. She carefully looked around the surrounding area and finally found the so-called concealed weapon. It was an ornamental thumb ring made of turtle shell. He was able to hit a badger so hard that it died from such a far distance. Furthermore, the turtle shell thumb ring didn't look damaged at all. His strength and dexterity was not something a normal person could compare to. Yu Xiaoxiao held the turtle shell thumb ring in one hand while the other hand lifted up that badger, who had stepped into disaster just by walking by. She walked back to Zhu Junyang's side and regarded him with eyes that glowed with admiration. "Young royal prince, you know martial arts. Is this the legendary inner power Ah?" Under the undisguised admiration in those brilliant gem-like eyes, Zhu Junyang felt his ears grow hot. He pretended to be calm and icy as he replied, "This prince has studied martial arts since I was young. What's so weird about knowing martial arts? I only killed a badger, nothing to be proud of, right?" He, young royal prince, if you're ever unemployed in the future, then you can change professions and become a hunter. You absolutely won't starve to death. Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the fat and plump badger and waved it in front of Zhu Junyang. She revealed a row of tiny white teeth. "Today, we'll eat this badger for lunch." Zhu Junyang frowned as he looked at the coal-black badger with a look of dislike. He curled his lips. "Such an ugly creature, and dirty to boot, is edible." It was as if the admiration and worship in her eyes were only a misperception. Yu Xiaoxiao regarded him with dislike again, inexperienced and ignorant. "Let me tell you, a badger's meat is very nourishing. If you eat it frequently, you can strengthen your body." Zhu Junyang seemed to really enjoy crossing verbal swords with Yu Xiaoxiao. "A stinky badger can make you this happy Ah? Don't you guys have a lot of game in the West Mountains Ah? On another day, this prince will let you experience my astounding hunting efficiency. At that time, make sure you tell me what you want to eat, this prince will get it for you." Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes immediately brightened. "Is that true? You're not pulling my leg, right? Whatever I want to eat, you'll get Ah." Zhu Junyang glanced at the devious smile at the corner of Yu Xiaoxiao's lips and he had a bad premonition. However, as a manly man, he couldn't go back on his words. He could only brace himself and say, "As long as the West Mountains have it, this prince will definitely be able to hunt it down. I want to eat tiger meat, the paw of the black bear, leopard's tail, shark meat. I have never eaten any of these, so I really want to try some Ah." Yu Xiaoxiao put on a fake innocent expression on her face. How come it seemed like she was really asking for a spanking? The muscles on Zhu Junyang's face fiercely twitched as he let out a strained smile. "I think you've bitten more off than you can chew, You dare to instigate me, this prince, to go hunt ferocious beasts What are your intentions? Furthermore, do you guys truly have sharks that live up in the West Mountains? Let alone shark, getting you some fish up there isn't bad either." Yu Xiaoxiao made a funny face at him. She was only idly saying stuff. How could she possibly make him take such a dangerous risk? "Yu Xiaoxiao, do the West Mountains really have tigers and leopards?" Men seem to love to take risks. Zhu Junyang had missed the annual autumn imperial hunt, and he heard of one of the generals under his command taking his thunder. He felt quite uncomfortable. It was said that that fellow had been quite lucky and had come across an injured tiger. A blind cat had hit a dead mouse, yet it allowed him to win. If the West Mountains had tigers, he wanted to hunt one down and let all of those generals underneath him recognize him for his prowess. Yu Xiaoxiao thought for a bit and shook her head. "I am also not sure. I heard the older generation say that they had once heard the roar of a tiger. Most of the fierce beasts live deep within the mountains and the vast majority of people don't dare to go in there, so it's natural that no one has seen any. However, I do know that bears live in there. My father had met one before. He had almost lost his life from that bear." Yu Xiaoxiao gripped her fists tightly when she remembered that scene again. Her father had been lying on the bed and the doctor had given him a death sentence. Everyone around them had a look of despair on their faces. She gripped her hands so tightly that the turtle shell ornamental thumb ring cut painfully into her palm. Yu Xiaoxiao looked down at the object in her hand and said, "Here's your ornamental thumb ring." She displayed it in front of Zhu Junyang. Zhu Junyang looked at the imprint on Yu Xiaoxiao's palm and also recalled Yu Hai's previous misfortune. At that time, Yu Xiaoxiao was only 8 years old and must have felt very helpless and worried. He wanted to say something to comfort her, yet he didn't know what was right to say. He thought for a bit and then said, "The thumb ring is dirty now, so take it as a reward. Don't you want to eat bear paws? Ah, another day, this prince will get some for you. Do you know how to prepare it?" "Don't know how. However, the head chef at Junshou restaurant probably knows how. When the moment comes, let's go eat at the restaurant and have older brother Yang Feng make it for us. We can also order some of their specialities and happily eat a delicious meal together." Ever since her godmother had finished her 1-month confinement, Yu Xiaoxiao spent less time in town nowadays. Her godmother said that she was going to return back to the capital soon in order to prepare for little Linlin's 100-day ceremony. His washing ceremony and full moon ceremony were all done in Tanggu town. If she didn't do his 100 days ceremony in the capital, then her godmother's good friends, her godfather's close friends, as well as the declining Shah family that wanted to fawn on General Fang, would have all come over to give them their congratulations already. Zhu Junyang's eyes smiled as they roamed around that adorable little face. She described everything happily, as if the bear paws were already within her grasp and all she needed to decide was on how to eat them. When he had the chance, he probably could go into the mountains to take a look. Perhaps he might really get an unexpected haul there. Yu Xiaoxiao finally finished her thoughts on how to eat the bear paws. She waved the badger in her hands. The bright light from the sun made her smile seem exceptionally brilliant as she said, "Without bear paws around, let's eat this guy first. Do you want to eat stewed badger meat or braised? What's your favorite way of preparing it?" Zhu Junyang rarely considered other people's likes and dislikes. If he was in his usual frame of mood, he would have said, "braised," without a thought for other people's feelings. Stewing is nutritious, whereas braising has a deeper flavor. Both have their advantages. This prince wants to try both. Then I'll stew half and braise the other half. Ellipsis. Under the sunlight, there were 2 figures slowly disappearing in the distance. One was tall, the other short. One was sturdy, the other delicate. The time, when the male flowers grew on the corn, was the most crucial part of land management. At this time, all of the leaves on the corn were loose and large and the stalks were thick and sturdy. Only by having that could the kernels grow as large as possible, leading to a good harvest later on. Yu Xiaoxiao had her cheap device, the little divine stone, so none of this was a problem for her. The Yu family's fields were filled with healthy and mature corn stalks. Disease and lack of nutrients were not issues for them. All they were waiting for now was for the female flowers to recede and the male flowers to mature and let pollen loose. Yu Xiaoxiao's family's 6 mu fields of watermelon were now completely sold out. In total, they managed to make more than 15,000 taels from those fields. Watermelon wholesalers were mostly the few families that had good relationships with them. There were other wholesalers that came from other parts of the country due to the Yu family's reputation, but because there was a limit to how many ripe watermelons there were in a day, they could only get 1 to 2 carts of watermelon. Royal Prince Yang would send a few carts back every 10 days to pick up melons. He didn't take advantage of the Yu family and bought the watermelons according to their regular wholesale price, large ones for 5 taels apiece and small ones for 3 taels apiece. He then hauled them back to the capital, where they could be sold for double their price there with plenty of people lining up to buy some. Prince Jing was being bombarded at every step by his colleagues, who were trying to enter through the back door to buy watermelons, so he took sick leave and went to Tanggu town to recuperate. When the emperor heard of this, he curled his lip and silently cursed the other man. What is this being, annoyed by other people? More likely that he misses his wife too much, right? After more than a year's work on it, the vast majority of basic construction on Prince Jing's manor, which was on the West Mountain, had been completed. On the west side of Dongshan village and in the vicinity to Yu Xiaoxiao's home, there was a long stretch of stone steps that snaked up the West Mountain. Behind the trees in the forest, one could vaguely see the outlines of the red and green glazed roof tiles that glittered under the sunshine. A tall and lofty figure slowly went down those steps. Gradually, the person's appearance became more clear. A face that seemed to be perfectly carved, an exceptionally handsome figure, and a pair of strong eyebrows above a pair of aloof eyes that would occasionally flicker with the icy coldness from an ice age. The mountain breeze lightly lifted a few strands of his murky black hair and made his azure blue robes flutter. It was as if the god of war himself was descending from the heavens. At the foot of the mountain was Xiaoxiao, who finally had some leisure time. Zhou Shanhu and some other village girls around her age had successfully pestered her into gathering wild mushrooms with them. It had rained the previous night and all of the wild mushrooms in the soil shot up through the soil. They resembled a glade of tiny umbrellas. Zhou Shanhu raised her head and saw the azure figure walking down. She couldn't help but quietly exclaim, "Oh look! His Highness the Royal Prince is descending the mountain. He looks too handsome." Zheng Xiaoqui, another village girl, clasped her hands over her mouth to muffle a giggle. She teased the other girl, "I heard that the royal prince isn't married yet and has no concubines. If you fancy him, then have Auntie Zhou send you over to become his concubine. You silly lass, be careful that I don't rip your mouth apart." Zhou Shanhu was older than Xiaoxiao by a year and was already 11 years old. After a few more years, she could get engaged. Xiaoqui's words made Shanhu feel simultaneously shy and angry, so she started tickling the other girl. Lu Yingzi, who was the daughter of Lu Xuanju, a good friend of the Yu family, quietly whispered into Xiaoxiao's ears, "That royal prince looks so scary. He has a knife-like intensity in his eyes and it makes me tremble to see them. Whoever becomes his wife or concubine would have to stare at that frozen face all day. If they don't get scared to death, then they'll definitely freeze to death. There's one advantage to this. In the summer, he can decrease the temperature around you and cool the air down." Qian Wen and Qian Wu's younger sister, Yu Fang, blinked her eyes in a silly manner as she quipped with a grin. Yu Xiaoxiao covered her mouth with her hands as a "fit" inadvertently came out. In her eyes, the young royal prince was only a paper tiger. He looked fierce but wasn't scary at all. However, it was only in her midst that Zhu Junyang was able to relax and tolerate her little antics. "Master, looks like Miss Yu is over there." Head steward Lu had sharp eyes and was able to spot Yu Xiaoxiao within the group of girls around her age. He made sure to bring this up to his master. Ever since Zhu Junyang was given the duty of monitoring the crops in Dongshan village, his heartless second brother had escaped. He didn't even say a word before he ran away to enlist in old General Zhao's army at the borders. Consequently, the responsibility of monitoring the construction of the West Mountain Manor fell to Zhu Junyang. Furthermore, Her Highness, the princess consort, had sobbed and complained to her youngest son, stating that all of them never cared about their parents' feelings and only cared about themselves. Her complaints covered his second older brother secretly enlisting in the army as well as him going out to sea. All of these had caused a lot of pain and suffering for her. Zhu Junyang, who was the unlucky recipient, felt so haggard from his lady mother's nagging that he used the excuse of completing his official work and left early that morning to escape to Dongshan village. After riding up the West Mountain, he did a quick look around to inspect the progress of the manor's construction and then descended. As he climbed down, he was scheming, trying to figure out what difficult dishes he could order for lunch from that little lass, who was always posturing in front of him. After hearing Steward Lu's prompt, he looked towards the sound of giggles and laughter in the distance. Sure enough, that familiar skinny and weak-looking figure was currently bent over and looking for something in the grass. "What are you looking for?" The dozen or so stone steps that were left were easily traversed by Zhu Junyang. The little girls, who were raucously talking, didn't notice that the topic of their conversation, the young royal prince, was only a few feet away from them. When they heard the sound of that hard, icy voice, the little girls were so scared that they all trembled. They even forgot about their own baskets as they all scampered off. Yu Xiaoxiao straightened herself and looked at the young royal prince who had somehow crept up behind her. She laughed. "I thought that there was some ferocious beast coming, but apparently it was you all. Look at you, scaring all of the other girls away." From the corner of his eye, Zhu Junyang faintly looked at the group of little girls who were hiding. Irritation bubbled up within his heart. He addressed Yu Xiaoxiao, who was ignoring him while she continued to pick mushrooms. "In the future, spend less time with them. All small-minded and petty, not worth the effort." Yu Xiaoxiao almost pelted the mushroom in her hand at his face. She looked displeased as she replied, "Young royal prince, you have a lofty status and position. Naturally, us wild commoners are nothing to you. Please keep your distance in order to avoid this commoner's pettiness from sticking to your body. Even if Zhu Junyang didn't have his special ability, he would be able to tell that Yu Xiaoxiao was quite angry. He asked in a puzzled voice, "This prince wasn't talking about you, why are you throwing a temper tantrum? They are all of my friends. If you don't respect them, it's the same as not respecting me." Yu Xiaoxiao puffed up her face and angrily glared at him before she turned around and only let him look at the back of her head. Zhu Junyang frowned and then looked in the direction of the little girls again. His ability told him that within that group of girls, there was at least one of them that didn't have pure intentions. He was afraid that that girl would end up influencing or harming Xiaoxiao, so he wanted to warn her but he didn't know how to explain. Awkward silence prevailed for a bit and then he finally said, "You must be cautious when choosing your friends. If you're not, you might end up harming yourself as well as causing problems for other people." When Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that he was being quite serious, she placed the mushroom in her hands into the basket and looked him in the eye. "Do you know something? Is there someone in that group who wants to hurt me? Whether or not she'll hurt you, I can't tell at this moment. However, someone within that group of girls doesn't have pure motives. You need to be careful." Zhu Junyang was afraid she would end up getting hurt in the end, so he ended up giving her a warning. One of them doesn't have pure motives. Within the group of 4 girls, 3 of them were all considered Xiaoxiao's close friends. Zhou Shanhu had a bright and open personality and didn't have any shrewdness. Qian Yifeng was the youngest of the group, and she was sweet and adorable. Lu Yingzi had a straightforward personality and acted like their older sister. She was very good at taking care of others. The only girl she didn't know well was Zheng Xiaoqui. All she knew was that she was Lu Yingzi's neighbor and that the other girl had tagged along once she found out Lu Yingzi wanted to gather wild mushrooms. All of them were young little girls around the age of 10, who among them could have ulterior motives such that word even got into the young royal prince's ears. Yu Xiaoxiao sidled along closer to Zhu Junyang and beckoned to him with her hand to have him place his ear closer to her. She quietly whispered into Zhu Junyang's ear, "Did you hear something from somewhere?" "No." Zhu Junyang felt like his ear was itchy and hurriedly straightened up. He shifted a bit to the side and pasted an icy expression on his face. If someone looked closely at his face, he or she would notice that the tips this handsome youth's ears were slightly red now. Yu Xiaoxiao leveled a glare at him and said, "If no one told you anything, then how do you know that one of them doesn't have pure motives?" Zhu Junyang naturally couldn't tell her about his own strange ability as he was afraid that she would regard him as a freak in the future. He could only earnestly say, "Intuition." PFF'd. Yu Xiaoxiao almost choked on her own saliva. She laughed as she said, "Young royal prince, when did your gender change?" "Gender change? What do you mean?" Zhu Junyang had a feeling that this wasn't a good term so he looked at her alertly. Female intuition, female intuition. Naturally, only women will believe their own intuitions. Young royal prince, when did you also become so irrational? Yu Xiaoxiao didn't quite know what to say at this point. When Zhu Junyang saw that she didn't take this to heart, he didn't pursue this topic of womanly feelings. He cautiously warned her, "If you don't take this to heart, I have to tell you that this prince's intuition has always been very good. By relying on my innate intuition, I've been able to avoid a lot of plots against me. This prince is warning you out of the kindness of my own heart. It's up to you whether you want to believe me or not." Zhu Junyang glanced at the group of little girls not far from them. He didn't know what those girls were doing but he could tell that they were gesturing and talking about something. Just who was the culprit that wanted to scheme against Yu Xiaoxiao? He needed to keep a close eye on that unruly little brat. However, he would have never expected that the girl's target wasn't Yu Xiaoxiao but was him. Instead, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't think she had anything that was worth someone else plotting against her. When she noticed that the young royal prince's mood seemed to be a bit down, she hurriedly interjected, "In a moment, I'll go buy a rooster from Auntie Joe's house. For lunch, I'll make you some chicken stewed with mushrooms along with some flat bread. Although these dishes are examples of country cooking, they taste quite good. Okay, I also want to eat some sour and spicy pig intestines with vermicelli." Zhu Junyang liked strongly flavored foods, so last time he ate a plate of sour and spicy pig intestines with vermicelli. The dish had numbing, spicy, savory, aromatic, sour and a fatty without being greasy taste. It hit all of his favorite points, and since then, he could never forget that dish. Earlier he had warned this little lass out of the kindness of his own heart, yet she laughed it off. Therefore, for lunch, he needed to make things difficult for her, so he ordered a Junsho restaurant specialty dish, sour and spicy pig intestines with vermicelli. When she wasn't able to make it, then he would laugh at her. However, he would have never expected that sour and spicy pig intestines with vermicelli was a dish that Junsho restaurant had spent 500 taels to get a hold of the recipe. And it was from Yu Xiaosao herself. At lunch, he devoured the authentic and incredibly delicious sour and spicy pig intestines with vermicelli. Only then did a thought pop up: what sort of relationship does this lass have with Junsho restaurant? How come she knows how to make almost all of their special dishes, and make it even more tasty than them? Zhu Junyang, who had been unable to trouble Yu Xiaosao with his requests, started to be picky again. This chicken stewed with mushrooms is such a commonplace dish. If you could switch it for a wild pheasant instead, I'm sure it will taste much better. Tomorrow, this prince will give you a hand and hunt some delicious game for you to make into food. When Yu Hai heard this, how could he possibly let the royal prince get into a possibly dangerous situation? What if royal Prince Yang had an accident in the vicinity of Dongshan village? Other than himself, even the entire Dongshan village would be implicated by this awe. Yu Hai was stuck trying to figure out how to persuade royal Prince Yang to not go when his youngest daughter interjected. There was heavy rain last night. The plants are thick up in the mountains. If you don't want to get your legs wet, then I advise you to wait several days before you go hunt. No one knew what the weather would be like for the next several days. Summer had just started and it was slowly starting to rain more. Perhaps in the next couple of days it would rain again. Although the young royal prince looked like he was good at hunting, there were too many uncertain elements in the mountains. It was better to avoid dangerous situations. However, the heavens appeared to have not heard Yu Xiaosao's prayer. For the next few days, the weather was perfect. The tide had been receding in the morning recently. Yu Xiaosao's friends also knew that she had more free time, so they invited her to gather seafood together. Within the group of three, Zhou Shanhu, Xian Yufang and Lu Yingzi, they had somehow added a fourth person, Zheng Xiaoqui. With the addition of Yu Xiaosao, they were all around the same age and all of their families had decent situations. Although none of them were able to wear new clothing frequently, none of them wore clothing full of patches like a few years back. The group of 5 girls were all considered relatively good-looking in the village, so when they were together, they looked youthful and pretty as well as very pleasant. Whenever they came to find Yu Xiaosao, Zhou Shanhu and the 3 others were dressed in their ordinary working clothes. The only exception was Zheng Xiaoqui. She always wore her new set of clothing, which was a set made from blue cloth embroidered with yellow flowers. At the seaside, she was afraid of getting her clothing wet and dirty, so she always had the lowest yield out of all of them. Zhou Shanhu had once tried to persuade her, "Xiaoqui, when you work it's best not to wear skirts. It's really too inconvenient." Zheng Xiaoqui wasn't grateful at all and held her handkerchief as she shyly replied, "My father said that girls should act like girls. I can still do work while wearing a dress." As she talked, her eyes wandered towards the direction of the Yu family's residence. Zheng Xiaoqui was a bit older than the other 4 girls and was already 13. Her body had gradually developed and her slender figure, when clothed in aqua blue, looked quite delicate and pretty. However, she was still a daughter of a fisherman. Every day the sea breeze blew at her, so her skin looked a bit tan and rough. If she was paler, with her pretty features, she would be as pretty as those town girls who grew up in decent families. Yu Xiaosao hastily rushed out of the courtyard. This wasn't the first time she had sensed Zheng Xiaoqui sneakily looking at her courtyard. What was she looking at? What's so good about her family's courtyard? When Zheng Xiaoqui didn't see the figure she wanted to see, she couldn't help but reveal a disappointed expression. "Yu Xiaosao, this prince is going into the mountains to hunt today. Whatever game you want, I'll make sure to catch some." Zhu Junyang's voice sounded from the west. Zheng Xiaoqui was pleasantly surprised and craned her neck to look around. Today, Zhu Junyang was clothed entirely in black clothing embroidered with dull patterns. His trouser legs were tucked into his tall boots made of deer hide and his hair was bound tightly at the top of his head. A few loose strands casually framed his face. He looked agile and strong. After seeing Zheng Xiaoqui's star-struck eyes, Yu Xiaoxiao finally understood why this girl always came by every day to spend time with her. She glanced briefly at Zhu Junyang's handsome figure and couldn't help from inwardly sighing. A devilishly handsome man was a calamity. However, when she remembered what the young royal prince had told her the other day, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but admire his intuition. At that time, Zheng Xiaoqui was quite a distance away from him and they didn't have any interactions together. How did he manage to detect that this little girl's motives weren't pure? Yu Xiaoxiao also carefully observed the other 3 girls, who were her good friends. She inwardly rejoiced that the one smitten with the prince wasn't any of them. Zheng Xiaoqui was only the neighbor of older sister Yingzi and had showed up uninvited into their little group. She didn't have as close a relationship with her as she did with the other girls, let alone having a good friendship. However, where did this little girl get the confidence to adore Royal Prince Yang, who was a relative of the emperor himself? The nobles in the capital all cared about crafting marriages that were well matched in terms of social status. Zheng Xiaoqui was only little peasant girl from Dongshan village. Even if she caught the eye of Royal Prince Yang, she could only become his concubine. Did she think it would be easy to spend the rest of her life within the confines of a rich family? Perhaps her final ending would lead to a pile of dead bones that no one cared about. As Yu Xiaoxiao thought about this, she couldn't help but shudder a bit. If it were her, she would rather find a poor family where they couldn't eat their fill, than be concubine of a rich man. In the future, her husband could only have her as his sole wife. If he had other ideas, she would rather peacefully divorce than share her husband with other people. Even if he was extremely outstanding and she loved him to death, she would still stand by her principles. What are you thinking about? This prince is talking to you. Zhu Junyang lightly tapped Yu Xiaoxiao's forehead with the bow in his hand, interrupting her train of thought. Yu Xiaoxiao covered her head with her hand and angrily retorted, "If you need to talk, then just talk. Why do you need to hit me too? If you hit my head again, I won't be polite to you anymore." Zhu Junyang looked at her slightly built body that was as flat as a board. He tsked in disdain, "Not be polite anymore. What can you do to this prince? Be careful, I might add some laxatives to your food. Let you stay on the toilet for 3 days and 3 nights. Yu Xiaoxiao revealed a slightly sinister expression on her face. Zhu Junyang didn't believe that she would do such a thing. "Don't forget, we currently eat from the same plates. Don't tell me that you want to end up poisoning the rest of the family." Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and replied, "Don't forget that I'm quite proficient in medicine. I could just give my family members the antidote prior to eating the food and everything would be alright." Zhu Junyang inwardly thought, "This prince also brings antidote pills along too. I wouldn't be afraid of a highly toxic poison, let alone something as mild as a laxative. The prince knows your personality, all bark and no bite. Even if someone threatened you, I don't think you would necessarily try to poison me. You're quite a bold girl. You even dare to poison me so obviously. Who gave you the courage?" Zhu Junyang lifted his eyes slightly, which made his handsome face appear even more enchanting. Royal Prince, Xiaoxiao is only joking around, she doesn't have any bad intentions." The two of them suddenly heard a timid voice interject from the side. Yu Xiaoxiao turned in the direction of the voice and couldn't suppress her surprise. "Zheng Xiaoqui, just how badly do you want to get the royal prince's attention? Are you trying to plead for clemency for me? If you want to do it correctly, you first need to disguise that seductive expression in your eyes first and also conceal your wild ambitions, okay?" Zhu Junyang's expression immediately chilled as he looked out of the corner of his eye at the blue-clothed figure. Uneasiness bubbled up in his heart and he frowned unconsciously. Disgusting. How come he had to come across another person who could influence his feelings? Head steward Lu understood the hint in his master's expression and hurriedly hollered, "Outrageous! How dare you interrupt when the prince is speaking? Guards, come. Take her away from here." The order was only to escort her away and they were only being so lenient for the sake of Miss Yu. If it had been another person in another situation, they would have already dragged her down and started lashing with the whip. A vulgar girl from a fisherman's family also had the guts to cozy up to the magnificent and glorious royal prince. Who gave her the confidence? Zheng Xiaoqui was scared witless at the sight of two large and burly imperial guards coming towards her. Her knees weakened as they escorted her out. Zhou Shanhu and the other three girls now saw a noble's fickle temperament. Earlier, the prince seemed to be doing fine, merely having a small quarrel with Xiaoxiao. How did he suddenly end up becoming angry? Yu Xiaoxiao didn't attempt to intercede for Zheng Xiaoqui, who had ulterior motives. A person needed to take responsibility for his or her own actions. Xiaoxiao merely looked at Zhu Junyang in the eye with a calm expression and said, "What are you being so mean for? You've scared the girl out of her wits." After Zheng Xiaoqui was forcefully escorted away, Zhu Junyang immediately felt like the air had become a lot more fresh. He couldn't help but warn Yu Xiaoxiao again, that girl's heart isn't pure. You need to stop spending time with her. Are you saying that someone who likes and adores you is someone who doesn't have a pure heart? You can't only blame the little girl, you have to look at that devilishly handsome face of yours too, right? Yu Xiaoxiao silently cursed the prince in her mind before she replied, "How bad can a girl of 12 to 13 be? Don't make other people more complicated than they actually are. How bad can a girl of 12 to 13 be? Just wait until you see those supposed gently raised maidens in the capital fighting and scheming against others. In order to gain a personal advantage, they are willing to plot against their own sisters, step on their supposedly good friends, yet still pretend to be gracious and loving to them while stabbing them in the back. Only after seeing that could you finally understand just how bad 12 to 13-year-old girls could be. Enough. Let's not talk about this anymore. This prince is going to enter the mountains." Zhu Junyang waved the bow in his hands at Yu Xiaoxiao and turned to leave. Yu Xiaoxiao looked up at the sky to observe the time and then advised him, "Young royal prince, you should eat lunch before you go. That way you won't miss a meal." Zhu Junyang hesitated for a second before he nodded his head, "Okay. I'll go with what you say. This prince will go to the thickets at the foot of the mountain and try my luck there. Maybe I can hunt a few pheasants or hares and add them to our lunch." When Yu Xiaoxiao saw that head steward Lu was following along, she thought that everything should be fine now. She had already inquired earlier about head steward Lu. Apparently, he was very skilled at martial arts and was similar to those giant bosses that guarded places in the dramas of her previous life. A lot of television dramas had head eunuchs that were very good at martial arts. Perhaps they had all practiced from the Sunflower Manual 1. When they saw Zhu Junyang leave, Zhou Shanhu and the three other girls, who were terrified by the previous scene, scampered over to Yu Xiaoxiao and exclaimed, "That was super scary." Zheng Xiaoqui didn't say much. How did she end up offending His Highness so much? Aren't all nobles with high rank and power temperamental? Lu Yingzi had a better understanding of how the world worked, so she seemed to have sensed something more. She was feeling a bit displeased with Zheng Xiaoqui. No wonder Zheng Xiaoqui, who usually didn't spend much time with her before, always stuck around her whenever she was visiting the Yu family. She wanted to get closer to the royal prince. Lu Yingzi didn't know if Uncle Zheng knew Xiaoqui's inner thoughts, but she needed to tell her father when she got home and have him subtly make some inquiries. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled, "All right, let's go gather seafood now. If we get there later, all of the good spots will get taken by other people." Qian Yufang gazed at Yu Xiaoxiao with eyes full of admiration. "Older sister Xiaoxiao, you are too awesome. You're not even the tiniest bit afraid of that stormy royal prince and you even dare to argue with him." Yu Xiaoxiao pinched the other girl's chubby little face and grinned, "Xiaofeng, you're wrong. I'm just a little peasant girl, how can I actually dare to argue with His Highness? I just have a better understanding of his personality since I've spent a little more time with him. As long as I don't cross his bottom line, there won't be any problems." Qian Yufang first nodded her head and then shook her head. "My mother told me that I'm very bad at judging other people's expressions. In the future, I'll stay farther away from the royal prince then." Zhou Shanhu also vigorously nodded her head in agreement. Around noon, Zhu Junyang came back triumphantly with 2 hares and a pheasant in his hands. In the nearby thickets, there were many people who went there to pick up firewood, gather wild plants, so there wasn't a lot of game around. By coming back with such a haul in such a short period of time, it showed that the young royal prince's hunting skills were quite good. For lunch, Yu Xiaoxiao made salt and pepper rabbit meat, spicy wild pheasant, steamed egg with seafood, roasted garlic scallops, savory sandworms, sautéed eggplants with minced meat, and oyster tofu soup. There were a total of 6 dishes and 1 soup, and the meal contained both seafood and wild game dishes. Everyone ate the food with great relish. After finishing the meal, Zhu Junyang picked up his bow and arrows in preparation to enter the mountain. Since the West Mountain was giant, the Yu family was afraid that he wasn't familiar with the terrain and might get lost. Furthermore, it was possible that he might accidentally step into the wrong area and meet something dangerous. Thus, they had the experienced hunter, Yu Hai, act as his guide. Yu Xiaoxiao still didn't feel comfortable with the arrangements, so she found an excuse to leave the house. She secretly followed them from behind as they entered the mountain. Today, Zhu Junyang only brought head steward Lu along with him. As their guide, Yu Hai decided to bring the older adult and the youth on a loop around the outskirts of the West Mountains so they could hunt some wild deer, roe deer and other animals in order to satisfy the prince's desires. However, Zhu Junyang had already guessed what the other man was thinking about. After encountering some smaller game, he didn't stay put. His purpose today was to hunt some ferocious beasts in the mountains. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was following the 3 of them from behind, started to find it was harder and harder for her to keep up as they went further within the mountainous trails. Right now the plants and weeds around her were waist high and she had to use a lot of energy for each step she took. As she watched the gap between them get wider and wider, fear settled into her heart that she would get lost behind. "Father, young royal prince, wait for me." Just as the 3 figures in front were about to disappear, Yu Xiaoxiao finally couldn't hold back and shouted towards them. Deep within the mountains there were trees all around, covering the sky and the ground. If she wasn't careful, she would quickly get lost in the thickets. Yu Xiaoxiao was still a little girl who was quite inexperienced in this setting. If she was lost by the others, it would be hard for her to find her way back on her own. The road in front of them was becoming steeper and the forest around them was thick. Head steward Lu stayed alert this entire time in order to observe their surroundings. He absolutely could not allow his master to encounter a mishap. Suddenly, his ears moved. He stopped moving in order to listen more closely to the sound. He quietly talked to Royal Prince Yang, who was in front of him. "Master, do you hear that?" Zhu Junyang thought that head steward Lu had heard a wild beast and immediately stopped and held his breath to listen. "Father! Father! Young royal prince, wait for me." The thick forest muffled echoes in the area and the sound of the little girl's voice was only carried into the 3 people's ears by the wind. Yu Hai's expression immediately changed and he hurriedly rushed back as he stated, "It sounds like Cower's voice. That girl, she's always been interested in hunting since she was a wee child. She must have secretly followed us." Zhu Junyang also looked more solemn. He did his best to figure out the direction of where the sound was coming from and walked in the direction. "Father, young royal prince, where did you guys go off?" Yu Xiaoxiao was starting to get angry after shouting all this time. She didn't know whether her father or the young royal prince could hear her. She lowered her head to carefully look at the footprints the men left behind, but she didn't realize yet that the more she walked, the further away she got from them. Yu Xiaoxiao found a wide open space and sat down on a rock. She retrieved a small porcelain bottle from her chest pocket and dripped a drop of mystic stone water into her mouth. Her throat immediately felt better and her exhausted body started to fill with strength again. "Father, young royal prince, where did you guys go?" "It's Xiaoxiao." Yu Xiaoxiao clumsily climbed up a crooked tree and sat at the bottom of the forked branches. She cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone and started to shout loudly again. Zhu Junyang had followed the sound of her voiceover and looked around. He didn't see Xiaoxiao anywhere. He turned around, raised his head, and was almost hit in the forehead by a pair of grubby, muddy, deerskin boots. Luckily, his reactions were quite agile and he managed to avoid getting stamped by stepping back. "You also know how to climb trees. Looks like you're quite skilled." Zhu Junyang raised his head to look at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was sitting astride on the tree. Her hair had been tangled with stray branches and there was even a dried leaf sticking on her temples. He didn't know whether the moisture on her face was from sweat or tears, but she looked like a dirty little kitten. There were some holes in her clothing that had recently been ripped open. If he didn't look more closely, he would have thought she was a little beggar. Young royal prince. Yu Xiaoxiao almost wanted to cry tears of joy. That's great. I finally found all of you. Zhu Junyang watched as the little lass clumsily climbed down the tree. She slowly scampered down. Because her boots were covered with mud, she didn't have a good footing on the bark. She could only hug the tree tightly as she slowly slid down. Zhu Junyang couldn't stand watching her struggle anymore and sprung forward. He grasped the little lass's collar and jumped back as the little lass screamed to high heaven. The sudden weightless feeling made Yu Xiaoxiao think that she was about to fall down. She yelped mournfully as she gritted her teeth in preparation of the pain that was about to hit her bottom. Even when she was steady on the ground, with Royal Prince Yang supporting her up, she continued to holler shrilly with her eyes closed. Zhu Junyang used his other hand to pick at his ear. He felt like his ears were about to explode from the little lass's screams. He lifted Yu Xiaoxiao's hand and then lightly let go. The little lass's legs wobbled and she fell bottom first into the underbrush. Only then did she stop ravaging his eardrums with her voice. It doesn't hurt. How come I don't feel any pain after falling off the tree? Is it because the grass is too thick or is it because I have too much fat on my butt? Yu Xiaoxiao rubbed at her butt and looked up the tree again. Cower! Why did you follow us? Yu Hai had heard Xiaoxiao's desperate screeches earlier and thought she had encountered danger. He bolted over, panting, and carefully inspected her from head to toe. He only relaxed after he discovered that she had no injuries. I was afraid you guys might get into trouble, so I followed along. Yu Xiaoxiao could tell that her father was getting angry very quickly, so she lowered her head and pulled at the grass as she stammered out a reply. Zhu Junyang let out a cold sneer. You were afraid for us. So you followed along. With that tiny stature of yours, if we encounter a wild beast, can you help us beat it off? Or can you protect us with your body? HMPH. This prince knows now. You probably planned on sending yourself into the jaws of the beast and give us an opportunity to run away, right? You're so tiny, you're not even enough to get stuck between the teeth of a wild beast. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't explain that she had the little divine stone, so she kept her head down as she obediently listened to him lecture. Yu Hai noticed that they were already in an area in the mountains where very few people tread. If he told his youngest daughter to head back on her own, she could get lost and then end up in a very bad situation. However, he couldn't, for the sake of his youngest daughter, ruin the royal prince's hunting mood. He braced himself as he said, Your Highness, my daughter isn't sensible and caused trouble for you. What do you think about letting my daughter follow along with us? Earlier on the way here, they traversed hills and threaded through the forest. The trail was quite hard to walk on. Zhu Junyang eyed the little lass who looked quite disheveled. He didn't know how that lass managed to go this far. When he thought about how the girl might end up breaking a leg or encountering some dangerous beasts on the way back, Zhu Junyang wished he could pick her up and give her a spanking. He looked around the area. They were surrounded by a thick forest and the mountain was loftily high. Who knew what type of ferocious beasts lurked in the area? They absolutely could not allow the little lass to stay here by herself. But they had already walked all this way, so they couldn't just leave empty-handed. Apparently, they could only bring this fellow along and hope that she didn't impede their way. You better keep up because if you don't, this prince won't wait for you. Zhu Junyang leveled a fierce glare at the little girl and then turned around to continue deeper into the mountain forest. At this time, head steward Lu discovered that his master's walking speed had decreased a lot compared to before. He looked back at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was doing her best to keep up with everyone. When did his master ever think of others? Was the sun about to rise from the west? With a useless tail behind them, Zhu Junyang had a premonition that his chances of hunting a ferocious beast had dwindled considerably. He no longer rushed forward and instead did his best to shoot at any animals that appeared. Yu Xiaoxiao soon found out that the young royal prince's archery skills weren't just good, they were astoundingly good. He almost never missed what he shot at and every arrow hit a vital spot. He never needed to shoot a second arrow to fell a beast. Red deer, wild goats, roe deer, hazel grouse. The most impressive one was that Zhu Junyang managed to kill a giant wild boar that weighed over 300 pounds by accurately shooting it in the head. A wild animal that was usually quite vicious didn't even make much noise before it was killed instantly by Zhu Junyang. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her father, who was carrying the red deer and wild goat on his back while his waist was strung with pheasants, badgers, and other small game. Head steward Lou had easily crafted a sledge out of branches and was pulling along the wild boar, roe deer and other game. Even she was holding 2 wild hares. Despite all that, the young royal prince continued deeper into the thicket enthusiastically. Young royal prince, if we continue to hunt through the afternoon, we won't be able to bring all of the game back. How about we go back home now and you can come back another day? Yu Xiaoxiao heavily sat down on a nearby rock. She really didn't want to get back up. Although the mystic stone water had replenished her energy, she was still very tired. Okay. Zhu Junyang attentively observed their nearby terrain and environment and then turned back to look her in the eye. You truly came over to be a deadweight. If you're tired, then just stand here and watch over the game. This prince will head deeper in to take a look. If I'm lucky, I might encounter a black bear. Didn't you say you wanted to try the taste of bear paws? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the pile of game that emitted the smell of blood. She was absolutely sure that all of this was the perfect bait to attract a carnivore. If she was in charge of watching over the game, did he want her to become the snack of a wild beast? Young royal prince, just what type of enmity do you have against me? Little glutinous dumpling, are you there? Yu Xiaoxiao lightly called at the little divine stone in her mind. It was currently in the multicolored stone on her wrist. A tiny, golden-colored kitten appeared behind her and jumped onto her shoulder. It arrogantly asked, "What do you need this divine stone for? It wouldn't be that you want this divine stone to help you go hunting. Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly thought that the little divine stone was quite similar to Zhu Junyang. Both liked to look down at everyone from their high statues, with their noses in the air. When they talked, they also made people feel like they immediately deserved a spanking. But the part that they most resembled each other was this: they were both annoying, but at the crucial point, they never disappointed her. Little glutinous dumpling, help draw a ferocious beast over. The best kind would be one that's not a fully grown adult and is easy to take care of. Either a tiger or bear would work. If there aren't any, then a wolf would do too. Tisk tisk. You take this divine stone to be bait for you. What advantage does this divine stone get out of this? If there are no advantages, this divine stone refuses to help. The little divine stone was feeling arrogant again. Every time she asked it to help her, it always acted as if it was very reluctant and made Yu Xiaoxiao quite unhappy. Yu Xiaoxiao took the little golden kitten off of her shoulders and held it by the scruff of its neck. She used some force to shake it around and pretended to be very fierce. She frowned and glared at it. Who's the master out of the two of us? Asking you to do something is like praying to the gods. I've already endured you for a long time. You're going against the wishes of your master. Are you not afraid of being punished for this? Yu Xiaoxiao had truly guessed correctly. The goddess of spirits was very familiar with the little divine stone's personality, so when she created this space, she added something to prevent the little divine stone from devouring its master. If it went against the master's wishes, 1% of its spiritual energy will drain away. If it helped its master, then 0.1% of its spiritual energy will recover. It was an extremely unequal rule. Consequently, even though the little divine stone really disliked Yu Xiaoxiao as its master, it could only fulfill all of her requests unconditionally. It could only wish that it could recover its powers sooner rather than later, break through its prison, and leave this energy-less world that was unsuitable for cultivation. The tiny golden kitten momentarily deflated like a balloon and its ears drooped down dispiritedly. Even its two usually bright and dazzling golden eyes also didn't have as much sparkle as before. This fellow had unexpectedly learned how to pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy. Yu Xiaoxiao lightly ran her hands through its soft and pointed little ears and sighed. Since our contract was a success, then it means we are fated to be with one another. You shouldn't be in too much of a hurry. Heaven never bars one's way. Inevitably, there will be a method to restore yourself. When the moment comes, our destiny together will be considered at its end. Perhaps it's only a short few years or decades. Why not treasure the time we have together now? Stop saying these plaintive, useless words, HMPH. Isn't it just attracting a fierce beast over? For this divine stone, it's as easy as just thinking. The little divine stone seemed to not be used to these emotional words that were coming out of her mouth, so it jumped out of her hands and shook itself all over, allowing its shiny golden fur to settle. It transformed into a golden light and shot into the forest. Zhu Junyang had gone deeper into the forest for a short period of time and found that there was nothing interesting. He felt a bit disappointed. Yu Hai, who was next to him, would, from time to time, look back in the direction they came from because he was worried about his daughter. Zhu Junyang felt like his mood had also been influenced by the other man's and also started to worry about that foolish little lass. Let's go forward a bit more. If there's nothing to be found, then we'll head back home. Zhu Junyang felt an unfamiliar jittery feeling rise up within him and he lost his desire to continue hunting. He aimlessly stepped forward. Suddenly, head steward Lu, who was constantly on the lookout, felt his ears twitch and he stopped moving. Master, there's something that's rushing over to us, be careful. Zhu Junyang saw something that was moving extremely rapidly. He didn't even think when the bow in his hands moved and an arrow was shot towards that figure. The little divine stone barely managed to avoid that arrow that was headed its way. It used its paw to pat itself on its chest in a very human-like manner. How dangerous, I almost got hit by the arrow. This fellow's archery skills are pretty good. He's already gotten to the point where he can shoot accurately just based on his feelings. Although this kitten form was only something crafted by itself using spiritual energy, getting injured would still require the little divine stone to use up some of its hard-won spiritual energy to recover. The little divine stone let out a shrill meow as it was afraid that Zhu Junyang would shoot another arrow. At this time, Zhu Junyang was also very surprised. He knew how fast his arrows were, yet there was an animal that was able to dodge his heavenly arrows. Just as he was about to put another arrow to the string, he heard a coy mew from the underbrush. They were deep in the mountain forests, how could there be a cat in the area? Yu Hai recognized that delicate and dazzling little animal in the underbrush. He hurriedly interceded, that seems to be Kaur's pet, a yellow kitten called Little Glutinous Dumpling. Yu Hai carefully pushed aside the long grass and a tiny golden kitten, barely the size of his fist, appeared in front of the three men. The golden kitten seemed to know who almost injured it earlier and let out a resentful yowl at Zhu Junyang's direction. Zhu Junyang bent over to pick up the tiny kitten by its scruff and lifted it to the height of his eye. He sized up the indignant, snarling little cat and finally chuckled, a pet takes after its master. This kitten is very similar to its owner. They both are the type who have more guts than the size of their own bodies. As he talked, he threw the kitten over to Yu Hai. The little cat executed a difficult rolling movement in mid-air and landed accurately on Yu Hai's shoulders. It resentfully raised all of the fur on its body and bared its teeth at Zhu Junyang. Yu Hai hurriedly caught the cat in his hands and lightly stroked it. He knew his daughter's pet was very aware and asked it, Little Glutinous Dumpling, how did you get here? Did you follow your master here? This divine stone was forced by your scoundrel of a daughter to come here. In a moment, when a giant black bear comes over, you better stay far away. If you get hurt, I will need to pay with my spiritual energy. The little golden kitten mewed at its master's father and didn't care if the man couldn't understand it. Zhu Junyang laughed, look at this fellow, it must be tattling on me. Exactly the same as its master. Head steward Lu lightly sniffed at the air and frowned, Master, this old servant can smell the distinct odor of an animal. A giant one must be coming over. Be careful. As the sun slowly set in the west, the grove slowly darkened. Other than the sound of the wind blowing around, the rest of the glade became dead silent. Something was wrong. Although the forest was quiet earlier, there were still sounds of birds chirping occasionally. Now it was too quiet, so quiet that it made people feel pressured. After hearing the startled calls of birds nearby, Zhu Junyang ordered Yu Hai somewhat hastily, it's here. Go hide behind the tree. Yu Hai was just about to reply when Steward Lu persuaded him, go hide first. If we have any trouble, you can go out then. Just as they finished talking, a large black bear that was as tall as a grown man and had a thick coat of fur appeared in front of them. Its large mouth was wide open and it seemed to be full of rage. It charged towards them and used its paws to break away all of the foliage in front of it. It easily snapped a young tree that had a trunk about the size of small bowl in half, and the bear looked incredibly ferocious. Zhu Junyang calmly took aim and pulled the bowstring back. The arrow flew towards the bear's head. However, that bear seemed to have supernatural reflexes and slapped away the arrow accurately with one of its paws. The bear continued to rush over, its speed as swift as before. Quickly dodge. Zhu Junyang shot another arrow that didn't cause any damage and he scrambled up a nearby boulder. He took aim at the bear from the height as head steward Lu followed him blindly from behind. Zhu Junyang's third arrow had left behind a wound on the bear's forelegs. The pain enraged the animal and it charged even more crazily forward. Oddly enough, the furious animal didn't go after the main culprit who injured it and instead charged towards Yu Hai, who was hiding behind a large tree. The expression on Zhu Junyang's face immediately darkened. Yu Hai's pitiful hunting abilities were nothing compared to an enraged, full-grown black bear. The prince pulled back his bow again and shot the arrow towards the animal's back. The arrow punched through the black bear's thick hide and deeply embedded itself into the animal's flesh. However, it didn't hit a vital organ. Yu Hai naturally wouldn't stay there like a sitting duck when he saw the bear run over. He sensibly didn't try to fight head-on with the animal and, instead, darted around some nearby large trees. Although the bear had a large, bulky body, it wasn't the tiniest bit clumsy. It seemed to have latched onto Yu Hai as its prey and energetically chased after the older man. Yu Hai cried indignantly within his heart, "That wound wasn't caused by me. If you want to take revenge, then you shouldn't go after me, the easier target, right? Lure the bear over here, climb up that tree." Zhu Junyang pointed at a tree with a trunk the size of two men that wasn't far from him and hollered at Yu Hai. Yu Hai, who heard the prince's instructions, circled around a tree and started to run for his life in the direction that was pointed out. From time to time, Zhu Junyang would shoot an arrow to distract the black bear and slow down the animal. Yu Hai stuffed the kitten in his hands into his chest pocket and stretched out his hands. He quickly scrambled up the giant tree. Zhu Junyang silently let out a sigh of relief. Luckily Yu Hai was stronger than his stupid little daughter. At least, his ability at tree climbing was a lot better. The giant bear gained a few more wounds and cuts as it chased after its prey. It only made the bear even more angry and furious. It used its large body and struck the tree trunk that Yu Hai had climbed onto. Its two paws scratched cruelly at the tree, leaving large gouges in the bark. Yu Hai clung onto the tree trunk for dear life. He was deathly afraid that the bear's violent thumps against the tree would knock him down. Zhu Junyang noticed that, without much effort, the bear had already savaged a third of the tree. If this continued, Yu Hai would soon be caught and ripped apart by the animal. Zhu Junyang took a deep breath and took out a special bowstring from his knapsack. He swiftly changed the strings on his beloved bow. With the bow in his steady left hand, he slowly pulled open the bow with his right. The muscles on his arms were so stretched that they were at the rupture point. Blue veins popped out from Zhu Junyang's neck and a faint sprinkling of sweat shone on his forehead. This bowstring was crafted from a special type of steel and had been made by a secretive mastersmith. Because it was crafted out of metal, it required 90 pounds of force to be pulled open. Normally, during practice, Zhu Junyang was only able to pull around 70 pounds of force. Today, he needed to bet it all on this one arrow and hit his target. The bowstring slowly stretched as Zhu Junyang's face turned a dark purple color. He breathed in deeply and concentrated all of his strength into his arms. By the time the bear had savaged over half of the tree trunk, the prince let go of the fully stretched bowstring and shot the quivering arrow towards the berserk animal. The arrow gave off an ear-piercing whistle as it shot towards the black bear. The savage animal was busy clawing at the tree trunk, doing its best to get its prey. It could apparently sense that danger was approaching and wanted to dodge. However, it was too late. The arrow smacked through the back of its head and punched through its right eye before it deeply embedded into the tree trunk that Yu Hai was hiding on. The only thing that could be seen from behind was the feathers. Steward Lu had a good understanding of his master's current strength and knew that it was hard for the prince to pull open something that required 90 pounds of force. The prince did it in order to save a person's life, but it was likely he had injured his tendons and muscles. He hurried over to inspect his master's arms and discovered that his master couldn't even hold onto his beloved bow anymore. Both of his arms continuously trembled at his sides. "Master, why did you have to do this?" Steward Lu hurriedly took out some bone-healing ointment and started to slather it on. Zhu Junyang acknowledged that he had never been a kind-hearted person, but when he saw that Yu Hai was about to get killed by a bear, there seemed to be a voice in his heart shouting, "Save him! You must save him!" When he wanted to give up after injuring his arms when trying to pull the bowstring, the scene of Yu Xiaoxiao crying in sorrow suddenly appeared in his mind. He didn't want the smile that made him feel warm to disappear. He didn't want her clear, bright eyes to be covered with tears and tainted with sorrow. As he endured the pain from his arms, an inexplicable force rose and supported him to draw the bow, which he had never pulled back before. Seeing that the black bear was dead, Yu Hai jumped down the tree in cold sweat. Behind him, more than half of the trunk of the tree had been gnawed, and as if it was overwhelmed, it snapped. Yu Hai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with his sleeve. It was so dangerous earlier. For a moment, he almost gave up on living and waited for death. He must ill-fated with creatures like bears. Otherwise, the injured bear would have looked for the person who injured it instead of chasing after him, as if they were mortal enemies. It was the same as last time when he nearly got killed by a bear. Yu Hai reminded himself to stay far away from bears in the future. The good days had just begun, and he hadn't enjoyed it enough yet. When the tree collapsed, the little golden kitten jumped down and landed on the grass next to Yu Hai's feet. It licked its paws with its pink tongue. Just now, it had been on the tree branch above Yu Hai's head. On the one hand, it wanted to attract the bear's attention, and on the other hand, it wanted to stay close to protect its master's father. That's right, the little divine stone was the main culprit who caused the black bear to chase after Yu Hai. Didn't Yu Xiaoxiao always use it as a bait? The petty divine stone decided to take a small revenge by letting her father get a taste of being a bait. The little divine stone emitted a scent that was fatally attractive to the black bear and slowly lured it into Royal Prince Yang's hunting range. Moreover, it had been hanging on Yu Hai. In the eyes of the black bear, Yu Hai was like a piece of delicious red braised pork. It wished it could swallow him in one bite. In order to ensure the safety of its master's father, the little divine stone had been paying attention to the black bear's every move. Once the tree collapsed, it would immediately rush forward without hesitation. What a joke. Getting revenge was one thing, but if its master's father really got hurt, the 1/5 of its power, which it worked hard to recover, would probably return to its original state as a punishment. Yu Hai walked around the corpse of the bear and arrived in front of Royal Prince Yang and his servant. Seeing that head steward Lu was applying medication for the royal prince, he asked anxiously, "Did the royal prince get injured? Is it serious?" Head steward Lu forced out a smile and said, "It's nothing. He used too much strength when drawing the bow. He should be fine after resting for a few days." In actuality, he was also uncertain in his heart. The injury of one's muscles, bones, and meridians wasn't a small matter. If it was a light injury, he would recover in a few days, as he said. In serious cases, it may be impossible for him to use bows and arrows for the rest of his life. He couldn't understand what the royal prince was thinking. To injure himself in order to save a low-status commoner, was it worth it? After all, the royal prince had gotten injured when saving him, so Yu Hai felt very guilty. He rubbed his hands and said, "My family's cow knows a little about medicine. When we get back, I'll have her make some ointment and apply it for you. You will recover faster. My leg was bitten by a bear before. All the doctors at Tongren Medicine Hall said that my leg needed to be amputated because the muscles and veins had ruptured. Later, my family's cow cured my leg." Originally, head steward Lu didn't take his words to heart. How good could the medical skills of a 10-year-old girl be? Could the herbal medicine be as good as the Imperial Palace's famous bone-healing balm? But, when he heard Yu Hai say that his previously ruptured veins in his leg had recovered, and his walking wasn't affected whatsoever, he immediately focused all his attention on him. Head steward Lu helped his master pick up his precious bow, and then he solemnly said to Yu Hai, "I shall thank you first. We will have to trouble second Miss Yu in the future." Yu Hai knew that head steward Lu was someone who was favored by the royal prince and had accompanied him since he was young. Seeing his solemn thanks, Yu Hai shook his hands in a slightly awkward manner and said, "No trouble, no trouble. The royal prince was injured because of this lowly commoner. This is something that I should do." Zhu Junyang kicked the prey with his feet. The black bear was at least 300 to 400 catties, so transporting it back was a big problem. Should he just chop off the paws and bring them back? In the end, Yu Hai cut some branches and made a simple stretcher. With head steward Lu, he carried the bear back to the place where Xiao Xiao was guarding the game. The sun gradually set beyond the west mountain, and the forest got darker. The wind blew on the bushes and made a rustling sound, and the homing birds occasionally crowed. The bored Yu Xiao Xiao was worried about whether they could leave the forest before it got dark when the silhouette of her father dragging a bear appeared within her line of sight. When Yu Xiao Xiao saw the huge size of the black bear, she ruthlessly scolded the little divine stone in her heart. The bear looked so fierce. If something happened to her father or the young royal prince, she would definitely throw the little divine stone into a manure pit. With this divine stone here, who could hurt them? The tiny kitten jumped onto her shoulder and looked as if it was ready to fight her. She actually dared to threaten this divine stone and wanted to throw this divine stone into the dirty and smelly cesspool. Just because this tiger isn't showing my power, she's treating me like a sick kitty. The game was tied up on 2 stretchers, which were pulled by Yu Hai and head steward Lu. Fortunately, the 2 of them, one was used to manual labor, while the other knew martial arts. Thus, they were able to easily handle all the game. When they walked out of the forest, the sky had already completely darkened. Madame Lu and her 2 children were anxiously waiting at the foot of the West Mountain. Ever since Yu Hai got injured, Madame Lu had regarded the West Mountain as a synonym for danger. She strictly forbade her husband and the children from hunting in the mountains. She even stipulated that they could only pick mushrooms and dig for wild herbs around the foot of the mountain. Her husband went out with the royal prince at noon, but they still hadn't returned yet. Thus, it was inevitable that Madame Lu would have all sorts of ideas in her mind. Mother, is that father and the others? Yu Hang had sharp eyes and saw a group of people coming out of the forest. Madame Lu looked carefully. As she breathed a sigh of relief, she also asked in confusion, "It's them. But, why is there another child?" Shaolian exclaimed in surprise, "Mother, I didn't see younger sister when I came back in the evening. It wouldn't be her, right?" Madame Lu creased her brows and thought about it, and then said with slight anger, "It's definitely that lass. I haven't seen her since noon. That lass is getting too bold. She didn't tell anyone and secretly followed them up the mountain." With the help of the moonlight, Yu Xiao Xiao saw Madame Lu and the 2 kids. She ran over happily and said, "Mother, we got a good harvest from hunting today." The young royal prince also caught a bear. It weighs more than 400 catties. Madame Lu gently twisted her younger daughter's ear and angrily said, "Who allowed you to follow them? It's so dangerous on the mountains. If something happened to you, wouldn't that be asking for mother's life?" Feeling slightly guilty, Yu Xiao Xiao covered her ear and exclaimed, "Mother, I'm wrong. In the future, I won't go up the mountain without telling you. Please don't be angry. If you fall sick because of anger, father and I will both be heartbroken." Zhu Junyang, whose arms were hanging on his sides, tried his best to endure the pain. When he saw the lass's grinning face and flattering expression, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This lass has such rich expressions. After dragging the game to the Yu residence, head steward Lu, who was worried about his master's injury, found an opportunity to call Yu Xiao Xiao and whispered, "Second Miss Yu, I heard that you cured tendons and veins on your father's leg. Is it true?" When facing this loyal, ruthless, and shrewish head steward Lu, Yu Xiao Xiao couldn't help but be more vigilant. She shook her head decisively and said, "For my father's leg, Dr. Sun of Tongren Medicine Hall had prescribed effective medication and my father originally had a rather healthy body. Finally, the herbal paste that I made also worked. All 3 aspects are indispensable." "Why? Who got hurt?" Yu Hai just happened to walk by and heard them, so he quickly said, "Cower, the royal prince got injured because he was saving me. If your herbal paste works, you must properly treat the royal prince's injury. If it wasn't for him, your father might have died or been seriously injured." Yu Xiao Xiao reproached the little divine stone in her heart again, and said, "Father, don't worry. My herbal paste doesn't have any side effects. It can clear the acupuncture points, improve blood circulation, and relieve pain. I'll go make some right now. But, we still need to see if the royal prince wants to use it." He was a dignified royal prince and a relative of the emperor. He was usually treated by the imperial physicians, so would he want to use home remedies from the countryside? From the small medicine box at home, Yu Xiaoxiao got some herbal medicine for promoting blood circulation and dissolving bruises. She crushed them into bits and boiled them into paste with highly concentrated mystic stone water. The herbal paste had a murky black appearance and didn't look very good, but it exuded a faint herbal fragrance that made people feel refreshed. When Yu Xiaoxiao brought the self-made herbal paste to the royal prince, she hadn't expected that he would choose to trust her without hesitation. "Aren't you afraid that I would put something in this herbal paste? Or that the herbal paste was randomly made?" Yu Xiaoxiao asked as she applied the herbal paste for the young royal prince. Zhu Junyang said firmly, "You won't. Why are you so certain?" Zhu Junyang's arms were smeared completely black by Yu Xiaoxiao, like a burnt wooden stake. Zhu Junyang felt a cool sensation emanating from the herbal paste, and the pain in his arms was immediately relieved. He didn't know whether it was an illusion, but he seemed to be able to feel his muscles, tendons, and veins swiftly recovering. Intuition. This prince's intuition tells me that you won't harm me. My intuition tells me that your herbal paste will definitely be effective to my injury. Intuition again. Could it be that the young royal prince has a very accurate sixth sense? He doesn't have superpowers, does he? Yu Xiaoxiao's imagination went wild. Both of Zhu Junyang's arms were covered with thick herbal paste. When it was time to eat, he could only wait for others to serve him. As for this important task, it somehow landed on Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao felt very helpless in her heart. Oh, young royal prince, don't. You have a head steward court eunuch, who serves you, with you. Why are you making things difficult for a nobody like me? Eggplant. Zhu Junyang sat in an unrestrained manner, looked at the sautéed eggplants with minced meat and unashamedly directed Xiaoxiao on what he wanted to eat. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had accepted her fate, picked up a piece of eggplant and stuffed it into the young royal prince's mouth, thinking, "I'll just take it as helping my father pay a debt of gratitude." The next day, Yu Hai sent the injured royal prince Yong back to town on the horse carriage. Yu Xiaoxiao followed behind on the donkey cart, which was full of yesterday's game. The donkey, Little Gray, had become so fat and strong that normal horses couldn't compare to it. Once, someone offered a high price to buy Little Gray, but the offer was firmly rejected by Xiaoxiao. When they got to town, Yu Hai went to send the game to Junshou restaurant. The large black bear on the donkey cart attracted the attention of the people in town. Before the cart even stopped in front of Junshou restaurant, many people came to make reservations for a game banquet. In particular, there was an endless stream of people inquiring about the price of the bear paw. Although Tanggu town wasn't big, there were quite a lot of rich people. When they heard that royal prince Yong had kept the bear paws, they had no choice but to take the next best thing, make reservations for the bear meat. Bear meat was good for supplementing deficiencies, strengthening muscles and bones, and treating disorders like rheumatism, disjointed limbs, and muscle spasms. It also tasted very good. Most importantly, bear meat wasn't something that one could eat whenever one wanted. The last time someone caught a bear was 1.5 years ago. They naturally didn't have to worry about not being able to sell this kind of rare food. More than 300 caddies of bear meat were completely reserved in less than 2 days. The rest, like deer, mountain sheep, roe deer, were stored in the ice house. With these game, Junshou restaurant's sales reached a new peak, which caused the other restaurants in town to be extremely envious. The manager of the old brand Fulin restaurant, in particular, regretted his past actions. Had he not been greedy for small advantages and forced the price down, it would have been Fulin restaurant flourishing with business right now. There was no such thing as a medicine for regret in this world. Everyone had to be responsible for their own decisions. Yu Xiaoxiao and her father went different ways to complete their tasks. Yu Hai went to Junshou restaurant, while she drove the horse carriage to take royal prince Yong back to the estate that princess consort Jing stayed at. When princess consort Jing heard that her youngest son was hurt, she nearly fell ill from the fright. She quickly called for the imperial physician to treat Zhu Junyang, and received the conclusion that he could no longer exert force with both his arms. Her youngest son had worked hard to practice martial arts since he was a child. If he couldn't use strength in his hands, wouldn't he be considered a cripple? The disbelieving princess consort Jing called over Dr. Sun of Tongren Medicine Hall and received similar results. When Princess Consort Jing heard this, she immediately clenched her chest and fainted. Dr. Sun rushed to save Princess Consort Jing. Fortunately, Princess Consort Jing's health had been nourished very well in the past 2 years. She had just fainted due to excessive grief. Dr. Sun pricked a needle in her philtrum point, and Princess Consort Jing woke up. The thought of her youngest son being a disabled person because of hunting made Princess Consort Jing extremely sad, and she appeared very pitiful as she wept. Both of Zhu Junyang's arms were injured, but he still comforted his lady mother. "Lady mother, I have just strained the muscles and bones in my arms. It's not as serious as they're making it. I'll be fine after resting for a while." The imperial physician and Dr. Sun both said you can't even lift a bucket of water in the future. What are you going to do? Why did you suddenly go hunting? Fortunately, only your arms are hurt. If the wild beast, how is Lady Mother supposed to continue living on? Princess Consort Jing gasped for breath as she cried. In her heart, she couldn't help but blame the Yu family for taking her Yanger to such a dangerous place. Princess Consort Jing couldn't stop her tears from flowing down her cheeks, and no one was able to comfort her. Dr. Sun hesitated for a while and finally said, "Your Highness, in fact, it's not that there aren't any cases of recovery from injuring muscles and bones. Can my son's arms recover?" With tears on her face, Princess Consort Jing quickly asked. Her eyes, which were filled with tears, were full of expectation. There was a villager in Dongshan village whose leg was injured by a bear. The damage to his tendons and muscles was much more serious than that of Royal Prince Yang's arms. However, he has recovered very well now. He can walk, run, and jump just like normal people, and he can also carry heavy loads and do heavy labor. Each time Dr. Sun recalled Yu Hai's injury, he always thought it was a miracle. As if she had grasped on a life-saving straw, Princess Consort Jing repeatedly asked, "Who is it? Does his family have some secret medicine? Quickly find him. Let's buy his secret medicine. No matter how much it cost, we're willing to pay for it, as long as it can cure my son's arms." Zhu Junyang could clearly feel the abundance of care and motherly love from his lady mother. It was this great, selfless maternal love that left a sense of warmth in the corner of his cold, gloomy heart, and thus he didn't get lost in the negative emotions. With his injured arms, he gently took his lady mother into his embrace. There was a lot of pain in his arms, but it couldn't cover the warmth in his heart. He softly said, "I know the person who Dr. Sun mentions. Lady Mother also knows him. Quickly let go. Be careful of your arm." Princess Consort Jing, who was embraced by her son, was stiff and didn't dare to move at all, for fear that she would hurt him. "You said I also know that person." "Who?" Zhu Junyang retracted his arms and smiled a bit more tenderly. "It's Yu Xiaosao, who Lady Mother is angry at and being punished to stand outside. Her father's leg was once bitten by a bear. Isn't it in a perfectly fine now?" At the mention of this matter, Princess Consort Jing couldn't help but feel angry. What's wrong with that father of Yu Xiaosao? He had been bitten by a bear before, yet he still took you hunting in the West Mountain. What are his intentions? Had it not been for the fact that he's Xiaosao's father, I would have definitely punished him. Lady Mother, I have already said that I was the one who insisted on hunting in the mountains. He was kind-hearted and afraid that your son would get lost in the mountain forest, and thus suggested to guide me. Without his rich hunting experience, perhaps your son would still be wandering in the mountains right now. Zhu Junyang kindly put in a good word for Yu Hai. Upon hearing him mention this, Princess Consort Jing began crying again. "Yanger, you're not allowed to scare Lady Mother again. If something really happened to you, Lady Mother doesn't want to continue living either. Aren't I fine now?" When faced with Princess Consort Jing's tears, Zhu Junyang felt helpless. "You call this fine? With your arms like this, you still think it's fine? Will you only consider it a problem when your whole body is covered in wounds after being bitten by a bear?" Princess Consort Jing really wanted to beat up her worrisome son of hers, but she was also worried about his swollen arms. Zhu Junyang quickly said, "Lady Mother, why don't you call Yu Xiaosao in and ask how her father's leg was cured?" Hearing this, Princess Consort Jing wiped her tears and hastily nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. Quickly tell Xiaosao to come in." I need to ask if her family has some good medicine to cure muscle and tendon injuries. Mei Xiang complied and quickly walked out the door. She said to Yu Xiaoxiao, who was bored to death as she stood in the corridor and kicked at the brick under her feet, "Miss Yu, the princess consort asked you to come in." Holding the herbal paste that she had just heated this morning, Xiaoxiao followed Mei Xiang through the door and bowed a greeting at Princess Consort Jing, whose eyes were red. Princess Consort Jing, who was still somewhat angry, expressionlessly said, "Stand up." Yu Xiaoxiao knew that Princess Consort Jing was angry with her. The young royal prince got hurt because of her father. She would even be willing to take a beating, let alone getting the cold shoulder. Seeing that the princess consort didn't intend to speak, she summoned up her courage and whispered, "Your Highness, the young royal prince's arms, it's time to change the medicine." As soon as she finished speaking, Princess Consort Jing asked anxiously, "You applied the medicine on Yanger's arms. Is this the medicine that healed the injury on your father's leg?" Yu Xiaoxiao quickly nodded and said, "In reply to your Highness, my father's leg was cured after consuming the medication prescribed by Dr. Sun and applying this herbal paste. It got better with the combination of external application and internal treatment." Dr. Sun and the imperial physician seemed very interested in the herbal paste in jar in her hands. Dr. Sun tried to restrain himself, but in the end, he couldn't help but ask, "Miss Yu, can you let this old man look at the herbal paste in your hands?" Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't afraid of being found out by him because the ointment she brewed was really made for muscle and bone injuries. But, without the most critical component, the mystic stone water, it became the most common muscles and bones ointment on the market. Dr. Sun and the imperial physician took the jar of medicine and studied the properties of the herbal paste together. After a discussion, they realized that it was made of very common ingredients. However, Dr. Sun noticed that there was an ingredient in it that could activate the properties of the medicine and make the medicine work to its fullest. Perhaps, it was this ingredient that caused an originally common medicine to become effective enough to cure Yu Hai's leg. Dr. Sun wanted to ask what this ingredient was, but on second thought, this was their secret medicine. It was already pretty good of them to let him look at the medicine. If he asked them how the herbal paste was made, wouldn't that make things difficult for them? Seeing that the imperial physician and Dr. Sun had studied the medicine for a long time, Princess Consort Jing anxiously asked, "How is it? Will this medicine work? Will it be able to cure Yanger's injury?" Dr. Sun gave the herbal paste back to Yu Xiaoxiao and nodded, "This herbal paste is good for Royal Prince Yang's injury. If used together with the medication for relieving acupuncture points, there is an 80% chance that Royal Prince Yang's injuries will be completely healed." 80% chance. Although Princess Consort Jing wasn't completely satisfied, it was already considered pretty good compared to the death sentence that the imperial physician and Dr. Sun imposed on her son's arms. "Xiaoxiao, quickly apply it for Yanger." Princess Consort Jing's tone had softened a lot. She wasn't an unreasonable person, but concern caused her to be in a confused state of mind. It was inevitable that she would vent her anger on others upon hearing that her youngest son's arms were going to be crippled. It was understandable since this was due to a mother's love for her son. Yu Xiaoxiao asked Mei Xiang to bring over a basin of warm water. With her back facing everyone, she placed the multicolored stone into the warm water. The little divine stone cooperated and emitted some spiritual power into the water, which turned the warm water into mystic stone water. Yu Xiaoxiao carried the water to the table next to Royal Prince Yang and said in a soft voice, "Take off your clothes." When head steward Lu took off his outer garment, there was a casual sleeveless garment inside. The two maid servants, Mei Xiang and Lan Xiang, blushed slightly and turned around. As a citizen of the 21st century, Yu Xiaoxiao was used to men wearing nothing but a pair of shorts in the summer, let alone he was wearing a large tank top. With a straight face, Yu Xiaoxiao calmly washed off the herbal paste on the young prince's arms with gauze, and then she applied a thick layer of the herbal paste on his arms. "Does it need to be wrapped in gauze? Wouldn't the medicine lose its effect if it accidentally got rubbed off?" Princess Consort Jing asked with concern. "Sure, it can also be wrapped up." Since the patient's family requested it, Yu Xiaoxiao naturally wouldn't disagree. With the gauze, she wrapped the young royal prince's arms up like a mummy, and even his elbows couldn't be bent. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Zhu Junyang, whose 2 arms were hanging straight to his sides, and nearly rolled on the floor laughing in her heart. Zhu Junyang looked down at his arms, which were tied too tight to bend. With the corner of his eye, he saw Yu Xiaosao secretly snickering like a little mouse. He faintly asked, "How long will it take for this prince's arms to be able to move freely?" Yu Xiaosao hastily suppressed her laughter and said in a serious manner, "It takes 100 days to recover from serious injuries. No matter how effective my medicine is, it would still take at least 1 or 2 months for you to recover, right? Then, I will have to trouble you for the time being." Zhu Junyang had noticed something from Xiaosao's expression, but he didn't expose her and replied in a very natural manner. Yu Xiaosao suddenly felt as if she had dug a pit for herself. Like an angry kitten, she looked at Zhu Junyang defensively and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Zhu Junyang faintly glanced at her and said, "The literal meaning. You're the one who made the herbal paste, and you're also the only one who knows how to make it. You must know the most about the medicine. Thus, for the sake of this prince's arms, I will have to trouble you in the future." Thinking about how the young royal prince ordered her around like a maid at home, Yu Xiaosao immediately felt dark clouds gathering above her head. She tried her last attempt at struggling out of it. "Actually, there's no special technique for applying my herbal paste. It just needs to be applied evenly on the arms. I can send it over after I finish making it every day. You can just let a maidservant or manservant to apply it for you." Princess Consort Jing understood her youngest son's meaning. The injury of one's muscles and tendons was a serious matter. If he wasn't careful, both his arms might become crippled. Thus, they naturally had to be more careful. Princess Consort Jing held Yu Xiaosao's small hand and said earnestly, "Xiaosao, you're a good child. Please understand a mother's feelings regarding her injured son. My Yanger is only 17 years old, which is the period of youth. He hasn't even found a wife yet, so he can't have injuries that aren't fully restored. This child has a hard life. When he was young, Lady Mother." Zhu Junyang quickly interrupted Princess Consort Jing's words. "Why are you talking about these? Go straight to the point and keep her here." As she spoke, Princess Consort Jing's eyes, which were similar to her youngest son's, filled with tears again. She gently patted the corner of her eyes with a handkerchief, looked at Xiaosao sincerely, and said, "For the sake of the injuries on Yanger arms, I hope Xiaosao can stay at the residence for some time. I can only rest assured if you personally handle the herbal paste." At this time, Yu Xiaosao wasn't in front of the lofty princess consort, but a loving mother who cared about her son. How could she refuse her? Biting her lips, Yu Xiaosao nodded and said, "This commoner will go back to inform my godparents, and I also have to send a message back to Dongshan village." Princess Consort Jing apparently breathed a sigh of relief. She sent the steward of the outer court to send the message to Dongshan village, and then had a horse carriage send Yu Xiaosao back to the Fang estate in town. When Lady Fang, who was packing up and getting ready to return to the capital, heard about her goddaughter returning in Princess Consort Jing's carriage, she inwardly wondered, "I have become closer with Princess Consort Jing since coming to Dongshan village, and the Princess Consort also really likes Xiaosao, but it's very rare for someone to have the honor of being sent back in Princess Consort Jing's carriage in the capital, let alone in Tanggu town." Did Xiaosao win Princess Consort Jing's favor by doing something extraordinary again? After Yu Xiaosao came in, she recounted what had happened. Lady Fang suddenly realized, it turns out that they were actually interested in Xiaosao's family's secret recipe for the bone healing and acupuncture point relieving medicine. Not to mention that Royal Prince Yang had gotten injured in order to save Xiaosao's father, but with Royal Prince Yang and Princess Consort Jing's identities, she wouldn't be able to refuse them. Hearing that it would take at least a month for Royal Prince Yang's arms to recover, Lady Fang said with slight disappointment, "Cower, you can't go back to the capital with godfather and godmother this time. I was going to introduce you to our relatives and friends in the capital during Linner's 100-day ceremony. Who knew that this would have happened?" Yu Xiaosao looked at little Linlin, who was lying on the bed with his eyes tightly closed. His fair and tender face was as delicate as an egg with its shell peeled. He should be dreaming of drinking milk. His small mouth gently moved a few times and curled up into a satisfied smile. In regard to this younger brother, she had nearly witnessed all his growth and changes every day, from a red, wrinkled and monkey-like little thing to a beautiful, angel-like baby. Although they weren't related by blood, her feelings for him were no less than that of real siblings. The introduction isn't really important. I just feel that it's a pity that I can't attend Linlin's 100-day ceremony. Yu Xiaoxiao gently caressed the little fellow's soft, little head. As if his sleep had been disturbed, he scrunched up his face unhappily and appeared like he was saying, "If you continue to disturb my sleep, I'll let you see me crying." Yu Xiaoxiao took back her hand, looked at the little guy's cute appearance with a smile, and said to him, "Although I can't attend little Linlin's 100-day ceremony, older sister has already prepared the present." Lady Fang knew that although the Yu family had made some money, it was money that they worked hard from dawn to dusk to earn after all. She smiled and said, "Why mention presents when we're all one family? You're still a child yourself." Yu Xiaoxiao took out a small wooden box with elegant and simple carvings from her chest pocket. After opening it gently, a bright and lustrous pearl that was the size of a quail egg appeared in front of Lady Fang. Even Lady Fang had seldom seen such a big and beautiful pearl. Perhaps only the East Pearl on the Empress's crown could rival it. "Cower, you, where did you get such a big pearl? It's too valuable, so quickly put it away. This pearl is definitely a rare treasure that cannot be easily bought with money. Keep it yourself and save it for your dowry." Lady Fang pushed back the wooden box with a firm attitude. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled nonchalantly and said, "I inadvertently found this pearl when I was diving. I'm a very good swimmer now. If I want to get some pearls, I can easily get them whenever I want. This is for my younger brother Lin. When he's a little older, he can shoot it as a pellet. Playing with a valuable pearl like it's a toy. Wouldn't that be apparently flaunting one's wealth?" Lady Fang still insisted on declining the gift, but Yu Xiaoxiao forced it into her hands. Yu Xiaoxiao pouted and spoke before her godmother could say anything. "Godmother, if you don't accept it, then you're not treating me as part of the family. Wife, since our daughter said that, you should just accept it. If you feel sorry about it, then you should prepare more for our daughter's dowry. At that time, prepare 5 kilometers of dowry, so that that stinky brat, whose current whereabouts are unknown, won't mistreat our daughter." Fang Zizhen, who had entered the room without them noticing, had overheard the conversation between the mother and daughter. Seeing that Lady Fang had carefully put away the pearl, Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her godfather and unabashedly said, "That's right. With a general as my father, I want to see who would dare mistreat me. My godfather's fists aren't just for display." Zhu Junyang, who had been ordered by Princess Consort Jing to stay in bed, sneezed 2 times in succession. He wrinkled his brows and whispered, "It goes without saying that it's that lass Yu Xiaoxiao who's talking behind my back." Princess Consort Jing, who was next to him, worriedly had someone add another quilt for him for fear that he would get sick. Although it wasn't very hot in early summer, it was uncomfortable to be covered by so many quilts. Zhu Junyang quickly used the excuse of sweating would affect the healing of the wounds to reject his lady mother's good intentions. In the following days, Yu Xiaoxiao lived in Princess Consort Jing's temporary residence. Like she was entertaining an esteemed guest, Princess Consort Jing prepared an elegant and exquisite courtyard for her. This courtyard wasn't far from Zhu Junyang's courtyard, and was within 2 minutes away on foot. She also specially sent maid servants and senior servants to serve her. All of the arrangements were not even slightly inferior to that of the noble young ladies in the capital. However, in addition to decocting the medication and changing his medicine, she also had to serve the young royal prince 3 meals a day. What exactly was going on? Didn't she come to be a doctor? How did she ended up becoming the young royal prince's personal maidservant? Standing next to the table with chopsticks in her hands, Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the young royal prince, who was waiting for her to feed him with his mouth wide open as if he was a hungry swallow, and had an urge to flip the table. Shrimp crystal steamed bun. Seeing that he didn't receive the food he requested after waiting for a long time, the young prince emphasized once again. His eyes swept across the ashen-faced Yu Xiaoxiao, and he was in a strangely good mood. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at the maid-servants who usually served the young royal prince's daily life and said with displeasure, "Young royal prince, I don't think I'm one of your maid-servants. It doesn't seem to be one of my responsibilities to serve you when you eat, right?" Zhu Junyang's icy gaze swept over the maid-servants in the room. The maid-servants trembled and went out of the room one after another. He took back his gaze with satisfaction, shook his arms, which were wrapped up like a mummy, in front of Yu Xiaoxiao, and said, "Now, this prince and you are the only ones in the room. This prince's arms got injured because I was saving your father. So, it's not too much to ask you to serve this prince while I eat, is it? Don't all gentlemen show kindness without expecting repayment? Young royal prince, is it really all right for you to mention that you got injured in order to save my father 8 times a day? This is apparently the ungrateful act of taking advantage of a good deed and seeking repayment." Yu Xiaoxiao angrily picked up a crystal steamed bun and tried to choke him to death by stuffing the whole thing into the young royal prince's mouth. Zhu Junyang worked hard to chew the food in his mouth and finally swallowed it after chewing for a long time. "Are you trying to kill me? Kanji." This prince nearly died from choking. Yu Xiaoxiao slammed the chopsticks on the table, picked up the bowl of kanji, scooped out a spoon of kanji, and shoved it into the young prince's mouth. The kanji on the spoon dripped onto the clothes that Zhu Junyang had just changed into in the morning. "You're too unprofessional when serving people. You need to practice more," Zhu Junyang scolded in an irritating manner. After she finally finished serving this great lord breakfast with much difficulty, he opened his hands and said to his trusted little maidservant, "Just look at how you fed the kanji. It sprinkled everywhere. Had it been someone else, this prince would have flogged her already. Come, help this prince change my clothes." Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted towards the outside, "Who's on duty outside? Come in and help the young royal prince change his clothes." When the people outside heard this, there was a series of disorderly footsteps, and then it became dead silent. Yu Xiaoxiao opened the door and rushed outside to take a look. Not even a trace of the people, who should be serving outside, could be seen. With no other choice, Yu Xiaoxiao took out a set of clothing that she thought was the ugliest from the wardrobe and helped the young royal prince change into it. Zhu Junyang also didn't like this attire and had never worn it. When he appeared in front of the princess consort in this dark reddish-purple outfit, she couldn't help but look surprised. "Yu Xiaoxiao, help this prince change. I need to go out." "Why do I need to help you change your clothes? Don't you have a lot of maid-servants at your house?" Yu Xiaoxiao was irritated. She had to wash his face, comb his hair, and feed him. Sometimes, she also had to cook the dishes that he requested in the small kitchen. Now, she also had to help him change his clothes. Was he really taking her as a maidservant? Zhu Junyang looked at the maidservants, who were assigned by his lady mother, with disdain. His gaze was as cold as snow as he said, "This prince hates being served by people with impure intentions. It makes me feel disgusted." When the maid-servants heard this, their faces were ghastly pale and dripping with cold sweat as they kneeled on the ground, trembling. These maid-servants were all carefully selected by the princess consort. Their figures and appearance were considered more outstanding within the estate. Seeing that her youngest son was already 17 years old, Princess Consort Jing reckoned that it was time for him to understand certain things. Thus, she picked out several bed servants for her son. Although this matter wasn't explicitly stated, the maid-servants all clearly knew within their hearts. The young royal prince had a cold and indifferent temper, but he was handsome, had a high status, and was trusted by the emperor. Thus, he would surely have a bright future. To be able to the young master's bed servant, if they could give birth to 1 or 2 offsprings, the mother's position would definitely rise due to the child. There was no hope of being his ranked concubine, but becoming the concubine of the royal prince would be the best outcome for the maid-servants. For this position of the bed servant, not only did the maid-servants fight openly and secretly in private, but from time to time, they also tried to get closer to Zhu Junyang. They wanted to show their faces more in order to gain a more favorable impression. Unbeknownst to them, with his special ability, Zhu Junyang could clearly detect their strong desires, which made him feel repulsed. He would rather do things himself, or have head steward Lu serve him, than let those maid-servants with ulterior motives get close to him. After hurting his arms, Zhu Junyang began ordering Yu Xiaoxiao around in a right and self-confident manner. Although he couldn't detect Yu Xiaoxiao's feelings, the scent from her body could give him a sense of peace and tranquility, which made him want to get closer to her. Poor Yu Xiaoxiao was temporarily used as a worker, and was ordered until she was screaming and yelling. Her energetic appearance made small ripples in Zhu Junyang's character, which was like a pool of dead water. After meeting Yu Xiaoxiao, the people around Zhu Junyang, especially Princess Consort Jing, could all clearly feel the change in her son. This was something that she was very happy to see. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao was still doing her best to get out of this situation. You don't like to be served by the maidservants, but don't you still have Head Steward Liu? Head Steward Liu, who was standing on the side and watching the show, suddenly got dragged in. He naturally wouldn't ruin his master's happy matters, so he immediately put away the smile on his face and solemnly said, "Master, this servant will go accomplish the task that you assigned to me this morning." After saying that, he hurriedly went out the door, as if someone behind him was trying to chase him out. Completing a task that was assigned in the morning now. Who is he kidding? So, you want to play with me? Yu Xiaoxiao refused to work. I was invited to help you, the young royal prince, to cure your injury, so I should be considered half a doctor, right? Is this how you guys treat doctors who help treat patients, heal wounds, and rescue those who are dying? From now on, I won't do anything other than my duties as a doctor. Don't even think of telling me to do things like help you change your clothes. I'm not your family's servant. Seeing that the little kitten was angry, Zhu Junyang pretended to be pitiful. All right. This prince will change myself. As he said that, he straightened his arms, took a set of clothes from the wardrobe, and spread it out on the bed. He turned his body around and tried to poke his ramrod straight right arm into the sleeve of the garment on the bed. Once, twice, as if the clothes were deliberately against him, no matter what, his arms couldn't go in. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the young royal prince's sweaty face. Feeling somewhat soft-hearted, she picked up the clothes on the bed and carelessly put it on for him. A complacent smile appeared within Zhu Junyang's eyes. This lass is the epitome of someone who has a sharp tongue but soft heart. I knew she would be willing to compromise. After helping the young prince put on his clothes, Yu Xiaoxiao pouted even more and sullenly said, "It's done. Hurry up and leave. This prince is bored from staying at home recently, so I want to walk around in Tanggu town. However, I'm not very familiar with Tanggu town. I need a guide." Zhu Junyang glanced at her and slowly said. Yu Xiaoxiao had already resigned to her fate. This guy really knew how to make trouble for others. She could only anticipate that his arms would get better soon so that she could escape from this torture. "Where do you want to go? Tell me," Yu Xiaoxiao asked in low spirits. Zhu Junyang couldn't bear to see her being so lifeless, but he felt that Yu Xiaoxiao had been trapped in the compound for the past 2 days. She had never been indoors for so long like this. He was afraid that she would feel stuffy and bored, so he used different ways to give her things to do. But, it seemed like the other party didn't understand his good intentions. Let's just stroll on the street and relax. Zhu Junyang turned around and headed out. Yu Xiaoxiao hastily followed him. When they were about to reach the main entrance, Head Steward Liu suddenly came out of nowhere and silently followed them. As soon as they went out of the residence, there was a bustling street that was lined with various shops. Zhu Junyang walked leisurely on the street, and both of his arms were hanging to his sides without the slightest movement. It looked somewhat funny, but it didn't affect the amount of attention he attracted at all. Who let him have such a devilishly attractive face? Older sister Zhuang, look at that person. He's so good looking. I wonder whose son he is. After Miss Wang saw Zhu Junyang, her eyes lit up and she whispered to eldest young Miss Zhuang. Eldest young Miss Zhuang looked at her scornfully and thought that there was something wrong with the upbringing of the Wang family. A young maiden actually commented on the appearance of a man on the streets. Good looking. How good looking could he be? Her second older brother was universally acknowledged as the most handsome man in Tanggu town, and her eldest brother and third brother were also very good looking. She was already tired of looking at good-looking men. Okay. Eldest young Miss Zhuang casually glanced in the direction that Miss Wang pointed at, and as a result, she couldn't pull her eyes away as if they were stuck. Among all the people in the crowd, he was like a gem among the rubble. What a beautiful yet indifferent face. He had a handsome face with long eyelashes that left a deep shadow on his eyelids. A pair of dark eyes that seemed to be able to clear through everything, and emitted cold air like a deep pool of water. He had a straight nose bridge, crimson lips, and a profile that was as sharp as a knife. His black attire further enhanced his tall and upright figure. Compared with those physically weak scholars, eldest young Miss Zhuang preferred this type of lean and tall figure. Miss Wang, who was next to her, interrupted her infatuated gaze. Older sister Zhuang, isn't that Miss Yu, who sells watermelons, behind the handsome man? Did she stop selling watermelons and became a maidservant? Eldest young Miss Zhuang finally turned her attention to another person. With Yu Xiaoxiao's inconspicuous appearance and head steward Lu's humble and respectful manner, she classified them both as the dazzling man's servants. Eldest young Miss Zhuang boasted about having a good family background and an outstanding appearance. She was also familiar with poetry and books. Among those vulgar men in town, third young Master Zhou was the only one who was barely decent, but he was a little too young. With her age, it was about time she looked for a husband. Eldest young Miss Xuang's parents were very worried about her pickiness. However, eldest young Miss Zhuang always wanted to find someone who was on par with her. Tanggu town was only so big, and there were only so many families of equal social ranking who were suitable for marriage. After picking and choosing, there still wasn't anyone who she was satisfied with. Today, Miss Wang happened to come look for eldest young Miss Zhuang, who had been somewhat depressed from being rushed by her family to go shopping, so she took this opportunity to come out and relax. They didn't come out in vain this time. She had finally met a man who was good enough to match her. Eldest young Miss Zhuang blocked half of her face with the round fan in her hands, and with her pair of pretty eyes, she carefully observed him from behind the fan. Looking at the handsome youth's low-key but luxurious clothing and the air that he exuded, he was definitely born in a wealthy and respectable family. An unfamiliar face in town, who had a noble status and knew the little lass of the Yu family from Dongshan village. He should be Royal Prince Yang, who took the emperor's order to come to Tanggu town. Royal Prince Yang was the youngest son of Imperial Prince Jing, and thus he was a true member of the imperial family. If one could gain his interest, eldest young Miss Xuang's cheeks were flushed, and there was an amorous gaze in her eyes. Miss Yu, I was going to visit you at the Fang estate, but I just happened to meet you here. It's really fate. Eldest young Miss Zhuang stopped Yu Xiaoxiao, who was following behind young Prince Yang dejectedly with her head lowered, and walked over leisurely. Her gesture was like a light wind blowing on a willow, very graceful. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her eyes and looked strangely at eldest young Miss Zhuang. When did she ever become friends with eldest young Miss Zhuang, who was like a haughty peacock? Seeing that her eyes kept wandering towards Royal Prince Yang, she suddenly understood in her heart. She inwardly scolded, this young royal prince, why does he have to be born so good-looking and attracting all these admirers? May I know why eldest young Miss Zhuang is looking for me? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at eldest young Miss Zhuang with a smile and commented in her heart, this girl looks pretty good and has a good figure. She was like a ripe peach. It's just that she has a big temper. I don't know if the young prince can tolerate it. Eldest young Miss Zhuang stealthily glanced at Royal Prince Yang. Seeing that he didn't even look at her as if he didn't see her at all, she felt angry inwardly but forced a smile on her face and said, recently, there will be a distinguished guest coming to my house, so I wanted to ask if your family have any more watermelons left. Watermelons had stopped being sold in town half a month ago. If people still had watermelons at home, who would keep them instead of selling them? Wasn't that a really bad excuse? Yu Xiaoxiao inwardly twitched her mouth, and she said, I'm really sorry, but our family's watermelons had long been sold out. We have even uprooted the seedlings in the fields and planted sweet potatoes. There are many unique things in our Tanggu town. You can reserve a banquet in advance at Junsho restaurant to entertain the esteemed guest. Eldest young Miss Zhuang glared at her and thought, talking to you was just an excuse to get closer to Royal Prince Yang. You must really think, you're so special, chattering endlessly. Yu Xiaoxiao, who got glared at after reminding her out of kindness, touched her nose and thought, a good heart is struck by thunder. Let's go. Why are you wasting time here? Royal Prince Yang looked back at her with slight impatience, yet he wasn't even willing to take one look at eldest young Miss Zhuang before walking away. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled apologetically at eldest young Miss Zhuang, and then jogged after him. Zhu Junyang said to her angrily, open your eyes. Don't be someone who helps others count the money after being sold. Yu Xiaoxiao giggled and teased, young royal prince, you also noticed that eldest young Miss Zhuang have ulterior motives. Tisk tisk. I didn't expect you to be popular even when you're always pulling a long face. You can have a romantic encounter just by strolling on the street. What are you saying? If Zhu Junyang could move his arms, he would have knocked on her forehead. How can that be considered a romantic encounter? She's just a disgusting toad. Peesh. Well, someone is quite thick-skinned. Comparing himself to a white swan. 1. Yu Xiaoxiao tutted endlessly. This time, Zhu Junyang really raised his arm, which couldn't bend, and lightly knocked on her head. He sullenly said, such a young age, yet your mind is filled with all these weird thoughts. Come on, where do you want to go? This prince will accompany you. Yu Xiaoxiao covered her head and made a funny face at him. Who was the one who needed to be accompanied? She thought about it and said, let's go to Junshou restaurant first to buy roasted chicken and osmanthus duck, and then go to Rongshuan Academy. Since Headmaster Yuan said her family's little Shido could try taking the county-level examination next year, her younger brother had taken Rongshuan Academy as his home. Even when it was break time, he still seldom went home. He said he wanted to have more time to study. Although Headmaster Yuan wasn't at the academy, he had entrusted the supervisor and head teacher of the academy to look after his young disciple. He also got many of the previous exam questions for the county-level examinations and told Yu Fan to work on them during his spare time, and then he would give him some advice when he got back. She hadn't seen little Shido for a period of time, so she really did miss him. Recently, in order to not disturb her younger brother's studies, Xiaoxiao didn't visit him as frequently as before. Did my younger brother get thinner? Zhu Junyang had originally come out for a walk because he was bored at home. He didn't mind where they went, so it wasn't a bad idea to go check out the famous academy of the Great Ming Dynasty. Yu Xiaoxiao went directly to the back kitchen of Junshou restaurant, and greeted Yang Feng. After that, she took a roasted chicken and osmanthus duck, cut them up, wrapped them in oiled paper, and took them away. Dine and dash, you're not paying. Zhu Junyang didn't know about Yu Xiaoko's relationship with Junshou restaurant. He silently watched everything that happened and couldn't help but ask. This maiden has never needed to pay when eating at Junshou restaurant. You must be surprised because of ignorance, right? Yu Xiaoxiao waved the roasted chicken in her hands in front of him and smiled at him in a flaunting manner. Zhu Junyang knew that one had to make a reservation in advance in order to eat at Junshou restaurant, especially for private rooms. When the business was good, people still might not be able to get a seat even if they made a reservation over 1 month in advance. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's smug expression, he couldn't help but want to make things difficult for her. You have so much face-off. Then let's eat lunch at Junshou restaurant. You're treating. He originally thought that he would be able to see Yu Xiaoxiao being embarrassed, but he hadn't expected that she would nonchalantly nod. Okay. Isn't it just a meal? Easy. Last year, with just the year-end dividends from roasted chicken and salted ducks, Yu Xiaoxiao had received more than 30,000 taels. She divided the money into 5 portions and deposited them into the Zhou family's bank in town. The 4 siblings each got a share, while 1 portion was saved up as pension for Yu Hai and his wife. Originally, Yu Hai, Yu Hang, and the others felt that it was money earned by his daughter, younger sister, so they firmly refused to accept it. However, Yu Xiaoxiao's attitude was even more resolute. She said that she was a member of the family, so of course, the money that she earned was considered the family's. If they didn't accept it, then they weren't treating her as a member of the family. Seeing that Xiaoxiao was really angry, they reluctantly accepted the money and decided to save it up for her dowry. Xiaolian also offered to put the money that she earned into the family account since she was also a member of the family. However, her suggestion was rejected with one remark from Xiaoxiao: the little money that you make isn't even enough to fill the gaps between one's teeth. Does it really matter whether you contribute it or not? Xiaolian didn't concede within her heart. Isn't my business doing pretty well right now? With an income of several dozens taels a month, I can earn several hundred taels annually. Although it can't compare with the younger sister's abnormal speed of making money, I'm still one of the few in Dongshan village who can earn so much. However, within her heart, she knew that her younger sister was being partial to her and letting her save up more private savings. For this matter, Yu Xiaoxiao had gathered the entire family and held a family meeting. In the future, The money that the family earned would be divided into 5 portions and each person could freely decide what they wanted to do with their own portion. In the future, the siblings would be responsible for all the expenses of their own weddings. For their parents' share, they could subsidize whoever they wanted and other people weren't allowed to complain. Since they separated from the main family, which method of making money didn't come from Yu Xiaoxiao. The most profitable business was also contributed by Yu Xiaoxiao. Since she had made this decision, what could the others say? The siblings all felt that they had taken advantage of their younger sister, second older sister, and felt very embarrassed inwardly. Ahem, seemed to have gone off topic. Back to the present. With roasted chicken and salted duck in her hands, Yu Xiaoxiao bought some of the children's favorite sweets and pastries from a famous snack shop on the street. After that, she headed in the direction of Rongshuan Academy in a valiant and spirited manner. Zhu Junyang was quite critical of the pastries in the snack shop, as this the most famous snack shop. Those few kinds of snacks that they have doesn't look appetizing, so they're probably not very tasty either. When this prince gets back to the capital, I will take you to eat the capital's most famous, fresh Chinese wisteria cake, sponge cake, hibiscus cake, and various flavors of sesame candies. I guarantee that you will want to eat more after trying them and never be tired of them. Royal Prince Yang said these words in the snack shop. The worker in the shop heard him and kept shooting daggers at him, yet he still didn't notice and kept blabbering on. After Yu Xiaoxiao paid, she nearly fled out of there. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that the worker would beat them up and kick them out. Young royal prince, you're quite talkative today, Yu Xiaoxiao vaguely reminded him. Zhu Junyang thought that she was scorning him for being too talkative, so he glared at her and said, you think that this prince is talking too much. Had it been someone else, this prince would have been too lazy to even say anything. Zhu Junyang also didn't know the reason, but in front of Yu Xiaoxiao, he no longer had to be in a state of extreme nervousness and be on guard at all times. He could finally completely relax, and thus he naturally became more talkative. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him, hung the pastries that she just bought on his finger, and continued to walk towards Rongshuan Academy. Zhu Junyang looked at the snacks in his hands and didn't know whether he should laugh or cry, so who was supposed to be the minion now? Head steward Lu didn't dare to let his master carry things, so he hastily took the pastries from the royal prince's hands. He complained about Yu Xiaoxiao in his heart, master's arms haven't recovered, yet she made master carry things. What are they going to do if he pulled a muscle? If Yu Xiaoxiao could read minds, she would definitely roll her eyes at him. It's only a little more than a caddy of pastries. How would that tire out your master? That's too frail. With one in the east side of town and the other in the west, Rongshuan Academy and Princess Consort Jing's temporary residence were in opposite directions. From the residence, they had to travel across nearly the entire Tanggu town. Xiaoxiao checked the time. It was still too early for lunch break, so they leisurely strolled towards Rongshuan Academy. They arrived at the entrance of Rongshuan Academy right at noon. To the academy's gatekeeper, Yu Xiaoxiao was already considered a familiar acquaintance. After warmly greeting the gatekeeper uncle, Yu Xiaoxiao went into the small door of the academy with 2 tails. Right at this time, the bell for dismissal rang and students, who were dressed in different colored clothes, came out of their classrooms. Although their height and figure were all different, they all exuded the strong air of scholars. In groups of 2 or 3, they discussed the teacher's lectures in low voices. Second sister, second sister. Little Fatty's loud voice attracted the attention of the students around him. After seeing the sea blue uniform of the primary class, they smiled and turned around. The senior students were quite tolerant of their younger schoolmates. This is your younger brother. Zhu Junyang looked at plump Sun Run's in front of him and tried hard to find a trace of similarity with Yu Xiaoxiao from his face, but he failed. Could it be that he was so fat that his facial features were squeezed together by his flesh, so he couldn't see the similarity between the siblings? Little Shido pushed Sun Run's chubby body away and said with his lips pursed, "How many times have I told you? She's my second sister, not your second sister. When did you change your surname to Yu?" Sun Run stared at the oiled paper in Yu Xiaoxiao's hands and sniffed hard with his nose. After smelling the rich scent of roasted chicken, he grinned and put his arms around little Shitu's neck, saying, "You fan, what's our relationship? Your second sister is my second sister. Why do we need to be so clear about it? Second sister, you haven't visited in a long time. What did you bring for your younger brothers? Little Chatu's gaze turned towards the cold-looking man behind his second sister, frowned, and said, Second sister, who is he? Yu Xiaoxiao finally remembered that there was someone else behind her. She smiled and said, Him. Royal Prince Yang Ah. Didn't you see him at the docks when the young royal prince set out on his voyage? You almost cried because you were scared. By him ah. Hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's words, Royal Prince Yang felt that something like that did happen before. Was he really so scary in the past that he nearly made children cry? Little Shido also recalled the scene at that time. He wasn't the same as before. Little Shido bowed a greeting at Royal Prince Yang in a refined and courteous manner. His roommates also dropped their usual joking manner and greeted Royal Prince Yang. Seeing that the kids had become restrained in front of the young royal prince, Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head and said to Zhu Junyang, Young royal prince, didn't you say that you wanted to see what Rongshuan Academy looked like? It's lunch break right now, so you can freely walk around the academy. Don't go too far, I'll go find you later. When did this prince said I want to walk around Rongshuan Academy? She actually sent me away in such a casual manner. I must ruthlessly slaughter this lass at noon and let her release some blood. Zhu Junyang glared at Yu Xiaoxiao, and then slowly walked away with head steward Lu. Before head steward Lu left, he gave the pastries to little Shido, patted his shoulder, and looked at Yu Xiaoxiao with a faint smile on his face. This lass was quite bold. No one had ever treated the prince like an eyesore so apparently and shooed him away. Once the royal prince left, the kids became lively again. Little Fatty volunteered to help little Shido get rice so that the siblings could have some time to talk in private. How are you doing recently? Is there a lot of assignments? Don't give yourself too much pressure. Next year, you will only be 8 years old. Will it be too early to take the county-level exams? Yu Xiaoxiao didn't want her younger brother to become a bookworm who only cared about studying. She never let her younger brother touch books during his breaks from school. Instead, she took him to the mountains and sea to play, hoping that he would have a happy and unforgettable childhood. Little Shido confidently replied, Second sister, don't worry. The headmaster also said that I have a gift for studying. He even said that although we can't guarantee I'll get a placement on the entry exams next year, I'll definitely pass. Second sister, just wait for when you'll become the older sister of a scholar who has passed the county-level exams ah. Little Shido, who was only 7 years old, already had his own plans. He knew that his family had bought a decent amount of arable land in town and they were renting them to some tenant farmers. Judging from the speed of his second sister's current ability to earn money, in the future, they would definitely be buying more farmland and creating more businesses. He was currently young and was studying to be a scholar, so he wasn't able to help out much. However, if he managed to pass the county-level exams, then everything would be different. All of the farmland and other industries his family had wouldn't be subject to taxes anymore, so they could save a whole lot of money. He didn't do this to pursue fame, to become the person who placed first in the exams. He also didn't care about becoming someone who had placed first in all 3 exams either. He only wanted to pass the county-level examinations earlier, so he could help his family out. In the future, once he had his feet firmly planted on the ground, he could work harder to get a better result at the exams. 1 roasted chicken and 1 osmanthus duck was more than enough to feed 4 half-grown children. Little Shido had also invited over a few more friends to enjoy the meal. Yu Xiaoxiao felt immensely gratified as she watched the little rascal, who had been just a brat running around in the mud when she first transmigrated over and had now matured into a fine little scholar. Interact joyfully with his group of friends. The children ate exuberantly and praised the food without end. One of Yu Fan's best friends, Zhao Datong, was born in a salt merchant's family, so he was very familiar with money. He asked little Shido in a low voice, Yu Fan, did your family reserve this roasted chicken and duck days in advance? My father thinks it's inconvenient, so he only occasionally reserves one. I don't necessarily get to eat it every month. Little Shido thought for a bit and decided that he should be magnanimous to his friends. He explained, my family's relationship with Junsho Restaurant's third young master Joe is decent, so we never have to make reservations to buy their roasted chicken. Little fatty Sun yelped in a voice full of envy and jealousy. What? You guys are that awesome. Then in the future, if we want to eat roasted chicken, can't we just beg your second sister to help buy some? Little Shito somewhat hesitantly replied, occasionally is fine. But, after all, Junsho restaurant's roasted chicken and osmanthus duck is too popular right now. They also only have a fixed number that's available every day and all of that is reserved in advance. If we buy too many, I'm afraid we would end up disturbing their sales. Lu Jinye was older than the rest of them by 2 years, so he naturally was a bit more steady. When he heard that, he nodded his head. Yufan is right. We can only occasionally take advantage of this. Otherwise, the mutual regard they have for your family will be wiped away. Hee hee. You guys don't need to say this, I know this already. As long as I can eat some every 10 days to half a month, I will be perfectly content. If I eat it too often, my mother will see that I've gained weight again when I go back for break and she'll punish me to jog outside. So tiring. Sun Run's mother disliked the fact that he was fat and was always thinking up ways for him to lose weight. This made him feel quite helpless. Satu Ching was on the younger side so he didn't know how to conceal his curiosity. He gnawed on a chicken wing as he asked inquisitively, Yufan, aren't your family members farmers? How did they end up having a relationship with the Zhou family's third young master? All of the other kids were also curious. However, they were afraid that by asking they might end up upsetting Yufan, so they endured it and didn't ask. When they heard the question, all of them stopped eating the chicken and duck meat in their hands and the whole group of them turned their inquisitive eyes over to look at Yufan. Second sister had often told him that one's status and position in life can be changed through one's own hard work. Although he had been born in a poor family, he absolutely couldn't look down on himself. The environment was only a place for a person to mature and grow. Even though his family was currently farmers, he firmly believed that through his and their own hard work, they could become the envy and goals of others in the future. Historically, weren't there examples of scholars born from humble families getting first place in the imperial examinations? And weren't there a decent amount too? Yufan calmly smiled at them. My father is good at hunting and fishing. In the past, whenever he caught some good game or high-quality seafood, he would always sell it to Junsho restaurant. Gradually, they got to know each other. Afterwards, my family's out-of-season vegetables also supplied their whole restaurant. Perhaps they make an exception for my family due to these previous favors. Little Shito had long known that many of Junsho restaurant's specialty dishes were made with the contribution of his second sister. However, the reason why second sister knew how to craft these dishes was too mysterious and profound. He didn't want too many people to find out and cause trouble later on. His explanation didn't arouse any of his friends' suspicions. After all, at the start of spring, only Junsho restaurant was able to advertise their stunningly expensive green vegetable dishes. For people living in ancient times, after eating a whole winter's worth of radishes, cabbages, and meat dishes, they all wanted something fresh. Each plate of green vegetables cost at least a couple taels, yet, if you arrived there late, they would be all sold out. Perhaps it was because of their previous relationship that the Yu family only sold their vegetables to Junsho restaurant and no others, right? At this moment, Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't even aware that her younger brother was thinking up ways to cover for her. She was currently sitting inside one of the private rooms at Junsho restaurant. Other than the young royal prince, there was also third young master Zhou in the room, who was looking eagerly at her. The situation was simple. After she left Rongshuan Academy, it was already close to noon. Yu Xiaoxiao took the young royal prince and his servant on a stroll and ended up at Junsho restaurant. Fortunately, third young master Zhou had managed to snatch a moment of leisure time today and was resting in the private room drinking tea. When he heard Yu Xiaoxiao had come over, he was pleased beyond expectation. He had something he wanted to discuss with Yu Xiaoxiao. After inviting Yu Xiaoxiao and her group into the private room, third young master Zhou suddenly discovered that the capital's current hot topic, Royal Prince Yang, was there too. Why was Royal Prince Yang currently a hot topic? There were several reasons. First of all, the court gossips all said that Royal Prince Yang had lived up to expectations by bringing back the high-yielding crops that were drought-resistant, corn and potatoes. The emperor himself had rewarded the youth. Secondly, He had brought back exquisite items that had never been seen before. For example, a desk clock that could accurately tell the time, beautiful enamelware, delicate ivory carvings. And they were all being sold at Treasure Pavilion, which was under his name. The shop was blazingly popular. Thirdly, Royal Prince Yong had managed to procure some ripe watermelons out of season from a place no one knew. These watermelons set off a frenzy of buying at the capital. In short, everyone in the capital was talking about Royal Prince Yong, the man of the moment. After they greeted each other, the three people took their seats. Yu Xiaoxiao started off the conversation. I was still under the impression, third young Master Zhou, that you were currently in the capital busy beyond compare. How do you have the time to come back to Tanggu Town? In the last few years, the imperial family hasn't carried out any large construction projects. Thus, their requirements for lumber has not been high. The Zhou family has their own lumber operation, so there's no need to worry about it. Furthermore, our dried seafood quota has been fulfilled for the next couple of months. The second branch store of Junshou Restaurant in the capital has also formally opened. Third young Master Zhou had something to ask of her, so he described everything very clearly. Zhu Junyang felt quite surprised inside. He raised his eyes to look at the future head of the Zhou family and thought, what is this fellow trying to do in telling all of this to Yu Xiaoxiao? However, he couldn't feel any malice or ill will coming off of Zhou Zixu. He lowered his eyes again and stared at the cup in front of him before he curtly ordered, tea. Yu Xiaoxiao tacitly understood his request and lifted up the teacup and placed it near his mouth. Zhu Junyang leisurely blew on foam in the cup and then lightly drank a sip. He nodded his head as a hint to Yu Xiaoxiao. Zhou Zixu watched as Xiaoxiao helped Royal Prince Yong drink tea in a practiced manner. Only when she placed the cup down did he stare at her with astonishment. This little lass, who was never polite when she spoke to him, had suddenly become so obedient. Was this the same Yu Xiaoxiao whose temper blew all the time? Perhaps, Royal Prince Yong used his power to suppress her. Zhu Junyang could tell that the future head of the Zhou family had an inquisitive look in his eyes. He continued to sit silently and played the mysterious guest. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed hollowly and pretended to not see third young master's astonishment. She stated, Third young master, you don't need to report to me about your Zhou family's industries. It has very little bearing to me. Third young Master Zhou nodded. The Zhou family's industries aren't related to you, but you have quite a stake in Junshou Restaurant. The Junshou Restaurant in the capital has encountered some difficulties, so I need you to help me. Yu Xiaoxiao was now the one who was surprised, the capital's Junshou Restaurant. The furthest I've been is the prefectural city. I don't know anything about how the capital works, so I can't really do much. Third young master, you're looking for the wrong person, okay. Zhu Junyang raised his head again to look at third young Master Zhou in the eye. What was the point of finding a little rural village girl for help when there was a problem with the Junshou Restaurant in the capital? If he needed to find someone, then he should find someone like himself, someone with the status to act as a patron. I will just say it bluntly then. Third young Master Zhou looked at Royal Prince Yong and clenched his jaw. Our osmanthus duck has met a rival. One of the capital's long-standing restaurants, Defang, has come out with a new duck called furnace roasted duck. It has skin that is glossy and crisp, exquisite white meat, tastes astoundingly delicious, and is flavorful without being greasy. Furthermore, they have also copied our starvation marketing strategy and limit their daily sales quota. Their price is a bit more expensive than our osmanthus duck, yet their supply does not meet the demand. They have taken away quite a few customers from Junshou Restaurant and the sales volume of our osmanthus duck keeps dropping. Apparently they had met a business rival. She remembered that in her previous life the people selling Peking duck claimed that it had been around for a millennium. Was this when it first started? This furnace roasted duck was likely the predecessor to Peking duck. She was very good at making roast duck. In her previous life, at her braised food shop, she had also especially learned how to make fruit-scented roast duck. This wasn't hard to make. All it required was an oven, accurate heat control, and a special blend of spices. Fruit-scented roast duck was considered a type of roast duck that was cooked by hanging in an oven and had its pros and cons over furnace roasted duck. Roasting duck by hanging in the oven created a product that had less fat under the skin, so the skin was crispy and the meat tender. Furthermore, it had a fruity smell. On the other hand, furnace roasted duck had more fat and moisture in the end product, so the meat was even more tender. The duck that came out of a furnace seemed like a steamed roll, flexible and soft. She not only knew how to make fruit-scented roasted duck but also knew how to make floral-scented flaky roasted duck and vegetal crispy roasted duck. She was not convinced that the products from more than a millennium of food experimentation in her previous life couldn't beat a recently new furnace roasted duck in popularity. Third young Master Joe lowered his head and fidgeted in his chair as Yu Xiaoxiao pondered. He shifted forward a bit and said, "Xiaoxiao, do you have any new recipes that could compete with this new roast duck? We can go with what we did with the osmanthus duck recipe. I will give you dividends for the next 20 years from the sales." "How's that?" Judging by the current sales volume of the osmanthus duck, she was currently earning 2,000 to 3,000 taels a month. That meant in 1 year, she would get 30,000 taels from the sales. If it was roasted duck, the sales wouldn't be much lower than this. Third young Master Joe had a lot of sincerity and had extended the terms of the contract by an additional 10 years. The profits to be earned from an additional 10 years weren't a small number. "I know a recipe for fruit-scented roast duck. The first thing we need is to build a giant fireplace and the heat in that oven must be homogeneous." As she talked, she drew and wrote the specifications of this fireplace that she needed on a piece of paper. Actually, the duck needed for the fruit-scented roasted duck needs to be raised in a free range and has to be thin. If it's too fat, then it would turn out too greasy. Also, there's a certain ratio for the wood from the jujube trees, pear trees, apple trees, and other fruit trees that are used. I will write down the proportions for you later. For fruit-scented roasted duck, the duck must be marinated in 28 kinds of spices, not a single one can be missing. I'll send you the proportions of the type of spices later. Let Uncle Wong think it over. The difference between a hanging furnace and the braising furnace is that with the braising furnace, you can check the duck at any time while it's being roasted. After putting the duck into the furnace, the position of the duck should be changed regularly with the rod to make sure the duck is evenly cooked. The differences in professions made one feel worlds apart. Third young Master Joe felt bewildered as he listened. He carefully collected the directions and precautions Yu Xiaoxiao wrote down. After thinking he asked, "How about I let head chef Wong come back and consult you on this personally?" Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, "The capital's Junshou restaurant is currently going through a turbulent period. If Uncle Wong were to be called back again, I'm afraid the business will suffer a disastrous decline. Aren't Uncle Wang's 2 apprentices based in Tanggu Town?" Currently, Tanggu Town's market has been stable. Although it may be busy for one person, he should be able to handle it if there's an additional assistant. Let either Brother Yang or Brother Lu learn the techniques of making this roasted duck. Head chef Wang's 2 apprentices, Yang Feng and Lu Bai, had already finished their apprenticeship. Their skills in making braised roasted chicken and salted ducks weren't inferior to their masters. Between the two, Yang Feng was more talented and able to accept new things quicker. As such, he was selected to learn how to make the fruit-scented roasted duck from Yu Xiaoxiao. However, the most pressing matter was building the oven. Third young Master Joe saw that the dishes were being served and Prince Yang had no intention of letting him stay for the meal. So he stood up to take his leave. "Xiaoxiao, as expected you didn't let me down. I'll invite you to a meal another day to show you my thanks. I'll go ask someone to make an oven in the back kitchen first. Enjoy your meal." After third young Master Joe went out, Zhu Junyang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and waited for her to explain. Yu Xiaoxiao touched her face and asked him strangely, "Is there something dirty on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Was the osmanthus duck recipe for the Junshou restaurant given by you?" Zhu Junyang lightly asked, but he didn't forget to point at the delicious dishes on the table and instructed, "Duck meat." Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been waiting on this lord and walking around all morning, had been hungry for a very long time. She thought she could finally have a peaceful lunch, but ever since they entered the private room, head steward Lu had played the disappearance game and she couldn't find a trace of him at all. The young prince's arm couldn't bend, so she naturally had to wait on him during the meal. Alas, she silently sighed, dragged the chair over to the young prince's side, and picked up the chopsticks in front of him. After picking up a piece of osmanthus duck, she carefully removed the bones from it and stuffed it into Zhu Junyang's mouth. Taking advantage of the time the young prince spent chewing, she hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of vegetables looking as if she had been hungry for 800 years. This prince is asking you something. Zhu Junyang slowly swallowed the delicious piece of duck meat and gently kicked Yu Xiaoxiao's chair, continuing their previous conversation. Yu Xiaoxiao took a big generous gulp of tea, swallowing the food in her mouth, and nodded, yes. Is there a problem? No wonder you don't have to wait in line to buy osmanthus duck at Junshou restaurant. But, how did you get the recipe for the osmanthus duck? Zhu Junyang asked as he pointed at the roasted chicken near his hand. Yu Xiaoxiao forgot to change her chopsticks and used her own chopsticks to pick up a piece of the chicken leg. Just as she was about to put it into the young prince's mouth, Zhu Junyang turned his head to the side and said with dislike, "Change the chopsticks, who would want to eat your saliva?" Yu Xiaoxiao curled her lips and complained in heart, "Clean freak. Even if you are willing to, I'm not willing to let you. Wouldn't that be considered an indirect kiss then? I am a virgin in my previous life, and in this life, I still have my first kiss." She smoothly put the piece of chicken in her bowl, changed chopsticks, and fed him another piece of chicken. After Zhu Junyang ate it, she laughed and clapped her hands. "Do you know what you just ate? Chicken butt." Upon receiving a sharp glare from the young prince, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately caved. "All right, I'm lying to you. Don't be so serious, it's just a little joke. Do you want to eat chicken skin? The strongest flavor and essence of the roast chicken is here, the chicken skin." Zhu Junyang didn't listen to her rambling. He looked at the other chicken drumstick on the plate and said, "Drumstick." After successfully eating the drumstick, he continued the conversation topic, "Osmanthus duck, fruit-scented roasted duck, where did you get these recipes?" Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes darted around and she answered in a seemingly serious manner, "If I said that I have an extraordinary innate talent and these delicious dishes are known without any effort, would you believe me? Tell the truth." Splitting out the chicken bone in his mouth, Zhu Junyang slightly glanced at her and said with a commanding tone. Yu Xiaoxiao purposely sighed deeply and shook her head. "Ah, the world's moral degeneration is getting worse day by day, and human hearts are no longer what they used to be. No one believes the truth these days. Use human speech." Zhu Junyang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's exaggerated performance and secretly felt that it was funny, but he didn't express anything. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and said, "Who's not using human speech? How can you call me names? All right, I'll tell you." Under the sharp eyes of Zhu Junyang, Yu Xiaoxiao surrendered once again. 2 years ago, I went with Zhao Han, the grandson of General Zhao, into the mountains to catch rabbits. By accident, we became separated and I met an injured old man with white hair. Seeing that he was so pitiful, I saved him with my dabbling medical skills. The old man felt that he was unable to repay my kindness, so he gave me the fragments of a recipe book. All the dishes I know come from that book. After she finished speaking, she showed a, "This time you should believe it," expression. Zhu Junyang's subordinates, who he sent to investigate her, didn't mention this event. He slightly frowned. Perhaps, because it happened deep in the mountains and the little lass didn't tell anyone when she came back, so it was left out. "Where are the fragments?" Zhu Junyang asked after instructing Yu Xiaoxiao to give him a bite of a dish again. Yu Xiaoxiao pointed to her head and made a triumphant expression, "It's in here. It's a magic weapon for our family to make money. Of course, it's safer to keep it in my mind. Don't worry, I have a good memory. I'll never forget it." Looking at the little lass's proud expression, Zhu Junyang didn't ask any more and focused on commanding Yu Xiaoxiao to get food for him. "I finally came up with a plausible explanation." Yu Xiaoxiao quietly sighed in her mind. This story was pretty good. In the future, if someone asked her why she knew so many dishes, she could just use it as a reply. Who cares if they believed it or not? If they had the ability, then they could go investigate it. In order to launch the fruit-scented roasted duck as soon as possible to compete with Defeng restaurant, third young Master Zhou built the oven overnight according to the requirements Xiaoxiao had given. He also found branches that had been cut in the spring from nearby households that planted fruit trees. Once everything was ready, he invited Yu Xiaoxiao over the next day. Royal Prince Yang said that he had nothing to do and followed along. Yu Xiaosao showed step by step how to marinate with the spice, how to turn while roasting, and how to control the fire. While showing Yang Feng how to do it, she also gave him detailed explanations. When the first batch of roasted duck came out, it smelled delicious. Even the customers eating in the front could smell the scent of the roasted duck. They all asked what new dish Junsho restaurant was launching that had such a strong fragrance. The head manager took the opportunity to advertise the fruit-scented roasted duck in the restaurant. He also said that at noon, no matter if they were dining in a private room or in the dining hall, he would present a plate of roasted duck for sampling. During lunchtime, there were more than 50 tables in the dining hall and private rooms. Of course, they couldn't send a whole duck to each table. Each table would get half a duck and a total of 25 ducks would be roasted. Yang Feng, who was indeed very talented, quickly mastered the technique of making the roasted ducks. Yu Xiaosao personally roasted more than 10 ducks before letting Yang Feng handle the rest while she gave directions on the side. By noon, 30 roasted ducks had been made. Yu Xiaosao also took advantage of the extra time to make a pot of sweet bean sauce. The roasted duck alone wouldn't be able to show the uniqueness of Junsho restaurant, so Yu Xiaosao also launched a 1 duck, 3 meals menu. First of all, cut and put the crispy duck skin with a thin layer of meat on a plate. Serve it with cucumber strips, scallions, and other side dishes. When eating, add sweet bean sauce and wrap it in a thin pancake. For the next dish, cut thin shreds of meat off the duck and make stir-fried shredded duck. Lastly, the bones were used to make delicious duck bone soup. When the fruit-scented roasted duck was served to the tables, it was met with many praises. At this time, Yu Xiaosao, Royal Prince Yang, and third young master Zhou sat in their exclusive private room enjoying the delicious 1 duck, 3 meals. With an outsider in the room, Prince Yang saved Yu Xiaocao's reputation and didn't let her serve him. Yu Xiaosao breathed a sigh of relief. She could finally have a peaceful meal. Yu Xiaosao put the duck meat and duck skin, sweet sauce, green onions, and cucumber on a thin pancake and rolled it up. She opened her mouth wide and ate it in one mouthful. She chewed it carefully with her eyes closed, and her expression looked like a cat that was eating a fish. The chef of the Junsho restaurant had really good skills with the knife. The slice of duck meat was thin and even, the shredded duck meat was long and thin, and the bone soup was also delicious. Yu Xiaosao hadn't had such delicious roasted duck in a long time. Her hands kept wrapping the pancakes and she kept eating with gusto. Head steward Lu got the look his master gave him and quickly learned from Miss Yu's actions, making a duck meat roll. Zhu Junyang glanced at him and lightly said, "I don't eat green onions." Head steward Lu hurriedly asked for forgiveness. Why did he make such a low-level mistake? Putting down the duck roll in his hand, he made another one without green onions and placed it by his master's mouth. Zhu Junyang took a bite in a refined manner. The skin of the duck was crispy, and the duck meat was tender with a light fruity fragrance. When paired with the unique taste of the sweet bean sauce, it made people unable to stop eating. The meat is tender and the flavor is rich. It's not bad. Zhu Junyang gave a positive opinion after eating a roll. Third young master Zhou nodded his head and said, "Xiaosao's products are all top quality. I've eaten Defeng restaurant's furnace roasted duck. That taste is nothing compared to our fruit-scented roasted duck. The Junsho restaurant in the capital is saved." End of chapter 270. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.